I think when it came to, because I remember I've known about Splatoon and have had like some form of an interest in it since around, I think around like late 2018, early 2019. I really started to look into it and I thought it was pretty cool. I didn't get like Splatoon 2, or I got Splatoon 2 like maybe sometime around late 2019, but it was by the time I got it, all the Splatfests were pretty much dead, and so I didn't really get to play it all that much, or just didn't play it much in general. But yeah, around that point, around I think it was that one. There was the one Nintendo Direct. It was in like 2021 where they announced Splatoon 3, and I remember I was really excited to see it pop up again, and it kind of because by the time like 2020 hit, I kind of fell out of Splatoon again, and I feel like the more that it built up to the actual release of the game the next year, it just started to rebuild, and I'm kind of excited, and I was excited to give it another chance, and honestly, I'm really happy I did.
When I first heard of Splatoon, it was through one of my step cousins playing it on a Wii U that we shared. I didn't see too much of the game itself. I only saw like bits and pieces of it, and I honestly thought it looked really cool. But after that, it just faded back into my mind until Splatoon 2 was announced. And initially, I did think about getting Splatoon 2, but that thought just came and went.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. I know, like, for your sake, Kestrel, what kind of was like the main start to how you got into it?
Okay, so I'm trying to remember when I first figured out what Splatoon was. Because I had a Wii U growing up, but I never knew what Splatoon was, like, ever. Somehow, even though like I had really unlimited internet access when I was a kid, I somehow never found out what Splatoon was. But I think around 2019 I started watching those little concert videos they had of like Pearl and Marina,
Oh, really?
Hmm.
but I had no idea who they were, so I just watched it and was like, "Oh, this is interesting." And then, like you said, the 2021 direct where they showed Splatoon 3. I remember I did not give a about Splatoon coming out. I was like, "Oh my God, big day for annoying people." And then like 2 years later,
Little did you know what was to come.
I remember my initial reaction very vividly, actually. I was like, why do we need a third one? Don't we have the second one on Switch already? But I didn't know how any of it worked, so I couldn't really speak on it. And I remember I did want Splatoon 2 around the time of that Mario Splatfest, but I didn't get it. I don't remember why I didn't get it, but I didn't. And then, like, I think a year or around the time that Splatoon 3 was coming out, I kept seeing a bunch of videos about it, and I just watched it, even though I didn't have any interest in Splatoon. So I was like, you know what? I should get this game. It actually looks pretty fun.
Like, fast forward, yeah, no, because like the game came out like it was well over a year later, and then because the closer that it got to the release date, I was just kind of like, wait a minute.
And I played the what's it called? The Test Fire Splatfest.
Yeah, I remember that.
But I only played for like a day, but my team won somehow.
Yeah, I remember that because I remember that weekend vividly because like yeah, it was like, all right, look at this Splatfest. It's here. Never got to play it.
Remember we both chose Team Rock, and then we never fucking played the Splatfest together. Never plays it. I played like one game, I remember. I was really confused on what was going on, but I ended up buying Splatoon 3 anyways.
Yeah, I remember vividly. Yeah, it kind of started out when cuz yeah, I remember like when it came out, I did buy it on release day and I know you did as well. And we were kind of like yeah, no, it just kind of became like very, I don't know, it was a very interesting game and something that after playing it a while, I just started getting more into it.
I just liked the way that the little characters looked, so that's why I kept playing it.
No, that's completely fair enough. I kind of see your reasoning there, and yeah, the more we played it, I think we did. Yeah, I don't know. It didn't take too long. It was definitely like a few months went by, and then I think we started bringing it up more and more into Nicholas, like time and from time to time.
Yeah, because I couldn't contain my excitement for this game.
It was it was serious.
I couldn't hold it in.
No, it was impossible.
Especially when I made Athena, I really couldn't contain my like excitement over this game anymore.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I remember like by the time like I don't know, it was like by the time like 2023 was like starting, it was like Rome and Athena, like the ROCs for the game, we were just kind of like, wait a minute. We just kept talking about it more and more, and then we brought it up to Nicholas, and then I feel like the rest just kind of writes for itself.
I remember it. I remember it very vividly. He was like, "Oh, I'll let me look into it," and I was like, "You please play it. It's so good."
Yeah, I have to admit, Kestrel, I literally did not care about Splatoon 3 until you and Iris started sharing some of your Splatoon 3 highlights to my server.
And I remember it was when Side Order was shown off for the first time.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it was when Side Order was shown that I finally broke and I said, screw it. I'm playing Splatoon 3. I'm giving this a shot. I don't care.
It's worth it.
I remember it because I was sick when the not the Splatfest, the direct happened. And I was just kind of sitting in my bed eating macaroni, and I like started screaming because they added Inkopolis into the third game.
Oh my god, no, I remember that vividly. I was on my way to work on the bus watching it, and I was just sitting in my seat like going to work, and I was just like I don't know, I was very happy. I remember I was like grinning like an idiot.
I was so excited for Spike and Annie to get their new little designs. They're my favorites from the first game.
Oh yeah, oh no, they're the best, and I think some of like the that's why I don't I still keep Inkopolis on 3. I can't I can't even lie.
Yeah.
I do too, especially because the Wii U services are going to be shutting down like what, 3 months?
God. It really sucks because the Wii U game is amazing.
It's so fun. It's like very bare bones, but like very fun.
Yeah, no, it's kind of sometimes it's fun. I don't know. I like some games, even if there might be a little more on the bare bones side. They're still really good experiences. I don't know. I'd say honestly, like it's kind of hard for me to pick between 1 and 3 on which one I like more. It's conflicting.
Well, for me, it's a relatively easy pick. It's just Splatoon 3 for me.
I get it.
I really like one, but I also really like three. It's very hard to decide.
Yeah, I only have 2 and 3.
Yeah, I mean, you only have like two of the games, so
Yeah.
I have, I mean, I have all of them basically.
Yeah, same. Like I don't know. Something like it's a good game.
I think my least favorite is two,
Yeah, it's just kind of there. Like when comparing all 3.
because I like one a lot, and I like three, but two's like kind of like the weird middle child of the Splatoon franchise.
Yeah. No, Splatoon was one of those things where it's like
Like it introduced Octolings and all that cool stuff, but I wasn't around to feel like that nostalgia that everyone else does.
I mean, I've known about it since I think even like the commercials like for like the first game that kept like popping up everywhere. Like the really old one.
You know what that reminded me of? I went back into one of my old YouTube channels when I was like 13. I had a video, an MMD video of Captain 3
What the? What?
in my likes.
What? What?
I'm like, what the fuck? I didn't even know what Splatoon was when I was 13.
What?
What? What? Yeah, I've known about it. I think I've known about it since I was like 11, but I just didn't care about it until like a few years later.
Like, someone made this little MMD animation to like Agent 3, and I was like, oh, I guess this is cute. And I didn't know who that character was.
Oh my god.
Little did you know what was gonna happen years down the line.
Years later, I get really obsessed with every single one of those characters. Well, not all of them. I don't like some of them, but like, you get my point.
Yeah, there are some characters in Splatoon that are just kind of like, who are you?
Like Agent 4, everyone forgot who she was because she only appeared once. He or she, depending on what you played.
Yeah, actually, and now that you bring it up, I was like, wait a minute. Yeah, I don't know I don't remember Agent 4.
Agent 4 is from Splatoon 2's Hero Mode, which is like easily the most forgettable one.
Yeah, that was like, oh my god. When I got Splatoon 2, that was the only thing that I really played at that moment because I don't think I had online or something at at that time. I don't remember what the case was.
I completed it in like a few days only because I really wanted to see Callie.
Fair enough. I played through like the first world and never never like played any of it since. Octo expansion, different story.
It was so good. I love Octo expansion.
Well, I've yet to play Octo expansion or the Splatoon 2 story mode. But the Splatoon 3 story mode I have played a little bit of.
I've played through it like 2 times now. I really liked it.
It's good. I haven't beat it like but I've like gotten.
And I beat the Splatoon 1 story mode too. I've actually beat every story mode because I really like the exclusive things you get from it.
Oh, that's completely understandable. Take those. Take those and walk with pride, God damn it.
I like the Octoling gear from Splatoon 2.
There you go. No, oh my god, yeah, wait, that is also an amazing inclusion.
I wish I brought some of the old gear from Splatoon 2 back. They had a lot of good gear, but it's not good enough for me to play on a consistent basis.
True. Yeah. After like I feel like after like Splatoon 3 came out, it's kind of Splatoon 2 is like fun to go back to from time to time, but it's just one of those things where it's like
Like the Octoling gear. I just said that, but the Octoling gear, why can't we have that? It's so pretty looking.
I'd love to see that in that game.
I hope Side Order does something like that.
That'd be great.
Because we really didn't get much from completing Return of the Mammalians. We just got the hero gear like every other one.
That's another thing.
And the hero shot.
Side order also in general. Oh, yeah, that's another thing. I think side order's got to be coming out. Yeah, definitely sooner.
They said it's supposed to be in spring, but I don't know if they're gonna cancel it or what. Because I don't remember how long ago we were supposed to have side order, or if we ever got a date.
We were supposed to have it like quite a while ago, and now there's just kind of like it's just delayed again. I mean, then again, it could be a good thing, but don't we usually get directs like in like some form of a direct in February? So we might actually get to see what happens then.
Yeah, in February.
Yeah.
I know because it's always around our anniversary because we watch them together.
And honestly, funny enough, February 9th last year was when I started playing Splatoon 3. That was the third anniversary that you two got together.
Yeah, I thought it was the 14th for some reason, but that's Valentine's Day. I'm confusing them.
Yeah, shit. It's gonna be almost another four.
They kind of melt together.
Ah, gotcha.
Both of those days kind of run together for us.
They kind of melt together.
Yeah. I'm trying to think of it, like when it comes to the like There's like a few things like when it comes to Splatoon 3 when you go back to another game. Something that I also am kind of surprised about when I saw Splatoon 1. I was surprised Salmon Run didn't exist.
It was introduced in 2.
Yeah. No, I didn't know that until I like played the first game like a few months ago.
We played the game a year ago.
The only game mode I really knew about was Turf War, and honestly, that's basically all I play.
I like playing Anarchy and Salmon Run. I like the what's it called game mode. The what's it called game mode, like you know what I'm talking about.
You know, the one.
I like to play Clam Blitz and Tower Control.
I can see I don't know. For me like every time I play like Anarchy or Ranked, I always just it gets too overstimulating. I think Turf War is enough for me.
We have to focus on killing. It's not really about turfing at all.
Yeah, no, it's just kind of like, I don't know. I could just kind of prefer Turf War, but Salmon Run's also like a close second. I love Salmon Run.
I Yep, I don't like Salmon Run as much as Turf War, but I still think it's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's still fun to mess with. I don't know. I love when we get big runs.
I like I like playing in the private battles when we do different games, like when we play hide and seek or roller hide and seek.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah. No, the fact that you can just make like weird games or try to do weird stuff in private battles, it's great.
It's fun.
Oh my god, I remember one of the clips you two shared. But back before I started playing, when I really don't know for certain. It's either Kestrel you knocked Ira off the map or Ira fell off the map by himself.
Can't remember. I don't have a good memory at all.
I wouldn't be surprised if it was just me falling myself. I think it might have been that.
I remember there was a clip I had of someone re-slidering off of the center of Wahoo World.
Oh, that's lovely.
oh my oh my god.
I don't know where they thought they were going.
Jeez, what the? Uh, I don't know. They had to go down to the gas station.
There's little jellies underneath the center of Wahoo World that reminded me.
Oh my god! Oh my god! The jellyfish and the little jelly guys are silly as hell.
It's kind of cute. I like when the little jellies are around in the background of the stages.
Oh yeah, no. There's a lot of weird little scenery and secret like little things they place into all the maps, which is just kind of great. Oh, I love that they add like little things like that. Wasn't there like
They're so cute, especially in Barnacle and Dime.
yeah,
You could see them eating. You could see one stuck in a ball pit for some reason. I
nice.
think it's so cute. My favorite is when you could see the other maps in the background of like a different map. Like in Crab Leg Capital, if you look far enough, you could see Hagglefish Market.
Speaking of hagglefish, God, what a good map.
Yep, honestly, Hagglefish Market is one of my favorite maps. While it is a little bit simple in its design, I like the little side areas that they put.
And the same can be said from the other way around.
Yeah, no, it's like I don't know what it was for. God,
I love Hagglefish. I still don't know why they randomly added a big hole in the center of the map that used to not be there.
I keep forgetting that what the pole wasn't there.
Like, what was that for? It's good for sprinkler placement, but like, why a big giant green on top of boxes? They like adding random poles in Splatoon 3 for some reason. Like the pole in the middle of Wahoo World wasn't there beforehand.
They'll look at a fine looking map and just be like, okay, where do we place this thing right here? It needs a pole dead center. Or just
I don't understand the random pole placements. They're just here. That needs a pole. Oh my god, did you guys hear that Mincemeat Metalworks is getting a redesign or a rework finally?
Oh yeah, yeah. Oh yes, I heard.
Yeah, Mincemeat is one of those maps that I always am. God, that's one of the most forgettable maps for me.
I know. I'm so happy that it isn't gonna be dog anymore.
It's just, it also just doesn't have good lighting. The lighting is just real. It's depressing.
So ugly colored, like it's just a bunch of browns and greens. Yeah, it's really weird.
Well, me personally, I honestly used to hate Mincemeat Metalworks because of its difficulty to win on. But of course, as I got better, I started to like the map a little bit more. But yeah, but now I honestly don't mind it.
I'm just happy it's getting a better layout design because I hate the colors and I hated the map layout, so I just didn't like playing on it. But at least now it could be a little bit more tolerable. It also reminds me of the Mahi Mahi rework, which wasn't really too big and also not that big of a change, even though they completely like hacked it like down from the first game's Mahi Mahi.
Yeah.
Like we played on the first Mahi Mahi. It's really nice and pretty and big.
Yeah, no, I love that Mahi Mahi. It was amazing.
I love Splatoon 1's Mahi Mahi, but Splatoon 3's is like so watered down and neutered. It's really long and small.
Yeah, I don't know what happened to it. Why they had to just break it down into a singularity.
What happened?
Oh, that's great. They make a lot of Tetris piece shaped maps. I'm gonna be honest.
They took they took all of the building and turned it into a Tetris piece. Not recently though. They've been improving a little bit, like with the Robo Ramen.
That's a map I haven't. Oh wait, yeah, actually,
Oh
Elmo was
yes.
good.
We played on it a few times. That's where I got flash banged by splash color screen for the first time.
Oh yeah, speaking of which, that's disgusting.
I hate that special so much. It's still not good even after they reworked it.
Yeah, reworking or not, it's still a special that I won't understand or won't get behind because it's ad.
I also really don't like triple splashdown. They made splashdown from Splatoon 2 worse somehow. Like it already was kind of annoying, but like you could still cancel it. But if you cancel a triple splashdown, the two other hands will still splash.
It doesn't help that like the hitbox for it is like so stupid. It's like you have no time to escape it.
It's like so large.
Yeah, no, it's one of those specials that I just am like, why you could have just kept it at the one.
Like you'll be like a butt hair away from it and it'll still kill you.
Yeah, no, and the fact that you see it almost everywhere now.
Like I don't mind using it, but like playing against it is the most horrid thing I've ever experienced.
Yeah, no, but yeah, just the fact that they had to throw it on a.
Yeah, because of the easy accessibility from the splat dualies. The other weapon it's on isn't too terrible. I think it was like the blaster or something like that.
Yeah, it just wasn't all that great.
I don't know. The kits this season were kind of lacking. I think I'm just biased because none of my main weapons have gotten a secondary kit, but it was kind of lackluster this time around.
Yeah, no, it's not great.
When are we getting a new kit for Flingza and Nautilus? I'm kind of tired of the brainstorm and the little point sensor thing that doesn't do shit.
Oh my god.
I want the suction bomb from Splatoon 2 to come back for Nautilus.
Oh my god, that freaking thing. That freaking thing. Oh my
Oh
god.
my god, no. Dude, Suction Bomb was crazy. It's crazy. Oh,
I would love that. That would be so much more powerful for me. I could place it right behind him and just start pushing them into a corner so they'll die either way. I love suction bomb. I don't know what I'd want for Flingza because I really like the kit it has, but I want to see a secondary one.
Continuing on with the suction bombs, a few days ago, of course I shared the highlight to my server, but I was bombarded with suction bombs. I mean, there was like around at least 7 or 8 of them coming at me in Splatoon 2.
Oh yeah, because Bomb Rush was still special in that game. Someone probably had Suction Bomb Rush.
Oh my god.
Oh,
So
That's like the most
horrendous.
horrific thing, as aside from the curling bomb rush. It's so funny looking.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, curling bomb rush. That's
It's
just
just a bunch of Roombas coming after you.
oh, curling bomb rush is just fucking hilarious.
You're getting chased by a bunch of little Roombas. How could you be scared of it? They're gonna clean your toes or something. I don't know.
yep, they're gonna clean your floors and then splatter them with ink. That's what they're gonna freaking do.
I like the auto bomb ones because it looks like just a bunch of little creatures running to you.
Yeah, but going up against these things, it's honestly a literal. It's like the little things are chasing me. Like it's like there's no escape from them.
They do chase you. They lock onto you, but you can easily avoid them if you just run right before.
Yep, I constantly run away from them. They're locked on to me like an attention-seeking cat. I mean, what the heck?
I think because they were based off of the Seekers in Splatoon 1, which was also probably inspiration for the curling bomb.
Oh.
Ah, okay.
I missed the Seeker. It was actually pretty cool.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's like if a curling bomb could lock onto you. They were shaped like little sailboats. They were so cute. It was so adorable. They've added like specials back. I want them to add old bombs back.
Oh my god, damn, we should get that back.
Even though the only old bomb is like Seeker.
Yeah, they don't. That's all they need to do is add Seeker in.
And the old version of Toxic Mist, I think it was Disruptor.
I think there was. I'm trying to think because there's a weapon because I play the NZAP 85. I didn't realize this until like I think it was Splatoon 2 or 1, but there was also the NZAP 83 which had the original like Famicom colors, and I'm trying to think. I wonder if we'll ever get that again.
I hope so. It was so pretty.
It looked so cool. I love like the old like Famicom aesthetic and color designing and stuff like that. It looks really cool.
It's like red and gold. It's so beautiful.
It's so good looking.
They didn't have color differentiations in really the old games, except for the Sheldon special weapons from Splatoon 1, where they had like that berry Splattershot Pro
Oh yeah.
and the pink sploosh. I don't remember what it was called. I remember though in Splatoon 2, they had really boring designs for the secondary kits. Like the Fling Zone secondary just had a sticker slapped onto the little base part.
Really?
Yeah, I was just like, here, it's different now.
Yeah, come on guys, look. Give me money. Give me the money. Like, come on.
It's different now, you guys. I hope the new Flingza has like a gold finish instead of the silvering,
Oh my god, yeah.
or like a matte black finish. I wonder what a new Nautilus would look like.
Yeah, I wonder what they would use
I
for a
don't know.
color.
I'm so excited for this next Splatfest to be over and done with, so we have the new season.
Oh man.
So I could either be excited or disappointed again.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see. I'm really, cause yeah, what this was a yeah, Splatoon is just kind of when it comes to I don't know, like the Splatfest and everything. What a confusing mess.
Hope we get the Kenza weapons back from Splatoon 2. Remember how beautiful they looked? They were like all black and white with like red detailing. Oh my god, they're so beautiful.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I kind of forgot about like what the because I know I've heard the Kenza name before, but I did not remember like what they looked like. But yeah, no, the black and white ones were amazing.
I remember the Kenza Dynamo was really beautiful. And so was the Kenza, one of the Kenza gals. I can't remember which one it was. I get them confused. It was the small one, not the long one, the small one. It had like it was completely black with like white dots all over it. It was so pretty.
I never really got a good look at the Kenzo weapons because of a battle and all that. But yeah, but after hearing all that, yeah, I'm pretty intrigued.
Yeah, no, there's a big rabbit hole of different weapons that aren't in like 3 that you like when it comes to looking down and really like seeing them. It's kind of surprising to see what kind of other variants that or like different like branded things that you'd find. They're really cool.
Yeah, like especially with the new design changes for Splatoon 3, I want to see how they look. Like remember all the old Tenatech splatter shots? They just had the Tenatech logo just slapped on the side of it.
Yeah, no, and it was the old Tenatech, like it was still like the standard like old green guns from like 1.
Like all of them up till 3 had a really weird design. It was just the exact same vanilla splatter shot, but they just slapped a sticker on it and called it a day.
It's just kind of like they didn't. It's just kind of nice though to see like they have a little more. Yeah, they just kind of give them more like personality instead of just here's a base, slap a sticker.
They're so like beautiful now. Even then, when they don't give them like branding specific colors, they just change the colors in general, and it looks nice.
Oh yeah, no, and that also works. Yeah, even then, like the color switching and different like changes for colors. It's
I'm trying to think of more examples of how like nicer they look in Splatoon 3. Like, I guess the crack on it looks a little bit better because it's all orange and it isn't just the basic flat roller with the crack on logo in between the cylinder thing. It's actually very pretty in orange and like blue. I also remember the one blaster design from Splatoon 1 that I really want to see come back. It was in 2. I don't remember what it was called, but it looked the almost the exact same except it had like green flames and it had like a some magenta accents, I think.
well, that sounds nice.
It was really pretty.
Oh, yeah, that's cute actually.
I also liked the cherry nozzle nose. It was very pretty. It was red and it had a little cherry on the side. That's so adorable. I hope we get more weapons with like little things on it.
Yeah, no, you kind of like it's kind of interesting. We had both a bunch of weapons that had like a bunch of personality back then, but also at the same time we had ones that looked
Most of them were just the exact same thing with like a label on it.
yeah. At the same time, we also had some really cool looking stuff too. So it's just kind of like
It was like it's like kind of like an opposite. It was far few between in the first few games, but now it's like the norm in Splatoon 3.
oh yeah,
And I think it's like a way better design choice because it makes the weapon kit stand out.
oh definitely.
So when you're like looking up, you don't have to squint your eyes and be like, which one is that again? But then you'll like see like the differentiation of the coloring and like kind of the style, I guess. And you're like, oh, it's that one with these things on instead of the vanilla kit. I think that the new weapons look pretty. So I'm excited for my mains to get new kits.
Yeah, and I really hope that does happen at least at some point because I feel like that should happen.
I liked the look of the new undercover umbrella, but it has the special attached to it, so I don't want to ever really use it. Plus, I just black color screen.
Which special was on that one again?
It was a very pretty plaid patterning on it, and they ruined it.
Oh, gross. Never mind. So it's just like, well, I guess I'm never going back ever again.
I also really liked the S Blast secondary kit's coloring because it was kind of like a blue and not blue, purple and white. I kind of wanted to stick my mouth on the firing point and drink out of it.
You think it's like grape juice or something?
Because purple probably comes out of it, so it tastes good, I'm assuming.
Okay.
Oh fuck yeah! Get some. It-
And it tastes like grape soda. You just you just shoot into your mouth and it just has a splash of grape soda come in.
Oh God.
yeah, no, it works. You know, you get like it's a brand new. It's a brand new cup.
I just imagine that in my head and it's kind of weird looking. I just imagine like Athena holding the big cover over her mouth and just firing out.
She just wanted some soda.
She's just a little thirsty.
Oh my God. I honestly could imagine this is something like that on the Tacticooler. I mean, I love the Tacticooler.
Oh yeah,
I love I wish that Tacticooler was real. There's it probably could be real. It's like just based off of a drink cooler.
yeah. No, I want to find a Tacticooler in real life and have one in my house.
Oh my God. I can only imagine. I can only imagine.
What do you guys think the drinks in the Tacticooler taste like?
I think they would taste like think maybe fruit flavored soda.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
I think they taste like the original Monster Energy.
Oh,
Cause
okay.
like they give you like speed boosts and all that other fun stuff, so it's like you gotta have like some kind of stuff in there.
That could also work out too. Yeah, I could imagine that kind of being the case. But yeah, I kind of imagine it being more so like it could be really just any like fruity or like soda or maybe like a I almost thought of a ramune.
Oh yeah, ramen. It could be like that, especially since a lot of Splatoon stuff is based off of Japanese culture.
Yeah, so I kind of that's kind of what I was thinking was some form of a ramune soda.
It could be the original one, original flavor. It's just like clear.
Yeah.
That'd be kind of cute.
I think I've actually had that flavor.
That's my favorite flavor.
Really? Is it's that good, huh?
Yeah. Even though I like strawberry things more, um I really like the original Ramune flavor.
I really want to get into that. I need to get more into ramune stuff if I'm gonna be honest.
I have so many bottles of it
No, we don't. I don't really have
because
like.
I've had so many flavors.
I think I just need to go and find like stores that sell it more. Because there are. I had I remember I had a strawberry one, like a definitely like a little over a year ago, and it was really good.
Had a bunch of pineapple ones before. They had Hello Kitty on it.
Oh my god, pine. Oh, I love pineapple stuff. So that sounds like right up my alley.
Oh my god, speaking of Hello Kitty, I really hope they have Hello Kitty Splatfests again like they did in the old games.
Yes.
I remember those, but those were like Japan's region Splatfests.
Even if we don't get him in this region, I still want to see him anyway.
If I find out that they're gonna do a Sanrio one, I will switch my region so I can play it.
Yeah, yeah, but you know what? You freaking do it.
I hope so. Especially since they have 3 teams now and Kuromi's a little bit more popular. I hope that she's on a team so I could play for her team.
Oh my god, yes.
Probably, I don't know if she's as popular as she is in the West, in Japan.
Oh yes, Kuromi would probably sweep. I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, no, I feel like I see a lot more Kuromi stuff here.
If not, I'd probably just go Hello Kitty.
That's completely fair too. Hello Kitty's a classic, and cannot go wrong.
There's a lot of cool region lock Splatfest from the old games that we didn't get.
There's one I always think about that I'm like, damn, I missed that when it was like in Splatoon 1, and there was one for like SpongeBob.
Oh my God, I was just reading about Nickelodeon's Splatfest. I believe either today or yesterday. And honestly, I kind of hope that they do a Nickelodeon themed Splatfest this time around.
I want a SpongeBob Splatfest. That'd be so cool.
Please, that'd be fun.
I really want one versus all the Mario princesses. How has that not been an idea to come to Nintendo's head yet? Like we had that Zelda Splatfest, even though Wonder's release was like right next to it, and we never had a Wonder Splatfest.
Either or. Like I just kind of think like,
That's what kind of pissed me off. I don't really care about Zelda games, and I was so excited for them to have a Mario themed Splatfest like they did in the old game.
yeah, no, and that's something I because like We had one.
Like, sorry, it's boring. I've tried to play it, but it's like so intricate from like just the get-go, and you just can't get into it unless you already know what's going on.
Yeah, I don't know. I like, yeah, Zelda's just can't get into it.
I tried playing Majora's Mask, but like I had no idea what was going on, and I read all the instructions thoroughly, and I still didn't know what the they wanted me to do.
Yeah, I feel like every time that I've tried to play like a Zelda game, I've just I don't know. I get lost too easily. Like within like the first 10 minutes, I'm already lost.
I think Princess Zelda's very pretty, but I would not play any of the games that she's from because it's way too difficult.
I've tried playing Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, and I think actually I remember actually at one of my friends' houses I played a little Wind Waker and it was actually pretty. It was actually out of all of the Zelda games, it was the most decent. It was the one that I kind of
Let me play my Mario and Splatoon. I'd rather play something I can actually wrap my head around.
yeah, no, I just can't get into it. Just give me Mario.
I don't know what Mario games to play. I already finished Wonder like twice.
I get it. No, I still like from time to time I haven't really been able to play more games aside from like usually like Overwatch and Splatoon. I haven't really like sat down and just full on played a Mario game in a while.
I've yet to start Mario Wonder.
You could play it with us. You could actually progress your own save file while playing online.
Kind of
Ooh.
want to again. It sounds
That's what me and Ira did when it came out. We progressed on our save files together.
Ah, okay.
yeah, when you do get to sit down and play Wonder, it's one hell of an experience. It's amazing.
So we basically like beat the game together. It still saves all your progress even if you're playing online.
Ah, gotcha.
It's fun.
yeah, no, I played
Especially since there's no timer, you don't really gotta worry about nothing. It's so cute. I love all the character models. They're so little and squishy looking. They're kind of like the Inklings from Splatoon 1. They just look very squishy and soft. And like repetitive they look like just kind of the same and boring and not very it's I don't know. It doesn't look fun, but it also is fine to look at. It's like not enough it's like inoffensive to look at. It's not stylized.
they all kind of have like a very soft squish. They just after looking at like new Super Mario Brothers and just seeing like how like static, like lifeless, mostly. Yeah, it's just kind of eh. I feel like yeah, no. Out of all the only Mario like new Super Mario Brothers game I would even consider to be boring is just Mario U. That's the most boring one.
Yeah, because we have it on two
I have it on
consoles.
two consoles, and it's just out of all the Mario games, it's the most lifeless for me.
I liked the what's it called? The one for Switch just because of Peachette, because you could finally play a woman character and not just Mario. I don't know, I like playing female characters more. It's not fun being Mario every single game.
Yep, I'm with you there, Kestrel. I'm more for female characters too.
Yeah.
I think they're nicer to look at for me. I don't know why. If you ever notice that in video games, the designs for male characters are like so bare bones and like lackluster that you gravitate more to female characters.
I like both. I like both, but I just yeah, no, I remember I'm gonna be honest, when I started Splatoon, and, like when it was mostly just Inklings, I immediately gravitated more toward the Inkling girl.
Because they're cute. They make cute little noises, and then the Inkling boys have like ugly haircuts.
Like what happened to you? I'd be crying if I looked like that too, man. That's
I'd be crying if I looked like that too, man. What they be doing to y'all. Inkling boys' haircuts are so ugly.
oh man, they make me upset.
Like, unironically, especially in the first game when you only had one haircut option.
Yeah, God.
Like, why would you want your whole scalp to be out and about like that?
Yeah, it's just kind of like God, that's like a real
It feels like those pictures where you have the cat's ears pulled back and like their eyes are like all like pulled. That's what the hairstyle for the Inkling boys looks like.
It kind of looks yeah, it looks like that. It was
They look like cats getting their ears pulled back.
It's really a last minute situation. I'd eat my leg over picking an inkling boy.
Even then, some Inkling Girl haircuts are kind of ugly, like the pigtails one.
Yeah, some of them aren't great, but at the same time, it's like,
They just have their like whole dome out, and they have like these ugly ponytails on the side.
Personally, I don't mind that.
It looks nice when it's styled right.
I think you just need to get the style down. If you don't know what you're doing, then it's just gonna.
Like if you put a nice hat on top of it, then it'll look really good. But if you just rock the dome out, then yeah, you're gonna look a little funny. It kind of reminds me of that new Octoling hairstyle where it looks like there's just a bread loaf on top of the head.
Bread loaf.
You know which one I'm talking about, where they're like bald on like every other part except for the top of their head.
Yeah, what happened, bro?
What happened there?
What happened to you? Are you okay?
It looks like they got a little like you know those pastries where they have like jelly in the center and then like the bread part is like puffing up at the end?
Yeah.
Looks like that.
Yeah, I don't know anybody that's genuinely rocking that cut.
It looks so weird. But then
That's
on
like
the other
I think
hand, the
the
pompadour hairstyle is really good. See, that's how you do like a hairstyle where you have all the hair on the top correct. Not whatever this pastry haircut is for octolings.
the more pompadour, because that's kind of I kind of more have like the that kind of going for me and on my character.
I like the little small tentacles in the back of the pompadour hairstyle. Look very chewy and delicious.
Some like some like lime jello or some shit.
You like grab on the back of some octoling's hair, like, hey, I'm gonna eat it really quick, don't mind me.
Octoling hair tastes so good when you don't have a somebody
Oh
like yelling in your mouth.
In your ear telling you otherwise.
You think Athena does that? She just she, she when
Especially the octoling girl default haircut, like imagine chewing on those tentacles.
yeah, she's just kind of just like just kind of find her doing it.
Yeah, she's just sucking on them while she's bored.
Oh yeah, no, she does that all the time.
That reminds me of the like multiple times I did like describe Athena just sucking on Rome's hair. Just whole front of the coil right in there.
I think it makes sense. I mean, they don't even look like tentacles. They just look like a nice gummy candy.
I can't blame her though. I think that's my own instincts sneaking into my writing, but I really want to eat all the hairstyles in Splatoon.
It looks like it'd have like the consistency and like taste of like the gummy sharks.
What about the default Inkling girl haircut? You guys want to eat like the big flabs at the front? I want to chew on them so bad. They probably do, or they actually taste like calamari and like whatever octopus snack you can think about.
Either or.
Yep. Yeah, but what about the wave hairstyle for the Inkling girls?
I feel like that one would be really chewy. Like you could just put the whole one big hairpiece in your mouth and it'll fit in very perfectly because of all the grooves in it.
Oh yeah, and to get really descriptive about.
Then again, Solokeen's hair would be very hard to chew.
I would hope so. It's not easy to chew through if it's gonna be on top of her head.
Yeah, God, imagine like someone just takes a bite on accident. It's just
Imagine someone comes up to you and be like, hey, and then like eats your hair.
yeah. What do you do then? Does it grow? Does it?
What do? You just live with this up cut? Because I don't know if tentacles grow back or not.
Yeah, it's like, do they grow back or do you just shave it off? What happens next?
I don't even think we could find out what happens after that.
Well, honestly, I've always been curious about how Inklings are not going to grow the hair in the first place.
That's what I think too. Because like, there's a lot of hairstyles where they're just shaved it all off and then just have like this weird gradient on the top of their head.
Yeah, because like how that they're supposed.
And then just throw a slice of cheese onto it, see what happens.
Oh my god, yeah. I want to throw like a slice of cheese, maybe two slices, depending on how big the forehead is.
I'm guessing their heads are very big, but yeah,
If maybe their head is as big as fries.
I don't think they're that big. Frey has like probably like the biggest head in the Splatoon universe. She has a lot of thoughts in there.
She's got a lot on the mind at all times.
What is she thinking about? I don't know. Probably thinking about all the Splatfest she lost.
I've so, I'm just like I'm so like honest. Bro, I'm sorry to Fry.
I feel bad for her. She's not real, but I feel bad for her.
Yeah, because that's just like, damn. Because like when it comes to like Splatoon and everything, you just think like, oh yeah, family, common sense. Yeah, I'm gonna go with this team.
But yeah, but like most of the fan base, especially in the West, is like edgy teenage girls, which is like the demographic that is like, I hate my parents. I don't want to have anything to do with them. I know because I was like that.
Damn. And now it's just kind of like, wow. What a,
It's like I appreciate my family. I would have been less upset if family won. Not family, if friends won.
yeah, if Friends won, I would have understood more.
I'd be like, oh, okay, that's fine. Whatever, that's kind of cool. But solo?
That just made I remember after that Splatfest ended, I just kind of had to sit down for a second and just be like, you serious?
Actually, that reminds me of something I saw on the Japan Splatoon Twitter. They worded their Splatfest differently in Japan than they did the other regions. That's probably what led to the different votings.
Oh God.
Because they said, what do you do on your day off? Do you spend time with your family, friends, or by yourself?
What the why didn't you just translate it directly?
Why did they word it different for the other region?
Well, there you go. That might have been why.
I would have been on Team Solo if we had that wording in like the US or like the general region.
Yeah, I would have done the same.
But they're like, oh, who do you spend the holidays with? That's like two different questions you're asking here.
Yeah, they don't they don't mean the exact same thing.
Because a day off, you could obviously just be like, oh, I wanna hang out by myself, relax a little bit.
Yeah. No, that's normal. That's fine. Whatever. I would have yeah, I would have picked solo too if it was rewarding.
So that's why my jaw was hitting the floor in shock when I saw the results. My God.
No, when I found that out, that was just like, what? Why did they word it so differently compared to the other regions?
I just I just kind of like yeah, when it happened, all I could think was like, all right, I'm just gonna turn off the game for the night.
I thought people were just lonely as hell.
Yeah, God, those I swear to God, every single match that Splatfest.
Like, okay, so that was for nothing. I just got my kicked for nothing.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like, what do you do? Can we go back to the peak times?
The last two Splatfests have been like the exact same, but two different outcomes. I got my kicked during the greeting Splatfest, but my team won. And then I got my kicked during this last Splatfest, and my team lost. So, like, what do I expect from that?
Just want to go back to the ice cream Splatfest. That one was the best. I don't care. I don't care.
Well, it was a special Splatfest, so it's not going to be region locked. It never was region locked in the other games, even though our team severely lost.
I don't know. I definitely just felt I don't know. I just felt like I was in a good space at that moment. I was just like feeling myself.
I kind of do. I busted my that Splatfest just for us to be in dead last.
Yeah, Team Vanilla got 45 points, the team I was on, and Team Mint Chip got 12 points. And Team Strawberry got Zippo.
We had fun, but it kind of was like defeating when we spent like so much time into it and then we lost.
This is sad. No,
We didn't even get points during like the count the not the counting. I don't know what it is. The end results. I loved the ink for Strawberry. It was so pretty. It was the best pink ink they've ever gave to the game.
yeah, in general, the pastel-y pink it's good. It's really good.
I don't think it's a theory anymore, but every time they have white ink for a Splatfest, that team always wins.
Yeah. No.
You ever notice that?
Oh yes, I remember the first Splatfest I took part in, and that was just after I started. It was the chocolate Splatfest. Oh my god.
Yeah, it won because milk chocolate was white ink. No, literally, I don't think half the people on that team even like that.
And it's sad because yeah, no, so for some people, white chocolate, people either really love it or really don't. And most of the time,
It's a really divisive chocolate, and then for some reason it won the Splatfest.
yeah.
I say for some reason as if I don't know why. Because the ink was white. That's why it won.
Yeah. I guess next time we have a white ink,
You know what? I'm swearing to it now. If the next Splatfest has white ink again, I'm picking that team because it's gonna win no matter what.
I was gonna say the exact same thing.
And personally, I'm not too sure, but I'll give it some thought.
I'm very sure that's been a winning factor in a lot of the games, actually.
Yeah. Every single one so far, it's been consistent.
Especially 3. Every white ink team has won.
Yep, white chocolate, vanilla, and now solo. I mean, holy crap.
I mean, 3 times isn't just a coincidence anymore. I kind of liked the milk chocolate color better. Kind of looked like you were flinging at everybody.
Oh man, yeah, you could just say like,
Especially with the specials. It looked so funny.
it's
Oh,
like, hey guy,
Yep, that's what the whole Splatfest was for us.
it's just a bunch of.
That's all that happened.
There you go.
My favorite part was using a booyah bomb during that Splatfest.
Oh my god, it was great.
It was so funny looking.
what is.
And everyone explodes on them.
Start levitating and you just throw a big ball at somebody. Turn it. You kind of just channel into your inner like ape. You just kind of turn into a monkey. Just start like flinging it.
That's how you win a Splatfest game on milk chocolate. You unleash your inner monkey and you win.
Just get primal.
oh my god.
I really want to know what the next Splatfest is going to be though, because like I remember like the greetings one was so random. So I want to know what they're going to do now. I'm really hoping for that Mario Princess theme to ever come to fruition. That's a really good idea, and I've seen a bunch of people talk about it too. I wasn't the only one who thought about it.
Honestly, I'm not too sure about it, but honestly, if it happens, Team Rosalina all the way for me.
I want to go Daisy,
I'm very conflicted. I either go Team Peach or Team Daisy.
but it's just sad that there. Some people just why hate Daisy.
I think if I'd want a winning chance, I would have to go Peach.
Yeah, yeah. There's a lot of different like things you could base off of. I remember at one point I was like, when the Mario movie was coming out, we were like, what if there was one for that?
Yep, I remember that was around the time of the Splatfest coming out for Zelda.
Yeah.
I was like, Mario movie's like your biggest success that's gonna come out. Why don't you make a Splatfest about that instead of some Zelda game?
Actually, the Splatfest that came before or the Mario movie came out was the Nessie Aliens Bigfoot Splatfest.
I remember that one.
Why did they give us that and not like, oh, who's your favorite character from the movie? Like, it could have been like Mario, Peach, or Bowser to give all the main storylines a chance.
Yeah. No, I'm surprised we didn't get like something of that nature. But hopefully we do at some point. But definitely that princess idea kind of should see something like that. I want to.
I wanted to know what the final fist is gonna be, considering all of them have been like world-ending like events in the games.
Yeah, so at this point it's like what could be so world-ending this time?
Like Callie just ran away during the first one, and then we had this whole world divide after Side Order, not Side Order, the Chaos versus Order.
Oh yeah. Now it's just like, oh, we gotta.
So it's like, what are we gonna do for this one exactly?
Yeah, and it's just kind of thinking like, because when you think about it, that would be interesting. I know that Splatoon 3. I hope.
I have like two ideas that it could be. It could be the idol groups facing off, or it could be past versus present versus future.
Oh, the past versus present versus future one. I really like that.
I would be very. Yeah, God, that would. Yeah, past, present, and future. That would be a very unique choice to go for.
I hope that's a normal Splatfest because I kind of want the final one to be versus all the idol groups.
Yeah, when it comes to.
I wonder what the colors would even be.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. I was thinking like, I almost thought white for future.
I'm thinking black, silver, and gold.
Yeah, that's why. But I only thought that because I was like, oh, white. That sounds like the most typical like future, quote unquote, futuristic like color, apart from like black or something.
No, future's gonna win if we put white. What would the ink colors be for the idol ones? Because they're comprised of like 2 to 3 different colors. Or would they have one primary color and do like that special ink like they had in the story mode with like the little logos in the ink? Remember that with all the boss battles, they had like the deep cut logo and the members' ink.
I think I don't know. I kind of remember it at
Yeah, they
least.
had that. I remember. Remember the race war from Splatoon 2?
Oh yeah. Oh my God, the fact they even had one is crazy.
Squid won. I remember.
Uh, damn. I understand that, like, the Inklings and Squids are more like iconic for Splatoon at least, but
I remember it was said that if you pick Team Octopus, even if you didn't finish Octo expansion, you get to play as an Octoling. I'm surprised Octopus didn't win for that alone.
yeah, because that is a really good like bonus.
It's like you didn't even finish it, but here, play as a cute little Octoling.
Yeah, it's like, here you go, here's your chance. You can pick it now.
Yeah, but I really like the little Octolings as well. But yeah, but I familiarize myself more with Inklings, so I would go with Team Squid.
I would have been on Team Octopus. They're so cute.
Oh yeah, no, I'm a huge Octoling enjoyer.
I love their faces.
Fair enough. Yeah, no, it all just kind of comes down to like what you use as your avatar, especially now that you just have the options to pick from by default at the beginning. So I was just, yeah, when I saw that, I was just kind of like just looking through, and I was just like, honestly, Octoling's looking a little better for me at least.
Because they're so cute. I like their little, like, mouths. They always have them open. And their eyes look a little bigger.
Oh my god, no, that is a great detail. Bigger, they're a little more like dilated in a way.
And they look like they all have eyeliner on. It's kind of cute.
I really do like the Octolings eyeliner as well. Yeah, but thinking about it now, compare regular Octolings eyeliner with Shiver's eyeliner. I mean, Shiver's eyeliner is extremely thin.
Oh yeah. Oh, it is.
It's more humanoid than the other ones.
Yeah, the Octolings have a much more distinct style compared to the one that Shiver tends to consistently have on.
Which really brings in that theory of them being deep cut, like at least the Inkling and Octoling ones, being subspecies.
Oh yeah.
Because her ears are long.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, yeah, no, that's another thing. Yeah, Fry's ears are like way longer than like most of like the ones that most Inklings have.
Like even Callie and Marie, they had longer ears, and they're still Inklings, I believe.
Yes, they are still inkling.
Yeah.
I can't remember if they're cuttlefish because their grandpa is literally Captain Cuttlefish. So I don't know if they're cuttlefish or they're Inklings or what they are, but they're something. They have long ears. They hear everything.
They're here. So
They hear color.
they hear colors.
Yep.
Fry probably hears color. Look at her big ears.
Oh my god. Do you think she can hear what you're thinking?
Probably. She's stealing all the sound waves with her big ears.
Oh my god, no, I feel like every time I get near Fry, I just start going deaf.
I think she's so cute though, especially when she shakes her head in the newscast sometimes, her ears just wiggle. It looks so cute. You ever think she accidentally smacks herself in the face with her ears?
Better question. Do you think she smacks the other deep cut members in the face on accident?
Yeah, they're like, hey, Fry, and then she like turns around and like smacks them by accident.
It's like, hey Fry.
You gotta stand a little farther away from her when you speak to her.
Yeah, you gotta be careful because make the wrong move, you're just
I'm gonna
gonna get smacked across the face.
slap by her little ears. Not little, but like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're your comically large ears.
Her ears that hear literally everything. You could be like in a different country, she could still hear you breathing.
Oh, oh yeah. She can hear you in a whole continent.
She's like, I still hear you.
Yeah.
She probably can. My two Fry amiibos are near me. One's on top of my TV and one's in my bed. They both hear me.
I have my Fry plush with me right now, as a matter of fact.
I have no fries.
Fries. I have no fries. That's the plural of them. Is she like a little food?
Yeah, basically.
Yeah, I have a shiver amiibo, but that's it.
She has normal hearing, I think, because she has like the normal sized octoling ears.
Yeah, her ears are fine. They're not comical. They're not comical enough anyway. They're just a little red. Maybe she came in from being outside, it's really cold out. And then your ears get all red.
They're just red.
Yeah.
They're just red. Oh my god, that reminded me. During the Frosty Fest, you guys saw Callie and Marie, right?
Oh yeah.
Their ears and noses were a little bit more red because of the cold. It was so cute. I was about to say I don't know why that happens, but I actually do know why that happens. You know, like when your hands get really cold, they start getting warm.
Oh yeah, no, I can confirm that happens to me a lot whenever I'm outside in the cold because it's really bad.
Yeah, that's hypothermia.
Yeah.
That's why people die of hypothermia so easy because they get that feeling of like, oh, it's hot, I better start getting, and then they freeze to death.
Okay.
Oh, because yeah, I'm thinking about that, and then there's also the fact that yeah, no, because there are, yeah, also that's another thing with like the ears and stuff. Sometimes you'll be outside or like it'll be like somewhere that's cold, and then your ears get stupidly warm.
Yeah, it like just happens in certain areas sometimes.
That happens to me too sometimes, but I guess yeah, that's just a side effect of potential hypothermia happening. It's great.
It's a natural reaction, but it's really weird.
It is still definitely weird. I always found it really like scary whenever it happened.
It's never cold enough here for me to do that.
Well, that's why I usually will wear winter hats over my ears.
Oh yeah, no, I usually do like I have one of those like I have one of those like hats with the ear flaps on them. I have the it's I think they're called ushankas or whatever. They're very good hats. I've been a proud user of them forever. Best winter hat in my opinion at least.
I have to say that those kinds of hats do look pretty good.
I know they're very good. They're very comfortable. The only sometimes I don't wear them, but that's just because like sometimes when I go out and I have like my headphones in, I can't really put the hat on over my headphones.
Why not? What would it look like if you did?
It's just hard to fit them in.
Oh, I was like, does it make your head wide or something?
No, it just. I mean, I wouldn't even care at that point.
Well, in my case, since basically all my winter hats are beanies, my headphones can fit over them perfectly fine.
Yeah, no, I do sometimes wear. I do have a beanie that I wear from time to time. So I'll sometimes just switch between the two. If I want to have my headphones on when I go out, then I'll just throw a beanie on.
Ah, gotcha. And then again, I do really like beanies, and I've got to say, there is not a single time where I don't think about a beanie and not to think about Soul Keen.
And it's true. I always remember that.
Yeah, I can't see beanies the same every time. I'm just like, oh my god, Solo King reference, and it's just like some beanie at a store.
Yeah, no, we have like a. I'll just find like a beanie at like some like store or just kind of pass by. It's like, oh wait a minute, that's right. Solakeen has that on.
He's the master of beanies around here. He is the master of beanies. Well, once a beanie master, always a beanie master.
It goes the same for Athena and crowns. I think about like think the exact same when I see crowns. I think about Athena.
And then for me, when it comes to Rome, it's always yeah, it's always round tinted glasses. And honestly, if I ever need like if I ever end up needing glasses in the future, I want to get some rounded ones.
Round tinted glasses.
Because they look good. Every time I've worn like a pair of glasses that aren't rounded, they look weird. But for Rome's sake, it's just like you need to get you need a pair of yeah anything that's like round or tinted.
I can definitely understand that. Speaking of our OCs, how about we take some time to talk about them?
I've been waiting for this part. I can go on and on about Athena.
Yeah, this is time. Oh, let's go.
Yep, yep. Let's do it.
So who should go first? I probably not me because I talk a lot about Athena, and it could go on forever.
Yeah, but I think when it comes to our sake, I know that I always just kind of had the same character like look. Like so, yeah, basically ever since I had Splatoon 3, I always just kind of like I kind of rocked the same like look where he yeah, where I kind of at least when it comes to like the haircut and everything cuz I for a while my character used to wear like a hat and then after I dropped the hat I looked through
Yeah, I used to cover the beautiful large coil.
yeah, and I'm just kind of like, dang, why should I do that here? And then I started looking through, and it started like with like different glass pairs of glasses that I saw, and I was like, wait a minute, this one pair actually looks really nice. And when I found and I matched that and was also looking around, and because I have the Smash Ultimate Inkling Girl amiibo, and you get this school like outfit and it has like these like fancier clothes as options. And when I saw that, I was like, yeah, I want this. I should go for this. And I did it. And I went for those clothes. I just was like, wait, these feel like they could fit him. And I just kind of went with that.
What about his character? I don't really know much about him, even though I helped you make him.
Yeah, when it came to the character himself, I just was kind of like parts of it were just kind of like I don't even really know where to start. It's kind of hard to really like describe where I kind of came up with everything. I feel like I kind of just analyzed a little bit of this kind of a weird way of like describe like where I kind of based some of his personality on, but the way that like I tried to be like more like stylish and elegant and stuff like that when it came to like how I tend to try and play like games like Smash Brothers and do like flashy. I just kind of based that on Rome a little bit, and I was like, I feel like he'd be a more
Is that why he's long? That's not a really correlating question, but is that why he's long?
maybe. I just was kind of like on the spot when I was thinking of like the what he
Why is he long? Like, I don't think, yeah, the reference sheet hasn't come out anywhere yet because I never finished it, but he is just long with no muscle definition.
I think he should have some. Like honestly, I think he probably kind of needs a little more.
He's just long this afternoon.
Yeah, no, it doesn't need like a lot, but it's just like enough to be like a little more like muscular, I guess.
I'm gonna get you. I have to redraw his reference sheet again.
Yeah, because he's very long and lanky, 6'3".
6'3" tall Octoling that could rip your head off at any moment.
A little less looking like chopsticks put together.
Just this lanky son of a no reason just felt like.
He's very long.
But yeah, long and lanky with no buff whatsoever.
And I just feel like, because with the way that I, the kind of, and this, apart from that, I feel like I kind of just based him off of like, I don't know, I felt like, honestly, the more that we kind of like discussed, we kind of just started discussing a bunch of random stuff with Rome and Athena.
Yeah, that's what we do half the time when we call each other.
So like whenever that happens, stuff like that also just kind of makes me like build up more like things of, oh, this is what the guy's like.
And he's just long for some reason.
Yeah, no.
I don't know why I keep describing him like that, but he's just long.
The one thing I really like about Rome the most is his Italian descent.
That is true. I remember when I was like thinking of like, because I just was like thinking of the different like, because I was like, he should like, where would he be from? And I was just kind of thought like, I thought Italy was just kind of like a decent, just kind of like a good place. Because I was thinking, yeah, no, I was thinking, was is he like, I don't know, I did not think he would be like an American or something.
Yeah, but based on his name alone, you would think he's a straight up Italian, nothing else.
That's all basically where all of his family's from. I don't think there is. I've at least I've never discussed it any further. But basically all of his family is just like Italians.
Yeah, there. I remember it because we're talking about Eris. All of them except for Eris was born in Italy.
So in her, yeah. So in her case, she just was yeah. Like sure, she knew about it
That's why she's the only one who can't really fluently speak it or has any kind of accent compared to them.
instead of living out in just some random like rural area in
Yeah,
Italy.
just some random day, like in probably 1999 or 2000, they're just like, hey, let's go live with literally every other Octoling.
Yeah, Eris could live somewhere like in Chicago or New York City or maybe Los Angeles. Who knows?
I have no idea where they actually moved. Either Octo Canyon or Octo Valley. Either one of them.
In that regard, it really could be either or.
You're the one with the characters, please.
I know, okay, God.
This is up to you, not me.
I know. I'm just. So yeah, when it came to after like that, they did end up just going more so to Octo Valley. So I'm thinking, and if we're counting like the fact that when they're pregnant for a baby for 9 months, she was born in late 2000. I think those did happen around like very early 2000, late 99. Then it's like, hey guys, we're going to Octo Valley. Pack up. Say goodbye to everybody. Say goodbye to.
Or just like, hey kids, we're leaving.
I'm trying to think of like which. I feel like they wouldn't have lived that far out of like Rome or something, or like maybe Naples or something like. I'm trying to think of like different like cities and towns and stuff.
Which I guess could go the same for Athena and Aphrodite because they lived in Osaka. I picked Osaka because it was like, at least from descriptors I've seen, where all like Japanese street food comes from, and Athena loves street food.
I can't even lie. That is very good. Street food can be really good though. I can't lie. So if, for Athena's sake, that makes total sense. And then when it comes to like all of Rome's different like family members and things of that nature, yeah, like all of them have just kind of like they've. I feel like yeah, just in general, all of them have stayed in the same like house until that point. Like it might have been like the original house that they lived in. I think it was like Lorenzo's like family's house. So like it was just kind of like he inherited his old home or like his parents' old home and decided to raise like his kids with Rhea. And then when that all went down
Rip.
and then yeah, just a few years later it's just like we need to go see other Octolings. Come on.
Come on, you guys, and the kids get enlisted in the army.
Yeah, well, I wonder what would have happened
Like,
if
oh,
they
this
just
will be good for you guys. The army,
yeah, come on, the kids, we're gonna be fine. No, no, Dad.
the enslavement of all Octolings.
That honestly really makes me feel bad for the Octolings in some sort. Because in the first game, the only Octolings you see are enemy Octolings.
Yeah, and they were really pretty too, so I kind of felt bad for them.
Yeah, it's just like, damn, these are the enemies.
Yep, and even though I've familiarized myself more with Inklings, based on the first Splatoon game alone, I honestly don't think Splatoon would ever be the same without Inklings and Octolings.
I do like Inklings good enough, but I really, really like Octolings.
Yeah, no, being able to have both really just makes it better.
Yeah, honestly, that does make a lot more sense.
I like the way they look. They have cute little faces.
Yeah, no, I like both. Well, not really the Inkling boys, but
I just wish there was a better distinction between Inkling boys and Inkling girls, like there is for Octoling boys and girls.
I still like them fine enough. But just when it comes to my avatar, I'm just like, I kind of prefer this design here. If you want to, you like when it comes to the stuff because I know how much you're dying to when it comes to the Athena.
Yeah, but I don't want to take up all the time with my Athena.
Look, it's fine. I don't care. It's good.
It's not fine to me because I've been talking a lot.
How about this? I'll talk about Soulking next, and then you can talk about Athena. How does that sound?
Alright.
Yeah.
Alrighty. So getting on with Soulking, unlike Rome and Athena, I kept Soulking that's solely in the Splatoon universe. Like I didn't have him born like in Canada like I do. Nope, I just have him basically born in the Splatlands.
Yeah, nice. No, I think that was yeah, no, it makes sense for his character.
Well, when it comes to his ancestry, even though this is Soulking looks like a basic Canadian or American-born Inkling girl. She was raised in the tribe, a Native American one at that.
I've never really seen characters, at least in Splatoon, I've seen characters like that all the time, but I've never seen a Splatoon character be a part of like any Native American tribe before, something like that.
Yeah, that's something I don't think I've ever really heard much about, especially when it comes to like Splatoon. I definitely have not really heard like that for when it comes to
It makes it like more original and interesting.
yeah, when it does come to how like an just like an OC would be, and it's the fact that it's just a lot more different and something you don't really see much about. It just makes it cooler.
Yeah, honestly, I feel the Native American community is very underrepresented. Not just like in the Splatoon OC community, but I feel the OC community as a whole. It's so that's so
Yeah, yeah, it's a very unique and very nice just take for what you want to do with your character and your design.
Yeah, I've never really seen it before. I've seen characters that are of Native American descent, but not still having the tribal aspects of them.
Yep, and considering Soa Keen is based on my partial Native American ancestry, which comes from my father's side of the family, I feel I wanted to give that side of my family a voice. Like, it's very underappreciated.
Yeah, not really either. It's
Yeah, and my family doesn't talk about their Native American origins very much because of my nana on my dad's side. She would never talk about it.
yeah, they don't really tend to focus on that aspect that much, and something that does tend to be pretty crucial, and it's great that we actually get to see that.
Even though she's passed, I feel also Soa Keen represents part of my Nana.
Yeah, exactly. That makes total sense if you're trying to, especially if it's something that you have like direct attachment towards yourself. Yeah, you might as well go ahead and do that and show like or just be able to represent that more because, it's something that you don't get to see a lot of the time.
And in all honesty, this is something my mother told me, and we were discussing this about my partial Native American ancestry, and she said to me, many people are not going to notice that you are of Native American descent because of your skin color. And I feel that's exactly what Soa Keen represents.
Yeah, that's kind of how I am, actually. People don't really assume that I am like Mexican, half Filipino, because I'm very pale. I mean, I'm still kind of brown, but like not as much as people would expect me to be.
Makes total sense. Yeah.
It's like everyone is a different shade of color. That's how people will work.
And another part of Soul King that I feel resonates quite well is something a little bit to do with our friendship, if you know what I mean. In that sense, it was because well, but back when I was growing up, I wasn't online as much. I was more like in my own space with my family. But then after high school started for me, things really started to take off. But things, of course, really didn't take off in the sense of me being online until I met you two. So in that regard, I feel that's really what ties in Soul Keen's friendship with Rome and Athena to my friendship with you two.
Yeah, no, that is definitely, I don't know. I always associate that kind of stuff as well when it comes to it, and just when it comes to the entire INK squad thing as a whole. I've always just thought like, yeah, it's just nice to have that kind of represented as just us and basically all of us just being friends. It's great.
And with us coming from different backgrounds, I feel it makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, no, it is very nice because yeah, a lot of my descent is not really. I don't really. I might have like a tiny bit of native, but for the most part, a lot of my ancestry comes from like Germany.
Ah, gotcha. Most of my ancestry comes from Ireland.
Yeah, no, I know I have some Irish as well, but I'm more so like Germany and like Sweden and stuff.
When it came to his design, I originally was looking for a hairstyle that would match Rosalina's. I was going for more like a Splatoon version of Nicolina.
Yeah, I kind of, and then I just think once that was happened, you're just like, wait a minute, I should try to see what I can do with this, or something like that. That's kind of what it seems like, and I think honestly, no, I love like. Yeah, when I was looking through all the hairstyles and everything, I was just like, this coil, this pompadour, this is amazing.
Yeah, I remember that. And then I was like, hey, look at our Splatoon OCs. They're really cool.
I originally wanted to go with a blue T-shirt and standard headphones because that's honestly what I originally started out with. Then I wanted to find something that would fit more Soul King's type. That's how I ended up getting the Moby knit sweater for him.
Yeah, but and honestly, I think that edition just kind of nah, it just fits and just works way better.
Yeah, I remember the shoes that Sulking used to have just had his toes out all the time, and I always looked at it for some reason. I was like, why do you have those out?
I have my eyes really focused on going for blue shoes for Soul King, and those honestly were the only ones I could find.
Ah, damn. Okay. Yeah, no, I can see that then.
And as for his headwear, I originally went for over the ear headphones, kind of like I often wear. But after seeing the Zetrai beanie, I gave it a shot, and I really feel that gives up a cold weather vibe that, of course, Canada brings.
Oh yeah. No, that's one thing. That's like the most people think like when it comes to Canada is just absurdly cold from what I've gathered and to an extent from where I'm at, because I'm in Minnesota, so I'm like right next to Canada. Yeah, we're basically just the more Americanized Canada.
Yeah, basically. Basically, Minnesota is Canada's southern cousin, if you know what I mean.
I'm just Southern Canadian. I'm just super Southern Canadian.
Southern Canadian.
Basically, then I'm all like all the way across from you. It's warm as over here.
When it came to Soul King's Splatoon 2 attire, I wanted to go for a similar theme. But the only real thing I could copy from his Splatoon 3 design was the beanie. But it wasn't the exact beanie, but it was a beanie that I did use in previous edits of him.
Lucky enough for me, all of Athena's clothes are in Splatoon 2.
Were Rome's in Splatoon 2? I can't even remember.
Yeah, they are, just not his haircut.
That's right. It's the one thing he's missing.
Rome without his pompadour is like an angel without wings.
He needs his pompadour. It feels wrong when he doesn't have it.
It looks weird, and it's like, why is your head flat?
Oh man.
Where's the rest of you?
It's like my OCs without their beards. I mean, I honestly can't imagine them without beards now.
Exactly. It's like, if you take the beards away from all your OCs, it takes away the flavor.
You know, it kind of adds on to it a lot more.
It's like, where's the flavor at? Where'd it go?
Same thing just goes with like my face in general.
Yeah.
Yeah, like sometimes when you shave, I get scared. I'm like, who's that man that's looking at me? And I'm like, wait, it's Ira. Never mind.
Where did my beard go? Where did my mustache go? Can I have it back? Like I've genuinely, yeah, god damn, I haven't shaved in like definitely over a year. I'm keeping it.
Good for you, Ira. Good for you. Anyways, speaking of Soul Keen's beard, even though Soul Keen basically has a masculine appearance, I've been trying to expand more on his feminine side.
Yeah, being able to have like more of that side, like, cause yeah, no, I've always kind of noticed like it's a little more of like the more masculine side, so it's just like might as well get a bit of more of a balance of the two.
Mm-hmm. As for his sweater in Splatoon 2, sadly, of course, they don't have the Moby Knit. Hit Nintendo, please add the Moby Knit to Splatoon 2 if you can, please.
That reminded me, they sell the Moby knit like in real life in Japan.
Wait, they do?
Yeah, they have a clothesline in Japan of Splatoon 3 clothes. They have the shirt that Eris has, they have the Moby knit.
Holy crap.
I want the Eris shirt.
Yep, I want the Moby Knit. I want the true look to Soul Keen. The true look to him.
I think if you look somewhere, you could probably find a Japanese seller willing to get it over the US. I mean, I got that Octoling pillow, which is Japan exclusive.
Oh really? I didn't know it was Japanese exclusive. Holy.
Yeah, they don't have them in anywhere else. I have a purple octopus in my bed. I wanted a pink one so bad, but they don't have that. They have a red one, but not a pink one.
Yeah, they need to make more like Octoling color like pillows, like colors for the Octoling pillows, because I want a green Octoling. God damn it.
They have like this weird teal bluish one, but it's not the same.
I mean, I've seen that one. That one's fine, but yeah, if they could ever do it,
They have a blue one too.
I'm down with either. The blue is good too.
Yeah, I definitely be interested in the blue one.
Like the beautiful blue one. Like Solakeen blue, but it's a octoling, not an inkling.
Yeah, so it's just like, oh, and then they have. I think they do have a green Inkling pillow.
Yeah, they have a pink inkling pillow. I have the pink inkling one.
Oh man, hopefully one day I could get a green one.
Getting back to Soul Keen's sweater in Splatoon 2, since they didn't have the Moby Knit, I instinctively went for a hockey sweater because I am a pretty big hockey fan.
I think the Splatoon 2 design is pretty cute with the big hockey jersey shirt.
Yeah, and that works too.
Yep, I really like that hockey jersey on Soul Keen. Even
Especially since the Splatoon 2 models are like smaller than the Splatoon 3 ones. They look so cute.
Yeah, it makes them even look like the jersey and stuff look way bigger.
yeah.
It's great.
And honestly, I really like that.
It's just a lot of good It's just like little like aspects that you can just have when it comes to these guys.
Yeah, honestly, it is really cool, Ira. It honestly really is.
It's just amazing.
Yeah, but honestly, my favorite feature about Solokeen, and this may sound a little obvious, but as opposed to regular Inklings who have black eye masks, Solokeen has a blue one.
I thought that was really cute that he has an original color.
Yeah, no, it just kind of adds on to it more and just kind of makes it feel.
It reminds me of the enemy Octoling girls. They have like different colored eyes.
Oh yeah.
I honestly thought that the black eye masks around Inklings looked a little bit too generic. So that's why I had Solokeen's eye mask be blue as opposed to black.
I think he looks like way better like that because I remember he used to have just the normal black around his eyes.
Yeah, and it just but with the newer and better looking like type you went with and
Honestly, I can't ever imagine Solokeen having a black eye mask. I mean, his blue eye mask, I feel, symbolizes him so much.
yeah, it's actually it's kind of hard honestly to look back at what the guy originally looked like.
Yes, so Solokeen is basically one of the rare ones.
You do, but it's really, really, really rare.
The one feature I feel that it shows that he was raised in a tribe is how his face paint looks.
A very, very crucial and kind of important part to what he looks like because you don't see anybody else have that. Like when it comes to the oddities.
I've literally never seen a Splatoon OC with face paint before.
Yeah, so it's just like I don't know. It's just nice to actually see that around.
Besides like clown OCs, but that's like a given.
Yeah, but in Solokeen's case, I really wanted to keep the Native American vibe in him. Yes, so that's why I gave him the two blue stripes, well, one across the forehead, one going across the bridge of his nose, and the white outline outside of his eye mask.
It is also very true. That's something like
I always liked that little design. It's very simple, but it gets the point across.
yeah, no. Most OCs in general, I haven't really seen with like the face paint like until
Yeah,
now.
honestly, I really enjoy that too. And the last design aspect of Soul Keen I really want to bring up is the little arrow tattoo that he has around the base of his neck. It's an arrow with just a singular point on the end. Then there's the second arrow with three across signals on the end. I really wanted him to represent the peace aspect of his name, since the Akin part of his name in Native American terms means peace, and the tattoo is meant to be a Native American symbol of peace.
Yeah, no, the fact that it doesn't need to be overly complex and doesn't need to have all this crazy stuff to work out. Just how it's just done that simply, it's good. It's great and it works and I like it.
I feel Soul King would have been incomplete without the tattoo. But one other thing I feel he would be incomplete without the feather on his beanie. I feel that the feather on his beanie really gets the point across as much as the tattoo.
I think the feather's very cute. I like the colors. It reminds me of the bird, the not the bird. Well, yes, the bird, but the fur pattern of the American kestrel.
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay.
I love that little bird. It's so cute.
I'm also going to touch a little bit on Soul Keen's personality, and to all my viewers, Kestrel and Ira already know this, but I might as well share it. Off the battlefield, Soul Keen is basically the sweetest person you can ever meet. But however, on the battlefield, run for your life. She is coming.
Especially if the rest of them are there.
Get your
Because it's like putting crazy and crazy and crazy together, you just get more.
yeah. If everybody's all together, Akeen's there, Rome's there,
You're done. You're done.
you're just gonna stack all of them on top of each other. You're gonna just gonna be done with. You're just dead.
Yep, and that honestly mostly fits how I perceive myself playing Splatoon 3 and me projecting that onto Soul Keen. Like a crazed psychopath would play the game.
I think that goes for all of us. We literally just projected our play styles onto our characters.
Yeah, because I just was like, I feel like this does kind of just mess with me in the long run later on, but I feel like sometimes I just want to throw out some crazy and just see what happens, like with like Smash Brothers and stuff, and people are catching on, and I'm not hot, but even and that also just kind of goes with most of the games I play, but whatever, it's fine.
Yep, honestly, that's completely fine, Ira.
Yeah, no, I mean, sure, sometimes whatever, I don't know, sometimes it's a little annoying, but it happens. You just gotta go through it.
Yeah, but and even honestly, this is some of the things I say while playing Splatoon 3 reflect that. Like, for example, you are not welcome in our base. Or, yeah, you better run. You don't know what I'm capable of. Yeah, so basically stuff like that.
But yeah, that you just kind of find like the way you play your game and are just kind of like, wait, this just kind of could just be associated with the character that I'm using, and it does, and now it's there. You go. There's your character.
Yep, honestly, that's basically Soul King for me in a nutshell. I mean, an angel outside of the turf, but a complete monster on the turf. Run for your life.
At that point, yes, you gotta be careful.
Yeah, if you see Soul King on the battlefield, you are screwed. Basically screwed. No matter how many times you kill him, he'll always come back.
Like William Afton. Every time I hear that phrase, that's all I think about.
Look at this distinguished guy right here. This purple man.
This distinguished purple male.
Yep. I always come back.
That made me think of like next Halloween that could be like Silikeen's costume. They're like, wait, why are you dressed up as William Afton? Because I always come back.
Oh my god.
And we're already planning out the next Halloween costumes ahead of time.
I'm always one step ahead with Halloween. That's the only holiday that I really ever look forward to.
Me too. Me too.
Well, I look forward to almost any holiday, but Halloween is the one I look forward to the most.
I also like Valentine's Day, but still, I think you get the idea.
Anyway, I would like to touch on one more detail about Soul King before we move on to Athena. And that's, of course, Soul King's identity. Much like Nicolina, Nicol Daisy, and Nicol Peach, the Soul King identifies as bigender, lesbian, and intersex. It's been the common theme of my OCs.
Yeah, it's just like if you have that theme, you might as well just keep it going, and if it works out for you and it makes you happy with the characters that you have, then no problem with it. Go for it.
Yep, and honestly, I feel that really goes in line with carrying over my identity to my OCs.
Oh yeah.
I did tell you guys this before, but yeah, Soul King did initially only have just a female voice,
Yeah, I remember that.
but then I changed it to resemble my other OCs, basically the alternating male and female voice. Because even though I really like the just female voice on Soul King and hearing the Inkling girl voice in general, I feel his overall voice should continue the trend of my OCs overall. But as a whole, I honestly really enjoy Soul King. She's my Splatoon baby, and I'm gonna take care of him for as long as he exists.
He's very cute, so it's understandable.
Yeah, this just goes for I think all of our because I definitely think as long as I'm around, as long as I'm a enjoyer of Splatoon, Rome's going to stay there for a long time. And I think for all of our OCs, it's just kind of crucial.
Yeah, especially Athena. I love Athena.
And I think it's soon enough. It's probably about to be time to talk about said Athena.
Oh, it's my favorite part to talk about Athena.
Yep, Kestrel, The stage is yours.
I don't even know where to start with her. Did it go from childhood to present day? Because I've never touched on her childhood before with anyone.
Yeah, you might as well.
Yep, you might as well, Kestrel.
So Athena is a twin with her sister Aphrodite. They're both named after Greek goddesses, and so is her mom, Hestia Shinzo. And they all were born in Osaka, Japan, except Hestia. Hestia was born in a different part of Japan. She was born in Tokyo, and one of her parents was Japanese, and one of her parents was Chinese. So Athena came out being half Japanese, half Chinese. Same with Athena. Not Athena, Aphrodite and Athena. Oh my god, I get them confused because they're both A names.
No, I get it.
But both of them, same thing going on. And actually, I've never shared this bit about Aphrodite, but she has the same hair color as Athena, but she has her hair dyed black instead of pink. Because you know how Athena has purple on the end of her tentacles? That's kind of showing that Aphrodite has the same color.
Oh yeah. All right.
She just has her hair dyed instead.
Oh,
Because their original plan was for them to be identical twins, but I wanted them to be a little different from each other so I could distinct them. But they do have the same haircut, not same haircut, same hair color, like genetics wise.
Yeah, nice.
And they're like Siamese twins, I think that's the word, yeah. But as they got older, they did change things about themselves to like differentiate each other.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that makes sense.
Also, not to mention Aphrodite's just a little bit taller than her.
gotcha.
And they're both very small.
They're still small, but she's taller.
She's got a little more than Athena. Oh
Aphrodite's 5'3" and Athena's 5'2".
my god, tiny.
She's small. Compared to all her other Octoling friends, they like all tower over her.
Compare that to Rome's height of 6'3" and Soul Keen's height of 5'10". Yeah, but basically almost everyone towers over these two.
Oh my god. You know, that's
And then you never really think about how tall she is when you remember her history of being captain of her own division of the Octarian army.
it's just really
Like, how are you guys gonna let yourself be bossed around by like this little Octoling? She's small.
very, very consistent.
I mean, she could beat your ass, but like, she's small. She doesn't look that threatening.
Yep, she's small but extremely dangerous.
It's like a chihuahua,
She's got a very silly look to her.
except like a bunch of her attributes I've based off of cats. Like her eyes are slightly bigger than every other character's. Kind of like cats, how they have like really big eyes.
Yeah, it's like Chihuahua, but in reality, most of what Athena's based off of is a cat.
Yeah, she has permanent cat face. If you've ever seen my art of her, she just always has that face. But that's just a trait of my art in general, but it's always cat face with her.
And the fact that she has the ability to purr.
Yeah, that's the one really big thing that she could do. She could purr.
You can't forget about her mouth either.
Even though I haven't figured out a way to draw it yet, she knows how to loaf.
What?
Yeah, she could loaf.
Yeah, if she's a cat, she could do that.
Oh, she can loaf? Oh my gosh.
We'll look at pictures of cats and I'll be like, look, that's Athena.
Yeah, we'll literally just like look at a bunch of like weird like pictures and videos of cats. Yeah, I'll just say, like, oh, yep, this is something Athena does.
That new Athena thing is just a cat.
Have you seen that new Athena thing? Yeah, it's crazy.
That new Athena thing is just a cat.
Yeah, it's just like a picture, like a video, or just something of like a cat just doing something like stupid or silly, and that's just what she is.
Or at least nowadays, that's what she is.
Oh yeah,
Back like in the days of Splatoon 1, all she was known for was causing mass genocides and being the most feared captain that could ever exist.
Yeah, Captain 13.
It still scares people a little bit, but not as much because they see her nowadays and they're like, "What the f is that?" That's a cat.
The most feared captain of all time. Cat.
And they're like, oh my god, is that Captain 13? And she just like is scarfing down like food in her mouth.
You kind of spot her on like the street like she's like a wild creature or something.
That's another thing about her. She really loves food. That's why she was born in Osaka. I think I explained that earlier, but that's why she was born in Osaka. She just loves food.
Yes, the street food.
Like she loves everything, specifically sweet food. It made her a really big fan of sweet food.
Ah, gotcha.
That feels like the thing she would probably like the most.
And she has big appetite. She could eat for like around 3 people and still be a little hungry after.
Oh my gosh. That's kind of like my appetite. I mean, I would eat like maybe a little bit of a small meal or maybe a moderate sized meal, and I'd still be hungry.
Yeah, that's how I am too. I was trying to think of her childhood. Um, she was actually a pretty good kid in school. Not Aphrodite though. I remember I talked about this with Ira, but Aphrodite was not a good student because they went to like Japanese high schools, and there's like the Yakuza there, and Aphrodite dated a boy who was a part of the Yakuza, and Athena just was like, "Why are you doing that? Mom's gonna be so mad at you." Because she would come home from going out with this Yakuza kid, and he had to like kill people, and she would come home just stinking like blood, and she'd be like, "Well, you better take a shower before mom wakes up. She don't even know you're talking to this boy." But Athena was a good kid. She minded her own little world.
To all my viewers who don't know what a Yakuza is, it's basically a Japanese gang.
Yeah, and Aphrodite, like, she dyed her hair already, like in her adult years, but even when she was a kid, she had her ink like kind of blondish, like how usually Japanese high school rebels have it. They usually dye their hair blonde.
Oh, okay.
So Aphrodite used to have blonde ink instead of her pink and blue, not blue, pink and purple one.
Gotcha.
But Athena basically had the same ink color all her life. She really never changed it. And I also like had this idea. I kept it to myself. I didn't really tell anyone because I didn't think about it too hard. But I thought she would be in like Japanese subculture, like for fashion, like Harajuku, and that's all I can really think of is Harajuku.
All right. Yeah, no, that's something I could also imagine being added for like what Athena likes.
Yeah, I could definitely see that too.
And she also really liked anime when she was a young child because, well, that's basically what their cartoons were. So they both really loved it.
Oh yeah.
But when they moved over to Aqua Valley, they just kind of breached away from their culture, but not too much. Like they still celebrate the Chinese New Year and they still cook cultural foods for like every single meal. And they basically kind of still dress in somewhat of a culturally relevant way. Like I've seen a lot of pictures of Japanese women that wear like leg warmers. That's kind of where I like got the idea to pick that out for her. And because she's anemic, so she gets cold real easily and she's always tired.
Ah, gotcha.
So she always just kind of needs those on.
Because she likes the fashion of ripped jeans, but it's too cold, so she tries to balance it out with leg warmers.
Yeah, and I think for what you chose and how you matched it, yeah, her and her little leg warmers, it's like perfect.
And her hoodie that she wears, that was just inspired by one that I have in real life that I really like. And I just thought the crown was cute, so I could just kind of put them together and I liked the outfit. And I never changed her outfit until I gave her an alternative outfit like today, but still. She pretty much dresses the exact same every day. Like I think I talked yeah, when me and I were watching the Barbie movie, I was like, "Oh my God, Athena dresses like a Barbie doll." Because like I always imagine her wearing like really cute little pink frilly dresses with cute boots and stuff like that. But I never get to draw her in them because I always forget. I want to draw her one day in a nice little outfit.
Well, whatever happens, happens. I'm just like, soon enough. I hope that you can get a nice drawing of it, because I think,
I have a drawing of her in a bunny suit, but she just looks very surprised. She doesn't look like she's enjoying it all too much.
Yeah, I honestly would love to see that.
but hey, once you have more chances to draw like other outfits, I think you can see like more of her opinions and how she thinks about a lot of these.
Yeah, because like after the war, she just really wanted to start dressing how she used to when she was younger. Because all she had to wear was those stupid uniforms. So she was like, oh, you know what? When I go up to the surface world, I'm gonna wear all the cute outfits I could find in this place. And she did. She still does every day.
Oh yeah, no, it's necessary.
And even though she was literally a genocidal captain, you know what? This is never discussed outside of me and Ira, but Rome does everything for her. Everything. He dresses her, he feeds her, he does anything you could really imagine for her.
Like basically, when it's just funny to see her go from doing everything, doing all this crazy, obscene for everybody else. Now Athena's just like, I can't do it.
Everything for like everyone.
Yeah, she just very much depends on everything that he needs to do.
Well, she's like really dependent on her husband.
It's like, yeah, she'd go from like wiping out like all sorts of people to just kind of just like hanging on like Rome's.
She just had like this big 180 after being unbrainwashed.
She can't even put her own clothes on and can't even let go of Rome.
We used to take out villages and tribes. Now she can't put her own clothes on.
In other terms, she basically went from nearly wiping out Solakeen's tribe to being entirely dependent on Rome.
Exactly. She gets upset when he's not home and when he's not in the room.
If he needs to get up and get something from another room, she just kind of like gets sad.
She's just so upset when he leaves.
This is just how much she's changed after it all.
She just got really dependent on Rome.
She just kind of needs that because she's just like so. I don't know how else really to describe it. This just
Yeah, she's like not as independent as she used to be. She still can do things for herself, but she really would rather have Rome do it for her. And I think it's also just because Rome offers it so much. He's like, you want me to do this for you? Because he knows what she's been through. He knows what she's all about, so he just kind of feels like he has to do things for her.
yeah, and it's not even like it's a bad thing for him because clearly he doesn't care at all and he likes it.
He enjoys it, but like, he's like, oh, you did everything for everyone. Let me do everything for you. After basically having her whole life dedicated to that, she needs to have someone do something for her.
Yeah, honestly, Athena could use the rest. Honestly.
You have to think about this too, because at some point, I think this might come up later, but the fact that those two also have a baby,
Yeah, they have a baby. They have a little baby.
and Athena just like, even with that aside, basically Rome has to care for both of them,
Yeah, basically. Oh my gosh.
And like Rome has two babies.
pretty much to take care of. The best way to describe it is just two babies to take care of.
Even though Athena does do a good job at taking care of her child, Rome basically has two babies.
Yeah, like Rome and Athena still are more than fine taking care of their child together, but it's just the fact that she still needs things to be done for her.
Yeah.
Basically.
We didn't even get onto the midpoint between the end of Splatoon 2 and the start of Splatoon 3.
Oh yeah.
We didn't even get onto that arc of her life. When they did move to Inkopolis Square, they like were on every team together for a Splatfest. They never chose a different team until Chaos versus Order, where Athena was like, "Oh, I'm gonna pick Order," and then Rome's like, "No, I'm gonna pick Chaos," and then they get into this big argument, and she's just like, "You know what? I'm done with you. And then she just breaks up with him and like leaves him, well, kind of forever. It's like a dramatic forever, not really.
Yeah, it didn't really happen.
She tries to look for a house because she technically lived in Rome's apartment. So she just took everything and just kind of started wandering around, looking for somewhere to stay, and then stumbled right back upon Octavia's base. And for those who don't know, Hestia went to a party down Octo Canyon way back in like 1999 or late 1995. Not 99, 96. And she was pretty young, so was Octavio, and they kind of just went back home together. And then the next day she had to leave on her flight to back to Osaka. And it was like, oh, I'm gonna have babies. So TLDR, Octavio is her estranged dad. That's kind of why Hestia felt the need to move back to Aqua Valley or Aqua Canyon. And she was like, I don't want my daughters to not have a father in their life. Let's give them a proper father. And then look what their father did. Enlisted his two daughters into the army.
He just went out of his way. Wanted to make sure to just to
Hestia was just like, here's your children, be nice to them. His idea of nice was to enlist them in the army, apparently.
enlist a bunch of like just a bunch of octolings. Just be like, hey, you're part of the army now.
Yep, Octavio out of all people. That freaking psychopath.
So back to Athena wandering around after leaving Rome. She found his base and was like, hey, I feel like I don't belong anywhere. Can I have my job back? And they're just like, okay, that's good. We missed you. We needed you. Everyone sucks here. And so after that, she got her new uniform and redid her tentacles and became Neo Captain 13. And there's actually a drawing of Neo Captain 13 somewhere around my phone. But yeah, and it started going all over the news like, oh my god, Captain 13's back, she's gonna kill everyone. And Roman, like his brother and sister, he has a brother and sister, by the way, Poseidon and Eris. Eris is my character. They're like getting their hair done. They have the Platoon 3 hairstyles, so it kind of made sense to make them have them get their like hair done. And they like see it on the news. They're like, "Oh, Rome, what happened to her?" And they're like, "Okay, you know what? We kind of don't with her no more, but we have to save her. That's not what she would want. I think she's just lonely and upset."
And at that point, from what she did, yeah, she just kind of was.
She was just going through it.
Yeah.
And then they like tried finding her. They did, and I always remember this moment because I wanted to make a drawing of it. They found Athena, specifically Roman, like his siblings did. They like went down there, like, oh my god, there she is. But then Athena was like, what the are you doing here? Get out! And they're like, no, I'm not going nowhere. And she like pointed a gun at his head and was like, if you don't get out of here, I'm gonna kill you.
Oh my gosh.
That's kind of weird to think about. Like, she just loved him a few weeks ago, and now she's like, I'm gonna kill you if you don't get away from me right now.
A complete 180 here.
They do leave, though, because, like, obviously they don't want to die. I don't think anyone does, but
You might as well.
they leave, and then one of them gets sent in as, like, a spy, and then learn that Athena wants to take over Splatville and kill Rome and his family. And they're like, oh, we gotta stop her. So I think the same in the few days, like they had a concert for Deep Cut, and they're like, oh, we're gonna perform Have a Mari Incantation 3 mix. And they're like, perfect. We'll bring her there so she can be normal again. They do. They like we're skipping a bunch, but they do. They kidnap her and make her listen to the song, and then she's normal again. And then somehow her and Rome like instantly are like, hey, let's get back together, even though she just tried to kill him.
It's like, oh my god, what happened to me? Can I kiss you?
She's like, I'm going now, let's kiss. He's just like, it's like, oh my god, I'm back to normal. Come over here and kiss me on my hot mouth. It's,
I'm feeling romantical.
it's a big 180. They like go from like basically hating each other in some kind of way to just be like, okay, let's move back in together. Let's have a child. Let's make a family.
Oh my gosh.
That's what happened.
What the frick?
And then up to modern day now, they're like, oh, we have a baby and we live together and we're part of the Ink Squad.
Then on top of that, now they're all,
Except there's more to come, but we haven't role played it yet or really fleshed it out.
oh yeah. And when it does happen, oh, it's gonna happen.
Yep.
One more bit about that. When Rome moved to Splatsville, he had a girlfriend that wasn't Athena. Had an inkling. A girlfriend named Rissy. You'll hear about her later, but like Rissy's an important part of this. She's not just a random tidbit.
She wasn't there for probably a super long time because of like what happened with Athena and just the fact that he went and tried to help her. I wonder if he just ended up leaving Rissy for Athena just right then and there. Maybe
I can seriously imagine that.
Yeah, because Rissy was at the concert too, I like to imagine. And she's like, what? Why is he kissing her?
yeah, no, that could be crazy.
So yeah, Rissy's coming back soon.
Yeah, that was the original like character you had before Athena's.
And she was named Eris, but I have an Octoling named Eris now, so I'm just like, Rissy, that's your name now.
There it goes. It's not too far off, but it's also different enough. Here we go. You're Rissy now.
That's actually a nickname for Eris that I found on Google.
What?
Oh my
Oh
god.
my god.
So I was like, oh, that's good enough. I'll name her Rissy.
That'll be her name from here on out.
And I was like, two Erises is gonna be confusing, so I'll just have Rissy the Inkling.
Yeah, that honestly works out a lot better.
Yeah, holy crap.
That's all for Athena, I think. I think I covered everything that went down with her.
I honestly feel we should really to talk about, well, not all of the skits we've done in Splatoon, but some of our favorite moments from them.
Oh my god, wait, we're forgetting somebody.
Yeah?
Xena.
Oh yes, Xena!
That's right. Yeah.
We're forgetting Xena. Soul King's girlfriend. We're forgetting them.
We can't forget Xena. Yeah.
Which is basically our universe's Captain 3. One of my favorites, aside from Athena. Xena is a yellow non-binary inkling that goes by mostly they them pronouns, but likes she a little bit, like the littlest bit. And they were the Agent 3 for like most of the timeline, except for some of the beginning when they were young. Their mom, Serena, was the original Agent 3, but she got killed in an attack. And so Xena had to take over the role that she left behind and basically got adopted by Captain Cuttlefish. And she did save Solakeen's tribe from Athena's attack, which is why Athena has that big scar on her eye because she got shot by Xena. And they're friends to this day for some reason. It's like, hey, I almost died because of you, but we're still besties, right?
Yeah, it's like I'm sorry. I'm sorry I almost killed you. You still my friend though, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I still with you, but I almost killed you. I didn't mean it.
Hey, you heavy.
But yeah, they're still around to this day, and they're basically a part of every story mode around like them, and they're like this. They are a part of the Ink Squad, but you can't ever see them in like images because it's mostly surrounding us, and they put Athena instead of Xena. But Xena is a part of the Ink Squad,
Yeah,
Yes.
they just kind of work.
the honorary fourth member.
They just kind of more so like working on stuff like kind of behind the scenes.
Yeah, they don't really participate in Turf Wars too much. They mostly focus on the marketing and just hanging out with their friends.
Yes. And to clarify for all those watching, Xena is Soakin's girlfriend.
Yeah, they started. I can't remember when they started dating.
I've honestly wanted to do a skit where Soakin and Xena go on a date.
I do want to roleplay as Xena more because I've tried to like develop them a little bit. Like they're supposed to be kind of this like yin and yang of Athena. Like they're more serious and very quiet compared to Athena, who's like very loud and not very serious.
Yeah, basically.
But Xena's very much the opposite, except deep down, she very much has a soft side for Solakine and their friends. They really do have trouble like expressing like, oh yeah, I have other feelings besides just being very cold and unresponsive.
And also another thing about Xena, she is pretty buff.
Yeah, compared to Athena, who's like kind of squishy nowadays. So she had a baby and she's a wife now, and then Xena's ripped.
Yep, Xena's absolutely ripped. And I mean, compare that to Rome, and I would say Xena, in a way, is stronger than Rome.
Xena's basically stronger than everyone, well, close enough to Athena and Rome, but basically one of the most strongest characters.
Yeah, no, out of everybody I could see in that regard. They definitely have a much more stronger looking appearance.
I see it as Xena and Athena sharing number one, and then Rome's like right underneath them.
In the case of Soul Keen, I would say he's around medium build, like somewhere between high and average.
So I'd assume it goes Athena and Xena, Rome, Eris, and then Solakine. Because I remember we discussed Eris's backstory. Well, not on here, but like she bites people,
Oh, yep, she does do that. Poseidon's like definitely.
and she lived through sanitization. So I'd like to think she's pretty tough.
Yep. But basically, Eris is like a dog.
Yeah, she's the family dog. She's the family dog, as if she isn't one of their children.
Family dog.
The family dog.
No,
Yeah,
family
it's like
dog.
god damn. That, oh man.
As if she isn't one of the children.
But with just she just kind of gets feral sometimes, so I mean, it could be that way.
Yeah. But back to Xena, where were we on that?
We were talking about her build.
Oh yeah, Xena's very, very buff. And I think that's I don't know. I'm trying to think of something else to talk about them that correlates with their buffness. Compared to Athena, they never really lost the fighting spirit ever, and that's kind of why they can't participate in turf war because they kind of take it too seriously.
Yeah, no, that makes sense then. For their sake, when it comes to the way that they get at the Splatfest consistently, it's just kind of better off for them to just kind of sit back because they don't want to get.
Yeah, and just be like this pseudo cheerleader. That's really weird to imagine. This tall, buff inkling girl in like this little cheerleading outfit, like cheering in this thick Russian accent. They're the only one in the group who still has their native accent. So did Athena, but Xena was the only one who kept it. Athena didn't, but Xena very much still has it.
That's another thing about Xena. They're very Russian.
I do know that Soakin never had an accent. Even though she was raised by a tribe, she never had an accent.
I guess she just was the oddball out and never picked it up.
Yes. And honestly, his tribe didn't mind it at all.
Yeah, no, Rome. I think Rome had to go through a lot of speech therapy growing up. Because yeah, no, when he was
And considering Xena's competitiveness in turf wars, I brought this up earlier with Solo Keen, that Solo Keen takes turf wars very seriously. Now, not exactly on a Xena level, but on a level where you honestly,
Equal to like Athena.
yeah, basically on the same level as Athena.
I feel like as a whole, all three of them would be able to. They do take it pretty damn seriously, but at the same,
But none of them are as serious as Xena ever gets.
oh yeah, because I know like I won't be surprised like because this is just me channeling it, but yeah, like I'm almost certain like when it comes to like certain things, Rome can get like oh you can get pissed. But no, it never gets too intense to the point where you're just gonna get practically getting kicked off the battlefield.
Yeah, most times that Xena does get to participate, they had to be like, what's the word?
Like escorted or something.
Yeah, escorted off the field. So they normally just watch, but sometimes they can't control their temper to play.
In Solo Keen's case, while she does have this no mercy feeling in turf war, she honestly keeps it well hidden. And then completely expresses it afterwards.
Yeah, like when they're not playing or not when any of the squad isn't playing on turf wars or anything like that. They're usually very much like the like anger and all the different like emotions they go through doesn't really ever tend to happen unless they're actually playing for themselves.
And while for the most part, Solo Keen does play with Roman Athena in turf wars, oftentimes she will also play by himself, and that's when he gets the most crazy.
Yeah, I feel like when it comes to being around your friends and being able to do that kind of stuff, she's able to like let loose a little more and just kind of like at least be able to have that instead of yeah, like when they're just alone, then it just kind of feels like, oh dang, I don't have any friends or anything that like help back me up. Just kind of gets to like a more like intense point.
I can definitely see your point there, Ira. Yeah, then again, Solo Keen, his feelings tend to remain quite suppressed whenever he plays with Rome and Athena because of them being around. But when he's by himself, he honestly just lets loose and does not spare anyone.
That's kind of how I like to imagine Athena with anarchy battles. I like to think she plays alone because she doesn't want to subject her friends to anything she does.
Yeah, no, because I feel like sometimes like Rome's just like I don't even think I could do it, because like the few times that he did it, he got escorted out.
I always had this scenario in my mind of anarchy, like one of the game modes of anarchy. And he just kind of looks at her and he sees that same look that she had when she was Captain 13 and just like freaks out.
The fact that he would like him getting really intense at it, and then also noticing and seeing the way Athena would get, and turning into that Captain 13 aspect, that just kind of freaked him the hell out.
He's like, I'm not playing this with you no more. You're too scary.
Just combining both of those just kind of made him think, that's not for me. I'm not doing it.
And she's like, oh, why not? And she just like gave him this cute little face, like, what do you mean, why not?
Like, what do you mean, why not? What did I just see?
Are you having fun?
I got escorted out twice.
I think that's a you issue, but we had fun, right?
I'm trying. I mean, I'm happy you do. This is a little too much for me.
I had fun. Even I wouldn't play anarchy with Athena. Do you see how she looks out there?
Yeah, it's just I don't know when it comes to going a little too. Because I mean, I think sometimes when it comes to turf war alone, I get a little too much, you know.
I didn't know it was that bad.
Yeah, no, it's just a lot that happens in those games, and when it does happen, I'm a little scared.
I'm not that scary. I mean,
I did get a little out of hand, but it wasn't that scary, right?
You can go out and do this stuff as much as you want. I'm happy to support you doing it. And for my mentality, no, it's not working for me.
No, I had that instinct again.
What instinct?
Do I got to bring a mirror to your face? What do you mean, what instinct?
Oh. Oh! Why would you shoot me?
Why wouldn't I shoot you? Look at you. You're a crazy little gremlin on the battlefield. You're like a rabid dog.
Rabbit dog?
Why not a cat? It's always cats with you.
Oh man, I don't know if she likes cats or not. I don't know.
You think? No, I could not tell.
Every time I've seen both, it just turns out like you turn either into a feral cat or a rabid dog. I don't know either or. They're both about the same.
Xena, dear, Athena may be a little crazy, but I don't think she's as crazy as I am.
You are on the same level. You are both rabid dog. But you're my little rabid dog. I have a bit more bias to Solakin. You can guess why. But I think Athena's worse. You're too cute for me to see you as crazy.
Aw, thank you, dear.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. I think you're too cute for me to see you as crazy.
How? You watched me kill so many villages and tribes. You've seen so many things I've done.
I do too, and I still think you're not that cute.
I thought we were friends.
We are. I'm just messing with you, Athena. I think you are adorable, but not in the sense I would say as Solakin.
Yeah, but very reasonable. But when we're on the battlefield, better watch your back.
That's the kind of attitude I like to see from you. Reminds me of myself very much.
Yeah, I don't like letting people run around freely like that on that battlefield.
No, you do. You play to have fun, but sometimes it gets a little too intense.
I don't think it's right to see these people and try to let them win. I play to beat these people.
I know.
Same here. I usually go in for the fun, but if it goes along, all bets are off. All bets are off.
Oh yeah, no. I try to start out with having fun, but then it just devolves into me going wild.
It was a fun little skit. I don't ever get to use my Xena voice. I never get to use it.
Kind of the same with me and my Solo Keen voice. My female Solo Keen voice is basically a bit of a high pitched version of my Rosalina voice, or Nicolina voice, whichever.
I was just like, what do I do? Because I wanted to find a better way to like differentiate my voice from like the voice I use for Rome. So I was just like, I'll just try to smallest bit of like New York or New Jersey.
The smallest bit of an accent.
Yeah, no, I think when it comes to oh man, if we're talking about like voices that you can kind of compare to like Nintendo voices, 'cause I know that Lorenzo, I headcanon, his voice he just kind of sounds like Luigi. His accent never went away. His accent's still really thick, so he's just like, "Oh, hello."
And so did Rhea's. Hers never went away. What were we talking about?
We were still talking about Xena.
Oh my god, we're still on Xena. I think we've said all we can about them. They aren't as developed as Athena is.
Ah, gotcha.
Yeah, no, there still needs to be more, but when time comes and when more happens, it'll happen.
I think the next topic was the skits, if I remember right. Yes.
Yes, the skits.
Yippee.
I remembered.
Oh, yeah. I'm trying to think. What were some of like the? Because there is. Oh man, there were so many parts. I think. God, one of my favorites. Maybe because of the fact that you also added that like audio recreation of it. The time where we did when the scar actually was
Created.
you got shot in the eye.
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I remember because I was still in high school at the time and it was a rainy day and I was like having so much fun with that. So every time it rains, I'm like, oh, Athena gets shot.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I remember that day.
When Athena got shot.
It's just like now every time it's a rainy day. Oh man, this is like the time when Athena got shot.
A lot of our first skits happened on like rainy days in my area.
I'm gonna be honest, the same happened to me too. I think a lot of the times that we did this, I remember it being either like a really rainy day or like a very gloomy outside. But I didn't care. I was just too busy like typing away.
On my end, there was snow on the ground, and around the time we started doing Splatoon roleplays, I was at my aunt's and uncle's place babysitting their cats.
I think one time, I'm really remembering this. One time when we were doing one of the skits, I was like, it was something really dramatic that was happening. During all of that, I was just out buying snacks at the gas station.
What?
Like I just remember like one time we were out like doing like this big like story or whatever, and I was just like, I'm gonna go out and get some snacks.
I was getting sniffed.
I don't remember what story it was, but I know one time, one of the skits, I didn't realize I had work that day.
I remember we were doing the story with Neo Captain 13. I was out shopping.
I thought I had the day off, and I got like a call that was like, you were supposed to be here like 30 minutes ago. I had to book it.
I remember that. You were too caught up in it and you're like, oh, I gotta go to work.
When they get too intense, I mean, of course now I've learned to check my schedule a lot more responsibly. Even then, I was still pretty good at it, but still, yeah, no, they get intense as fuck.
The Splatoon roleplays are too intense. Especially when they got big dramatic storylines going on.
I honestly love the time when we did the Splatoon 2 story mode. I mean, honestly,
It was also raining when that happened, and I think about it all the time.
Oh my god, yeah. Damn, I'm really thinking about that.
Did you say ham or damn?
I said, damn. I was really thinking about that because I was like, oh man, when it comes to that one, I'm really trying to remember what happened on that one.
the one point of that skit that I remember was that Soakeen became Agent 4. Since Xena serves as Agent 3 in our universe, and Soakeen serves as Agent 4 in our universe.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And Athena and Rome are, like, technically all means Agent 8,
Right. Yeah, God,
even though they were called Agent 14 and 13, respectively.
yeah, even with that aside, it's just like,
Yeah, because even in the Agent 8 amiibo kind of looks like Athena.
yeah, technically it would have been the classic like Agent 8.
And Rome's original hairstyle kind of looks like the base hairstyle for the Octoing boy in Splatoon 2.
That is true. And that's kind of because yeah, that was what we was like. When it comes to what he had before, that's what he used to look like for a long time before the eventual Splatoon 3 cut, which is better.
The current haircut he's always portrayed with.
Yeah, the like I said, the better one.
Yeah, the definitive Rome haircut.
You can't get any more than that one.
What other notable skits do we have?
One of the more notable skits that I have thought of was the Halloween skit.
Oh yeah, the little Halloween party they had.
I remember like there's a lot to that one. I remember there's a lot of nice like.
There was a concert, and then Eris almost got jumped.
Oh yep, of course. Eris had to get involved in a jumping.
Yep.
And then they all went to the party. I'm trying to remember what happened at the party because there was a lot of dancing.
Yeah, for the most part, it was a lot of dancing and there was a lot of food.
Yeah, a lot of food talk happening.
A lot of food talk, a lot of dancing, a lot of.
The three notable parts from the party that I know of are the costume contest, Rome and Athena's slow dancing,
Oh yeah, I remember that. That was so cute.
That was great.
yep, and Solokine and Shiver performing their song together.
Oh yeah, and then Athena and Rome went home early because of Athena's anemicness. I don't know what the plural for anemic is.
Yeah, but what it was happening was just yeah, she just was getting really cold, especially with like the fact that she wouldn't really have much to cover her arms in that dress.
She's just getting cold. I needed to go home.
So it was yeah, her little arms got really cold really easily.
I can't remember what the categories were for the costumes.
The categories were the scariest costume, the cutest costume, the best duo costumes, the best couples costume, and best overall costume.
Oh yeah.
I remember Athena and Rome won the couples one, and Eris won best overall or scary. I can't remember which one it was. I just remember Eris won something.
Eris won best overall.
Oh yeah, because she like literally modeled her costume off of a real plague doctor.
I do remember that, yeah.
And I do know that the scariest costume went to Big Man.
Big man, he didn't look all too scary. He just looked like a big sack.
Oh yeah.
A big sack. Christ, that's a way to describe it. I just realized what I said. It was just a sack.
Hey, that's what he is. He was just that guy, you know, the big sack. Just wanted to he was just being a big sack.
Scariest sack ever.
The horrifying sack.
A horrifying sack.
Then for cutest costume, Xena won that.
What was Xena again? I forgot what Xena even was.
She was a pirate.
I'm surprised Xena of all people won cutest costume.
Yep.
What the hell? Why'd I win that?
Yeah, it's like that'd be like one of the last things they were probably like, "What?"
Hell, like,
Yeah, honestly, I kind of wanted to make that situation a little bit embarrassing.
yeah, because Xena isn't used to that kind of like attention of being like called cute.
Yeah, no, I get what you're talking about.
Like, why me?
Why did it have to be my girlfriend? Why? Why did it have to be them? And then for best duo costumes, it was a tie between Rome and Poseidon and Shiver and Solokine.
Oh yeah, from Poseidon were Mario and Luigi. I forgot that Poseidon was like alive.
That sounds about right. Yeah. Now I'm thinking about it.
Yeah, yep.
Yeah, he just kind of showed up and he was just like, "Oh, hello."
In the case of Solokine and Shiver for best duo costumes, I initially wanted to pick them as being the winners. But I also really like the idea of Rome and Poseidon winning as well. So that's why I had both duos win.
Yeah, no, I felt like that just kind of worked out well and like pretty well here because I was just like, "Look at that." Because like I don't know, I feel like I don't know why that's just really funny to me. Just like, damn Poseidon, you're the oldest one, but you're this short.
Like even Eris is taller than him, and she's the youngest.
But he's just like fine. You Mario.
And Eris, like not in theme, is just a like doctor.
Yeah. Oh my. Actually, I'm trying to think. Were there ever? I don't think there were plague doctors in a Mario game.
No, I hope not.
The closest thing that I could think of were like these weird like little masked creatures. They're not shy guys, but they're in the same game as them in like Mario 2 or some shit.
Eris was a shy guy.
I guess that was Ares.
Weird.
Ares was just one of those like weird plague doctor. I think I can't. I think that they had a really weird name. I think their name was like Tweeters or some shit. Because they had little beaks. They kind of looked like birds, but they also look like plague doctors. It was a very weird enemy that I've never seen ever since.
Oh, bird.
Whatever the those things were from Mario 2, that's what Ares was.
Yeah, those ones. Whatever those were, I don't know. I've actually never seen them, so I don't even know.
Trying to think of another skit that I really like. Oh yes, the Danganronpa roleplay.
Oh, that was so intense, bro.
Oh my god.
I cried way more than I'd like to admit over it.
You have any idea how oh my god, I got so emotional during them. I'm gonna be real.
Yeah, same here, dude. I mean, the emotions were so real. Holy crap.
No, I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I've full on cried, but I definitely have gotten very, very close on several occasions.
I have.
Holy crap.
I was just like, oh my god.
And to think, the one behind it all was honestly more than fitting.
Yeah, when it just came to like everything here.
I haven't continued the second game because I have no idea who the mastermind will be.
Ah,
And I need to have that before I go any further past chapter 1.
gotcha.
Like a context for chapter 1 of the second game. Remember how we mentioned Rome's parents? Both of them are dead in that specific one.
Yeah, no.
Because they got food withheld from them. And Lorenzo was like, hey, just kill me and serve me to everybody else so they could have something to eat.
All right. Yeah, no, that makes sense.
To his wife.
My god.
Oh yeah.
I was crying. I was just laying there like,
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I was like, why do I do this to myself?
Bro, I was almost crying. Bro, when that happened, I started like I was tearing up so bad.
I wasn't too emotional during that, but honestly, I could really feel it.
I could have done anything else, but somehow I'm just starting to cry over this.
And I come up with all the punishments, by the way, so they're like, oh,
And that makes that's just great.
how does it get worse? I don't know. I think Rhea's execution was the saddest because her kids were there.
Ah, punishment, like or whatever the hell it was.
Because she was the only one who was just like, okay, I accept my fate, let me die already.
Yeah, so like you did it. You made that. I got sad as hell.
Well, besides Xena. But it took a little bit for them to, say it.
I just after that happened, I was just like, oh my god. How does it get scarier?
It was. Why did I do that? Why do I do this to myself? Why do I make myself sad over my own character?
It happens and you just kind of got to go through it if you're doing it.
Yeah.
I honestly can't think of a more emotional execution than that. That is gut wrenching.
Yeah. No, that alone made it like way more depressing.
Little cephalopods from a Nintendo game that we all just happened to play. I'm crying over them right now because their mom is dying.
Yep, and I honestly almost lost it when Xena was executed.
Yeah. No, and I just remember like for their sake, because just like, oh my god, I remember they all got like, oh no, it was very emotional.
Because Xena just kind of took it, like Rhea did. Both just kind of sat and took it.
Yeah, Xena and Rhea really took their executions.
You know how to write some stuff that ends up getting real emotional, though. It's like, damn, these are characters. Little characters that were made out.
Rhea was smiling. I remember I described that Rhea was just smiling at her kids before she got cooked alive.
And I'm crying over it.
That to me is the most horrifying part of the execution. I mean, honestly, it really speaks volumes.
Yeah, because Rhea doesn't have much development, but I know she really loves her kids. That's partially why she agreed to kill Lorenzo and feed them him.
Yeah.
Because she didn't want her kids to starve, but she also didn't want to disappoint her husband at the same time.
Yeah, at that point, I don't think you have any other choice.
I think that was actually the most disgusting scene, was when everyone figured out who they were eating Lorenzo.
Yeah, god damn, it was. Oh, it was.
And that's the thing to say because we also saw Eris beat the out of Shiver in the first game.
Oh, yeah. There was that, too.
Yeah,
Is there any more skits? I can't think of any.
Just having a look through here.
Yeah, no, I get it. I'm just thinking, when it comes to the ones that I can really think of off the top of my head in particular, it's kind of hard.
How about the Madam Mayhem one?
Oh my god, Madame Mayhem was so good.
Oh, yeah.
It was very, very dramatic and also very telling of Eris's reputation around the world.
Yeah, I feel it's one of the best skits we've done to date.
Oh my god, yeah, wait. That one was good.
And she was like, "No, I'm getting my job." Told.
Oh yeah, no, definitely.
There's two of them. There's a bunch of Madame Mayhem ones. I think we're talking about the first one, not the one, the recent one. Yeah, the one where she got her job.
Oh my god. That one was like stupidly dramatic. I mean, it was fitting for what it was, but damn.
She refused to take no for an answer.
Yeah, that's when she got arrested for existing.
Oh yeah, no, definitely, because it's just like, why did it have to be that way?
And to think Eris got arrested basically for just being herself, that's brutal. And looking back on it now, this was one of the first times outside of the Danganronpa roleplays where I roleplayed as my Octoling OC, Carol.
That's right. Yeah, no, Carol is also somebody that. Have you discussed at least before on here?
I've never discussed Carol here before,
Oh, gotcha.
so I'll discuss her real quick.
Yeah, might as well give her like a little rundown.
So Carol, compared to Sola Keen, yeah, she is a lot more reserved. And to clarify her age, Carol is 3 years older than Soul Keen, in which Carol was born in 1997, while Soul Keen was born in 2000, the same year as Eris. During the events of Splatoon 1, Carol was not part of the Octarian army. Instead, she rebelled against them. And for her quote unquote betrayal to the Octarian army, she was tortured by Octarian soldiers, which left her original green eyes now red, but she refused to give in. The Octarian army then attempted to execute her, but she ran off. She escaped into the forests near Soakin's tribe, after which Rome and Athena hunted down Carol and basically beat the life out of her, with Athena producing a nearly fatal shot to Carol's head, which could have and should have been fatal, but thanks to a couple members of Soakin's tribe being around at the time of the attack, Carol was able to be healed, and that's how she met Soakin. Yep, and then those two became pretty close. And after the events of the first Splatoon game, Carol doesn't have too much of significance other than the fact that she is forced to recover from her injury. But during the events of Splatoon 3, she does make a return and reunites with Soakin and reconciles with Rome and Athena. And in addition, she becomes companions with Aphrodite and Eris, most notably Eris, and Carol will stand up for anyone. She's a big time activist. And in the case of the Madame Mayhem skit, she furiously stood up for her and even managed to help Eris break out of prison. So compared to Soa Keen, who is very energetic and cheerful, Carol is a pretty serious person, but sometimes will let loose. Yep, and also
So
on the
basically, she is Solkeen's Athena to Xena, kind of like opposites.
yes,
Yeah, no, they're also kind of the opposite. I just like how they go for the opposite species as well, where it's a hyperactive octoling and a more cold inkling. It's the opposite.
basically for Athena and Xena, Athena is energetic while Xena is a little more reserved. That's completely flipped around with Soakin and Carol, with Carol being the serious one and Soakin being the energetic one. Another thing about Carol, for all of who should know, being a rebel fighter is not all the stuff that Carol does. She's also a rap artist that goes under the alias Rebel C. And she, along with Aphrodite and Eris, formed the band Takoyaki Soul Jazz.
That's also where the name Madame Mayhem comes from. That's Eris's stage name.
Yeah, no, it still and it works out just fine, and I think it's quite good. Yeah, just like a nice contrast.
For Aphrodite, her stage name is DJ Didi, which does sound a little weird in retrospect, but I honestly really like that.
DJ Deity? Aphrodite?
Oh, Deity. Deity. I've always pronounced it as Didi.
Yeah, no, it's Deity. It's all good though. Clarification, it works. It's fine.
Yeah, gotcha. Yeah, and even though Carol is part of the band, she does often work on solo projects. But that doesn't mean she has pretty good ties with people outside of Soul Keen. And also, unlike Soul Keen, Carol does not have any romantic interest. She is Arroways. So basically, meaning she has no sexual or romantic attraction to anyone. So you won't be seeing Carol having romantic feelings for someone anytime soon.
Most you see is like her friends. That's it.
Yes. Carol is more on the hunt for close friendships. And she finds that basically within Soakeen, Athena's, and Rome's friend circle, slash family circle as well.
Like, yeah, she'll still be around friends and whatnot, but when it comes to like any other like partners and things of that nature, not really.
Yeah, because I like to think that she gets along really well with Eris. They can both kind of have like some kind of understanding on basically almost dying, and nobody was really around for them when they were dying.
Just in general, they're very, very close and very alike, and just kind of when it comes to everything, I feel like they're just happy to have someone to relate to in any form.
And honestly, that makes a lot of sense here because I like to imagine that outside of Soakeen, I feel that Eris is a very strong friend for Carol.
Yeah, and that they have someone that understands what they've been through.
You know, I feel like it just for their sake, it only really just kind of feels right for them.
I mean, apart from them, of course, we're both having red eyes, them ending up in near death situations, I really feel a genuine connection between those two.
Yeah, we should do a little more skits with them, like just hanging out and stuff like that.
Yeah, we definitely should. We should definitely do more skits surrounding Carol and Eris's friendship. Because I remember in chapter one of the first Danganronpa roleplay we did.
Yeah, she opened up to Carol about how she missed what she used to be like and who she was.
Oh yeah.
I always made her like more closed off from everyone, especially after she got sanitized. Because it was one of her like old friends that was like, "Hey, you should do this thing that everyone else is doing," and then it ends up almost killing her.
Yes, so
Yeah, like before Carol, she only liked talking to her girlfriend Naomi.
Yeah.
so in other terms, Eris really had trouble opening up to other people about her past. But Carol is one of the rare ones that would listen to her. I feel that that's what makes Eris and Carol such good friends.
Is there any other skits? I'm truly trying to think. I can't remember a lot. Because mainly I roleplay with Ira a lot, like in her own little private server. So like they kind of mesh together in my head, so I'm like, oh, remember that one? It was just me and Ira.
Yeah, but I think but yeah, no, I have been able to like differentiate them a little more, and I'm just really, I am having a little bit of struggle with trying to remember because there were a lot, just in general.
There's also there's also the one with Eris's new single.
Ooh, yeah. That caused like so much drama in our little universe.
Oh yeah.
Because like when I talked about the storyline where she like just kind of ran away and tried to kill Rome, at that time she really hated Athena because she was like, how the would you just leave us like this?
And this really speaks to the rivalry that Athena and Eris have.
Yeah, because it reminded her of what her old quote unquote friend did to her before she got sanitized.
And just from that kind of alone, it's just like, well, I don't think I have any reason of why I should even try trusting.
But around like modern day, she does come around and realize that Athena does acknowledge what she did was really terrible, and she really regrets it.
Of course, sometimes those comments will still come out from time to time, but it's nowhere near as frequent and it's nowhere near as. Because, yeah, a lot of the time it is just very hurtful and kind of things to be saying.
Yeah, Eris has gotten a little more friendly instead of backhandedly commenting on her every single time she's like there.
Yeah, me too. And it's just nice to see just how much it can grow after something like that, and just how much, like, stuff could end up changing. And in this case, yeah, for the better.
Even though Athena and Eris were rivals, I really feel that they are really starting to come along with the skits we have done.
Yeah, I think after that, after they started making amends, they could really start going back into like their sisterhood they had beforehand. Especially now that Roman and Athena are married.
Oh yeah, no, that's very very true.
Like the best way I could describe their relationship right now is Eris is like no one makes fun of her except for me.
That does work. That does feel like a best way you could really describe it at that point.
Like they still bump heads, but they're not like out for blood like they always used to be.
And even then, after a while, it only really felt like Eris was the one that kept going for the blood.
Yeah, because Eris was just like, I make fun of you every time I see you, and then he was like, why are you doing this to me?
The single that she made on Athena, and the fact that it was so like descriptive, like, oh, what do I want to do to Athena?
That's how it's supposed to start out as, and then she's like, you make me feel like Athena,
And then it's just like, damn.
even though Athena hasn't done that for like years.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like, damn. At that point, what is she doing? She's just kind of existing.
She's just kind of breathing, and then Eris is like, stop it.
Yeah, she just kind of breathed in her general direction.
She just kind of breathes near her, and then she's like, what is wrong with you? Leave me alone.
Honestly, I don't know what else to say about this other than I can see a better future for them.
Shit, yeah, no, I can see that. Oh my god, yeah, oh my. She was trying to, like, she's finally feeling, like, better, and then next thing you know,
Yeah, just when Eris was making a good turnaround, she gets killed.
oh man, what a nice thing to happen. I wonder how it'll be resolved the next morning.
She's opening up, she's talking about her feelings, she's dead the next morning. What a nice character arc. I wonder if this character will make it into the next morning.
I was just like, aw.
I originally planned just for her to die because I didn't want to write for her, but then I started actually getting into it and I was like, damn it, I actually have to go through with this now.
There's no real, like, other real way to go about it. That's just the best way you can really describe it at that point.
Yep, honestly, indeed it is. That really reminds me of the first kill done in the first Danganronpa roleplay that we did. But then again, in that sequence, Aphrodite was framed for killing Eris.
Yeah, even though she didn't do all she did was get up and then got framed for it. She was just doing the laundry for everyone, and then Shiver was like, hey, you mind if I pin this murder on you?
It's like, yeah, can you take the blow for this?
Yeah, can you take the heat for this one? And she's like, what? And then she dies.
And it's just like, well, looks like you're out of a sister, Athena.
Poor Athena, damn, she lost her sister like first day up in there. So did Rome. What the They lost all their siblings.
Yeah, Christ. Yeah, God, that was, oh my God.
Like throughout that whole game, they just lost their siblings.
Yeah, no, I remember that, and it was sad.
Yeah, basically, that's what Shiver did. All because of her.
I don't even remember if I gave her a motive why she even wanted to do that. I think she just wanted to have fun. I know the motive of the next, what's it called? The next mastermind, but I can't remember Shivers.
I know that that Shiver's motive was a deal that she made with Monokuma.
Oh, right. I forgot. Oh my god.
It's just like, you know what? I have an idea.
At one point I wasn't even considering Shiver to be the mastermind. When we got close to the end, I thought it was going to be Naomi.
Damn, that would actually be really, really cool. It's just like, oh, nah, I did it.
Damn, Naomi, the cute little woman that doesn't do shit. That's actually a really good plot twist now that you make me think about that.
I almost thought maybe it could have been one of the Squid sisters. Like
Except they died in chapter 3.
it was that early. Damn, I forgot.
Yeah, or it technically was chapter 3 because we went in this weird order where it wasn't by chapter that the games go by.
Ah, okay. Damn. No, I had no idea who it was. I'll just say that then. Yeah, no. Then until the Shiver thing popped up, now I'm just like, well, guess I'll have to learn what might happen. The next mastermind here.
Masterminds, it's 2 of them this time around.
Or masterminds, yeah.
Yeah, but then again, I wouldn't think there's any chance that Shiver would be the mastermind twice.
No, she learned her lesson.
Yeah. After the first time, it's like, nope, never again.
Yep, never again, she said. Never again.
Yeah, she was very much pushing guilt onto others, but not really pulling it to herself.
Yeah, but then again, the way I portrayed Shiver in the first Danganronpa roleplay, I think I did a pretty good job on it. Especially when she was pushing guilt onto Fry.
Yeah, poor Fry, I was trying to defend her so hard.
Yeah, damn. When not in the actual game itself, yeah, that motherfucker ain't catching a break.
Exactly, she can't even catch a break in this game.
Yep.
Yeah, God, no matter what, at this point, she's just gone.
It's one of my most favorite parts of the entire roleplay. I mean, that was so good. There is one more thing I would like to touch on before we call it quits here. And I would like to touch on some of the interesting moments we had while playing Splatoon.
Oh my god, yeah.
Oh yeah, I just remembered one that off the top of my head, and this one's a classic, and I think about it pretty regularly. And it was during one of the big runs. It was where I kept accidentally falling into the UFO or whatever it was.
You kept getting killed by those things.
Yeah, the freaking slamming lid. Yes. Oh my god.
It's funny because I knew how to kill him. I was just trying to bait him, but I couldn't swim out in time.
It's still a habit to this day for me to tell Ira to move away from the slamming lids.
Oh my gosh.
So I was just like, oh, I guess I'm dead. So every time I get near those, all I could think,
I know, but it's just such a big habit now.
damn, I know how to take them, but it's just like what?
Yes.
All from that night of just do not.
Do not.
Yeah, yes, I remember the meme from that night. I remember the meme.
I do too.
Oh God, here it is.
I made like 2 of them, I remember.
Oh yes, yes, you made two. You made two. Oh yes, the do not, do not.
Do not. That's what it felt like when I tried to tell him not to just get near those slamming lids.
This pissed skeleton.
That's what it felt like trying to get him to move away from it.
Oh my god. Oh, well, one of the times Ira got killed, that Kestrel, you and I were standing on top of the slamming lid when it came down on Ira.
Oh yeah, I remember. It was like we killed him personally.
Yes, we killed him. Yeah, definitely felt like we killed him, Kestrel.
It was motivated.
Motivated as hell.
Yes. Yeah. Oh my god.
I remember like I was laughing so hard I got like a headache, like a really bad headache after.
I remember that night so vividly. It was so funny.
Oh my god.
That's a running theme I feel like I notice every time I hop on a call. I laugh so hard I get headaches.
Oh my god.
Like almost every time I get off the call, I'm like, oh my god, my head.
I did too, I remember.
Because every time I'm done with a call or whenever a call's done, I'm just like, I think it's time for me to just not verbally speak for the rest of the night. I'm gonna shut my brain off and fall asleep.
Like, oh my god, my head is gonna explode.
Yes, yep. It's like your brain is ready to burst out of your head.
Basically, yeah.
It was, yeah. No, it was a classic. Oh my god, now I'm ready for the next pick run. Like more. Just from that reason alone.
Yeah, yep, and Ira, remember, stay away from the Slamminglets. You hear us?
Yeah. No more slamming lids for you.
You're not gonna stop me.
No, do not.
No, Ira, stop! Ira, stop!
Dude.
I'm gonna turn it. Every time I say do not, I think about the skeleton with just Athena's hair slapped onto it.
Found something better. Wait, hold on.
I'm seriously thinking about making an edit that.
It's all happy instead. Dude.
I'm waiting.
Do. Do.
Do. Why does it look like that?
Let's be going to the slamming lids. Do.
I'm waiting.
No, Ira, no.
Do. Do.
I don't know how to swim away.
Iron, no. We can't keep reviving you after you've just run into them.
So, Ira, do not go anywhere near Slamminglets. Do not.
Fine. No, I'm kidding.
Do not.
Ira, yeah, Ira, do not. Do not. Do not, Ira.
Not do. No. Do not. I'm gonna leave you to die next time that happens. I'm gonna look at your little life ring and just jump on it
Oh my
and
god.
run.
Oh my god. Yep. Yep. That's your warning, Ira. Do not. Or Thorkeen and Athena will leave you to die.
Do not, or you're gonna be left for dead.
You two down.
You need to be careful and you're not listening to my warnings.
Oh damn. I'm trying to remember what other things were there?
I think just individually, remember the last Splatfest? I got so mad at somebody in Tricolor. I was like, I think you're pregnant.
Oh my god. Oh.
Oh my god, I remember that. I remember that.
I think you're pregnant.
Oh. I think you're pregnant.
Oh.
I don't even know what crossed my mind to say that. I just like kind of thought of it and then I was like, hey Ira, I was thinking about it and I was like, first thing that came to my mind when someone killed me, I was gonna say, I think you're pregnant.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
It just had to come out.
I don't even know what that has to do with anything. I just kind of thought it up and it just made no sense.
Oh, there's always something that likes to come out. There's always weird, funny things that just kind of come out.
That is the most random thing you've ever said, Kestrel. Honestly, the most random thing ever.
I always have some random thoughts. Especially when I'm alone with Ira, I ask him some really, really stupid questions.
Yeah, no, there's always questions like that. I don't know. I give really weird responses though. Like I'm just like I don't know, dance while it happens.
Oh gosh.
I'm like, what would you do if I came to your house right now and shoved my toe in your ear?
What? Oh my god.
I ask him stuff like that all the time.
But why not? I don't care.
He's like, I'd like you. I don't know, something like that.
It's some form of variation.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'd like you. That's sort of it feels like you say almost every single time.
Another notable moment I could think of that happened in Splatoon between the three of us were on two occasions we each won a 100x battle in Splatfest on the same night.
I remember that was the Idol Splatfest,
Yeah.
wasn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, I think it might have been. It was like, wasn't it during the Shiver Fry Big Man Splatfest? I remember that one.
Yes, and it also happened during the Ice Cream Splatfest.
Oh yeah, because that's when we won our first 100x. I remember that.
Yeah.
It was so fun.
I remember that very vividly. It was great.
Because we never encountered one beforehand.
Oh man, no, we were it's great. And we just no, I remember when the time came to play, we did not talk, I think, until like the
We
very
didn't
last.
talk like at all.
We didn't talk at all until like maybe within the last like few seconds. The last few seconds we started just talking again and we were just like, "Oh my god, what? Let's see what happened."
Honestly, even though the three of us weren't on the same team, I honestly was super damn proud of you guys there.
Yeah, so it's just kind of like surreal to have some form of good win like that happen.
It was just like, it never happened before. And we played every Splatfest.
And honestly, couldn't have been more perfect than that.
Oh, that was amazing.
It was so fun, I remember.
And then just under 2 hours later, I won a 100x battle myself.
And we all had our firsts that night.
Yeah, until then, yeah, I just never saw like a 100x. I rarely even saw 10x's.
Yep.
Like, yeah, I want to get one. I've never experienced those yet.
So by the time it happened, I was like, "Oh my god." Now I wonder how it is for people that have the 333x's pop up.
I've participated in one 33x battle.
I've never seen one of those in my life.
I haven't gotten to yet.
In the case of my first 100x battle win, my heart was almost beating out of my chest the entire match. Oh my god, I was so freaking nervous.
Well, yeah.
I was just like trying to be as quiet as I could because I was like, if I slip up, I'm probably gonna lose.
Yeah, for some reason I thought if we remain quiet, we'll win. And we did.
Yeah, so I just made sure to just like didn't think about anything else. I just kept my eyes on the screen until the end of the game.
Yep, I was doing the same thing as well. I mean, even with 5 seconds left, my heart was just about to burst out of my chest.
With me, I have this thing where when I'm really concentrated on stuff, I hold my breath, and I think I didn't breathe half the match.
What?
Oh my god! You were that
Cause I was just sitting there with my breath held, and I was just like, please, I gotta win.
oh man.
Oh my god, Kestrel.
I do that while I'm drawing too. I hold my breath for no reason. I remember looking it up. It's called work apnea.
Ooh.
Oh my gosh.
And it just had to come out during
It's like sleep apnea, except you're actually awake during Splatfest. That's why sometimes I get all quiet when I play, because I'm like holding my breath. Ira, you ever recognize that? That I'm just like quiet?
ah no, I kind of get it. Yeah, cuz like sometimes we're playing and I'm just like god damn, you're a lot quieter than I was expecting. Cuz I'm like, are you even there? Are you okay? What's going on?
I'm holding my breath so I win.
There you go. I guess that works out.
Sometimes it does, not all the time, but sometimes it does.
I feel like the difficulty spike playing Splatoon 3 in general is just kind of wow for me.
To have the three of us win a 100x battle ourselves on the same night, that honestly is crazy.
No, it was so cool. I remember it. It was just so good.
Then 2 months later, in the Shiver for Fry Big Man Splatfest, it happened again.
God, that one just felt like a war. That one was just an actual war.
And it happens so often too.
Yeah, like it was like just one of those things where you're just like, oh my god, you just kind of had to be there. And when you like see like what happened, it was just like scary.
Yeah, definitely.
Especially on social media, everyone was out for each other's throats.
Yeah, holy crap. And even to think that time around, when we each won our respective 100 X battles on the same night, as opposed to the first time around, I was the first one to get my 100 X battle win before you two.
Yeah, that was weird. I was like, whoa, okay.
Yeah, it was just kind of like, oh my god, damn, already?
Like, that was fast as hell.
Yeah, it was 10 past 2 in the morning where I live when I won my 100X battle.
God, I'm trying to even remember how late it was when we won ours.
It was 3:30 in the morning my time when you guys won your 100X battle.
Oh my god, we were winning that in the middle of the night. That's wild.
Oh yeah, it was 12 in my area, I remember now.
Yeah, no, so yeah, for me that was 2 in the morning.
2 in the morning, who up winning Splatfests?
Yep. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was just like I know for sure that it was at least one that we got to win during that.
And my Splatfest will win that night was not the only 100X battle I won in that Splatfest. I would go on to win 3 more of them.
I don't remember how many we won. I just remember it was a lot.
I don't even know what to say when it came to that one. It was a very overwhelming Splatfest.
It was just kind of normal and average.
It was fun, but it was very overwhelming.
It was easily the craziest Splatfest I've ever been a part of.
I thought it was cool because the Big Run was going on at the same time. So if I didn't like it, I would just go to Big Run.
Yeah, so it's just like, shit, you got two options.
Actually, the big run was right before that Splatfest.
Oh yeah, I forgot.
Oh, yeah, that sounds about right.
I thought it was during it. My memory is a little weird.
If they do have that happen, that'd be amazing. I want a Splatfest big run.
I would scream. I don't know. I would be excited.
If that happens, I'm honestly going to be speechless. But then again, I would honestly choose the Splatfest.
Yeah, it's just like whichever.
I would try to do a good mixture of both. Play a little Splatfest, play a little Big Run.
Yeah, no, I feel like just being able to kind of get a good balance of the both. I know the Splatfests are like the big major part, but I'm just kind of like sometimes if it gets a little too much, you could just go head to big run, and if that happens, then do whatever at that point.
Yep. And also, what we talked about winning 100X battles late at night, that brought up something that's been happening to me when I've been winning 100X battles.
It's always at night. It's never during the day. I've always recognized that.
Yeah, I always feel like just in general, getting on the game and playing at night is usually just like better. I don't know, something about playing the game at night is just kind of better. You just kind of get it. I don't know, because yeah, whenever I turn on like a game during the day, like when it's like super bright out, I don't know, I'm just not nearly as like into it, or like I'll just kind of I don't feel like I'm playing nearly my best. Yeah, every time I try to play something in the day, man, I can't do this.
Yeah. I have to play things at night. Well, certain things at least.
Yeah, but the thing that's been happening with me is that whenever I'm on my last set of battles for the night, that's when the 100X battles come up for me.
Yeah, thinking about it, I haven't really like since like the Shiver Fry and Big Man Splatfest, I haven't really seen many like 100 X's.
Actually, no, we saw some last Splatfest, but we lost them all.
Oh yeah, I know. The spawn camping that happened last Splatfest was ridiculous. So it was just kind of hard to get around it. But yeah, no, that was like the last time I really remember seeing a 100X.
I think I'm fine after, but I get too stressed out and I don't breathe.
Yeah, no, and then I don't know, I just get too stressed out at times.
That's honestly fair enough. For me, I don't get too stressed out because I mostly listen to music when I play. So it really gets me focused.
Yeah, no, I feel like having the music on kind of would help out like a ton.
We should start doing that. We have a music bot in our server.
When I do play like games and if I'm playing alone, I usually do try to throw on some form of music. I'm either watching like some sort of like big long like deep dive video into something or like listening to a bunch of music or something of that nature.
We should put music on so we could stop screaming.
And honestly, I feel you two should. It really helped me, so I think it can help you two.
Yeah, no, I definitely think that's something I definitely think could be the case because I hate how stressed out I get, and I'm just like I don't really have a lot of good ways to calm myself down between matches or have enough time to. So I think I just need that.
Yeah, honestly, I feel the music can really help you guys.
I think we should do that. That sounds like a good idea. I can make us a nice little playlist to put on during Spotfest.
Oh yeah, no, that'd be amazing. You could do like a little collab album to like throw a bunch of stuff on.
Whenever I listen to music, it not only helps me focus, but I also feel at the same time it helps me improve my play a lot more. I feel regardless of what it is, I think it could help you a lot. Who knows? Maybe you two can be just as good as I am. Honestly, whether I listen to music whenever I play Splatoon games or not, I just really enjoy the games.
No, that's kind of how it is with me too.
Me too. That's what I do most of the time. I don't play it as often as I used to, but I like engaging with just content of it in general.
Yeah, exactly. That's kind of how it feels like for me as well. Like even if I might not be playing it as much, I'm just kind of like, eh. It's not gonna stop me from looking at a bunch of this stuff and honestly just kind of having a good time and regardless of yeah no because it feels like one of those things where it's like regardless of if you even play the game or not, it's still something you can have a good time on.
And honestly, that's how I feel. I've been playing Splatoon for nearly a year, and honestly, when I got on the hook, I just stayed hooked. I mean, I honestly can't put into enough words how awesome the Splatoon series is. I mean, I can't get enough of it.
When it comes to the IPs and everything that Nintendo has had just kind of out, it's very much up there. I don't know if I would say yeah, just depending on who you are, like you could like it like more than certain franchises, but yeah, no, I think Splatoon's easily like right next to Mario for me.
They're fun. And I like the little designs of everything.
I still prefer of course, yeah, I'm still going to prefer Mario, but the Splatoon games in general, they're great. It's amazing.
Yeah, honestly, just everything about the Splatoon series, it really puts a smile on my face.
Yeah, like it's just kind of hard to not go in, see Splatoon, and just kind of be like, it's good.
I mean, and honestly, I'm just gonna say this out loud. Oh no, I think I'm gonna freaking cry. Oh my god, oh my god. If it honestly weren't for you two showing you your Splatoon highlights, I don't think I would be enjoying Splatoon this much. I mean, you two are the main reason why I'm involved in the Splatoon series in the first place.
I didn't really think anything would come of it. I just really like sharing my interests and stuff like that.
Yeah, and it's just kind of cool to share it more, cause yeah, when the game was first coming out, it was just like we were just really just could not really like yeah, when we had the chance to like talk to anybody else about it, we would. So whenever that would be the case, we'd go in, we'd talk about it, and then it was just like I think at some point we were just like, I wonder if we could get him to get into it. Or at least that's kind of what I thought, and like I was like thinking, I was like, damn, I wonder if this could be the case, and it was.
Yep, it honestly was meant to be, Ira. It really was meant to be. From the moment you and Kestrel shared your highlights, my intrigue was through the roof. And when Side Order and the Inkopolis DLC was announced, I just couldn't contain myself. I was just like, I had to play this. And now, nearly a year later, it's honestly one of my favorite game series of all time. I honestly can't put into enough words how thankful I am that you two even brought this game series up to me. I mean, it's just absolutely wonderful.
There's just something about that. I just was like, because yeah, I didn't really think I was gonna be nearly as like crazy into it, but I was just like, I wanna play this game again. I feel like now that there's a new entry coming out, it feels more than fine to give this game a chance, sit down, play it again. Maybe it might be better than when I last remembered playing it in 2, because I remember after a while I didn't like it nearly as much, and I was honestly a little like, damn, why did I buy this game? Then I just was like, maybe I just need to sit back and just kind of wait and give it another shot. And I think it was just better to wait until the next game came out. And it felt great to actually just experience a brand new game from this IP for like the first time.
Yeah, that honestly was kind of the same thing with me. I mean, like I mentioned in the last episode of Angel Rise, when I first teased this episode, I said, if you were to come up to me today and ask me about Splatoon, I would barely know anything. But come up to me now, and I would know almost everything. I just have so much I just have so much fun with the Splatoon series. From the times we play to the edits and artwork of our OCs that we make to the skits we do. Honestly, I honestly really can't put into enough words how thankful I am to even have played this series in the first place.
I didn't think it would make such a big impact. That's why I'm like so quiet. I'm just like, oh, wow.
But yeah, no, I knew people that really loved Splatoon or that were like huge Splatoon fans when I was like back when the first game came out, but I was just kind of I don't know what was up with me at that point. I just did not really care for it at that time because I was really young and didn't really like know much about a lot of other games. But yeah, when I got older, I was just like, wait, really, really good.
But really, I really have to thank you two for getting me into this series in the first place. I feel Splatoon is a massive part of our friendship now. I'm just very happy and very thankful for that chance to see what you guys have experienced and for it to be as good as it is. I just really gotta say thank you to you too. I mean, really.
Same thing. I'm just so like surprised and taken aback that it means so much to you. This cephalopod game that we showed you.
Yeah, I mean, seriously, thank you too. I can't say this enough, but you two are the freaking best. Honestly, the freaking best.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, honestly, it really has had a massive impact on me. I just everything about it. I really can't put into enough words how thankful I am. It really does mean the world.
Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, and I don't know what me and Ari would be doing with our little characters right now.
I don't think if I didn't join, I really don't think the Ink Squad would even exist.
God, because yeah, no, it was like, damn. Now realizing, I was like, the fact that it's our initials for our names, it's just like, wow, how fitting for it to spell out ink right there.
Yeah, it's really tough for me to imagine what life would be like without Splatoon. Soul Keen wouldn't exist, and Roman Athena wouldn't be as developed, and some of our other OCs may not have existed in the first place. But I'm just really happy that this all happened.
Yeah.
And I just think like, yeah, no, this is so good.
And to know that we are collectively known as the Ink Squad, it just makes all the more sense.
Yeah, it's just like perfect.
Forever and onwards, the Splatland's best turf war team.
Back when the COVID-19 pandemic started in March 2020, it turned out to be a somewhat good thing for me. I wasn't one to go to parties or hang out with many people outside my family. So in all reality, I was completely fine with being at home And all the pandemic did was help me look up in hope for everyone affected to feel better. With the time I had on social media then, that's what it was all about. Checking in on everyone, making sure they were alright. I even took the chance and participated in some online activities on Instagram, which included a virtual spirit day for my high school and Quarantine-a-ween. Halloween in lockdown, in other terms. There was also some cool challenges made, including a pass the toilet paper along challenge, which was more than fitting considering toilet paper was all the rage around that time. I actually tried doing the same thing with school spirit, but unfortunately, it didn't work out. Yet, I showed as much school spirit as I could during that time, even if I couldn't actually be at my high school. It certainly was an amazing time, and I was happy in a time where countless people were not. In which case, I hope those people are doing okay now. We are social creatures after all, and we can use the interaction, whether in person or online. But just 2 months after the pandemic began, on May the 25th, 2020, the optimism I had towards social media, the joy I had expressing how I worked on there, was about to be altered for the worst. On that day, in the US state of Minnesota, an African American man by the name of George Floyd was forcefully asphyxiated by a white police officer, whom I won't name, but most of y'all will likely know who I'm talking about. It wasn't until the next day, however, that I first heard of it. It came through actual footage of the event on Facebook, and it was being passed around like wildfire, since it was an act of police brutality, which several incidents of this have happened over the last half-century. I personally have not viewed the video, and maybe it's best if I don't. I won't lie, actions like that are definitely wrong. But how people reacted to it, this is where the chaos in my mind really takes off. The protests, the reshares of the event itself, it's all I was really seeing on social media at that time. And while I didn't think too much of it at first, soon the black screens came along. That's the point where I first lost it. I understood the situation, but I couldn't comprehend it. It's like I was looking at a black void. Literally. How the hell was that the answer to spread the message of the injustices of the minorities? Just to prove my point, I got some of the black clothing I wore, and I posted a selfie to Instagram on June 2nd, 2020. But looking back on this now, that honestly was one of the stupidest things I've ever done. I'm not even kidding. This is when I first realized that I felt like I was falling into an inescapable trap. Like I was being forced to be part of the whole Black Lives Matter movement. The very next day is when I snapped. After I saw a post on a high school companion's Instagram story of a cartoon comic strip depicting the ongoing phenomenon, with a woman holding a Black Lives Matter sign and a man holding an All Lives Matter sign, and then the same for breast cancer matters and all cancers matter. And the caption is what got me. One of a few I'm going to mention throughout this episode that stick with me to this day. Which is, "This is how stupid you people look." Referring to the man holding the All Lives Matter sign. That couldn't have been more further from the truth about how I really am. So seeing that caption felt like a major slap in the face. My face. Like I was the freaking target. After that, I had enough there. I took a break from all of my social media accounts, something which I've never done before, but it had to be done. And afterwards, I did get a DM, direct message for short, from the same high school companion who posted the comic to their story, with them saying how important it was to prioritize my mental health over social media. It is a little ironic to me looking back on it, but it definitely shows that they did look out for me there. Even to this day, it still sticks with me. Things did calm down after my break, which lasted for a week. After that, it seemed like I never lost my rhythm for the next few months, paying tribute to my time in high school as I had been before, while also getting Nicolina off the ground, as I had just created him not long before this. However, throughout the fall, as I was beginning my brief tenure in college, Facebook was falling victim to another kind of madness I was seeing. A hockey mom I knew from my days as a timekeeper, whom I also won't name, was sharing what is arguably the most bullcrap thing I've ever heard of. That being COVID-19 was a scam and planned all along, and the restrictions were an act of tyranny. The conspiracy itself was based on a coronavirus action plan meeting in 2019 where health experts were making plans in case a wide-scale coronavirus outbreak happened. I emphasized in case for a reason, because looking back on it now, it turned out to be a big-time coincidence. So this really knocks that theory out cold. But seeing that being used to prove a point about COVID-19 being planned, honestly, how small-minded could people like that be? I mean, the pandemic did scare quite a few people, but saying it's not real is like saying that aliens are real. And those posts from that hockey mom, I saw on a frequent basis. And in late October of 2020, I was once again boiling over the pot. I made a Facebook post stating that COVID-19 was obviously a real thing, and the restrictions were in place to keep us safe. And who was the first to respond to it? If you guessed the hockey mom, you're absolutely right. And the second I saw the notification from her, I literally thought, alright, you imbecile, come at me. You can bet what she said makes my blood boil to this day. She said, first off, do your research. Research, huh? Research on why that theory is wrong? You know what I'm saying? Yet, what I did in response, which I consider stupid by today's standards, I forgave her for saying that. I know I am a person who does forgive people quite a bit, but if this happened today, I wouldn't have given her a chance, let alone have her do what happened next. I literally had a DM chat with her about these sites that proved that COVID-19 was a whole scam and an act of political corruption. But I didn't go to any of these sites once I snapped out of this mini trance I was in. And honestly, that was the best thing I could have done in that case. I wasn't falling for that bullcrap. I know on Earth what actually went on. But, unbelievably, I didn't block her then. It took another post on Remembrance/Veterans Day about the same thing for me to do so. Only this time, it was referencing the Canadian Armed Forces with the caption saying, but not exactly, our freedom will all be for nothing. Clearly, this woman was delusional, and I wasn't going to put up with her any longer. Apart from that, I was still pretty much fine, and all the while, I was getting started with something new on Instagram. At the beginning of October 2020, I started up my first Nicolina Instagram account, showing him off as the male-female mix and Arrow-Ace character he was at the time. In that time, I also became fast friends with Tylerina, a fellow Rosalina OC account, and it felt like at first, Nicolina could thrive without anything bringing him down. The next month, on November 10th, I came across my now dear friend Kestrel through their Rosalina OC Kestrolina. They would become more significant later on as the month progressed, with me eventually meeting their boyfriend Ira through his Luigi Instagram account. That's what made me realize that I could have online friends who truly cared about me, considering I have been more used to having friends in real life. And I wasn't too sure on how I felt about having online friends at the time. However, right at the end of the month, trouble lurked around the corner again. Only this time, with male Mario OCs. The first one to pop up was a red Luigi OC, and immediately, he took a liking to Kestrolina and became the first husband of theirs. Not going to lie, that made me quite resentful and jealous. Was I really about to lose my new friend right off the bat to a sudden appearance by a nobody? This didn't seem right to me. No way in hell. Yet 2 more OCs, both Mario ones, came in as December rolled around. And as my fellow OC companions, a few of which I had met beforehand, had their Rosalina/Princess OCs taken, I was the only one spared in that time. Nicolina was still free, and that's the way I wanted him to be. Yet I feared she was next in line. And on December 21st, 2020, my fear was realized. I posted a Nicolina edit of him greeting someone under a mistletoe, since it was only 4 days until Christmas. Not long after I posted, I felt pretty good about it. Until he commented on it. Those who know about the situation know who this person is. However, for those wondering who that is, it was a blue and teal Luigi OC named Texic. The comment was a reply to the caption, acknowledging wanting to kiss under the mistletoe. It definitely seemed harmless enough, yet my gut was telling me otherwise. Not even a few minutes afterwards, I get a DM request from him, and I did take the chance to chat with him, preparing to say no if he asked the question to take Nicolina as his romantic partner. The question was indeed asked, and my no answer was prepared. I said I had no interest in letting Nicolina go with someone I just met. But he was not going to accept that. He did plead with me for a few minutes, and I relented. But I wanted to keep the romance low-key, so that not many people knew about it. The next night, that's when it became full-scale. As he was curious, or acting like he was curious, about sex. Now, I'm no sex expert, and around the time, I was new to the concept. Like only a couple months type of new. So in another move, which I classify as dumb in today's standards, I taught him it, and he went absolutely nuts. I should have known at the time he was playing dumb and pretending not to know what sex really was. From there on out, carrying in to 2021, his way with Nicolina was granted whenever we roleplayed together. And though quite a few times I did do some non-sexual roleplay with him, it was really all about the sex. Even when we said goodnight to each other, he'd play with Nicolina's body. And even sometimes, he would ask me to make edits of Nicolina and himself in a sexual matter. And I allowed it. Because I was pulled into the feeling that I had to allow Nicolina to be with Texic, due to my people-pleasing nature. Yet, I did have one chance to end it off. That was on Valentine's Day 2021, where Texic made a post on Instagram stating how lonely he was. Looking back on this now, I should have let him go right there and then. But my pleasing nature got the better of me, and I commented as Nicolina that I loved him. And he didn't feel so lonely afterwards. Man, am I facepalming about this right now. All the while, I, along with Kestrel and Ira, were in a group chat involving all the Mario OCs, Texic and the other male ones included. To say it was just as uncharacteristic as my roleplays with Texic is an absolute understatement. This was beyond anything I could comprehend, but I remained complacent to doing sexual activity, which included edits, as I was around my new friends, which will become quite significant later on in this episode. A good majority of what was posted there was sexual, and that's where I started to feel uncomfortable, which included Texic sharing an edit of Nicolina and a Pauline OC getting hammered by him and another male Mario OC. I say hammered as in hard sex. It was only rare that I saw anything not related to sex in the group chat. I even went as far as to show non-sexual edits and artwork that I made, which was what I wanted to share. But it was rarely acknowledged, as sexual content overwhelmed it by a long shot. Then came June 28th, 2021. I was having one of my chats with Texic, which had become more rare at the time, but in the middle of doing so, I decided to go outside where my mother was, as she was working on the garden in the front yard. And I had a talk with her about how I was concerned about falling in love, and the male Mario OCs as a whole. She gave me some reassurance, and said that it was alright, that I was okay with being single. The way I wanted Nicolina to originally be. After that chat, my mind was made up. I was going to separate Nicolina from Texic. When I told him the news, he did take it somewhat well. And I did tell him that it was fun while it lasted, which in retrospect was a complete lie. After I said goodbye to him for good, I did feel quite a sense of relief. And I really didn't feel hurt. Yet, it would take time to manifest, as more danger lurked around the corner. In the midst of my separation from Texic, there was yet another civil rights controversy that came to light. But it wasn't African Americans at the forefront this time around. It was Native Americans or indigenous people, whichever of those you want to call them. More specifically, the children. It was through the discovery of graves, child's graves, at residential schools that this controversy came to light. In case y'all don't know what those kinds of schools are, they were schools that operated between the late 19th and early 20th centuries, run by religious leaders, mostly of European descent, specifically targeted at indigenous children. And they were made specifically to try and rid those children of their beliefs their respective tribes have believed in for generations, and convert them to common religions such as Catholic or Christianity. Like I've mentioned in previous videos, though I believe in God, I have no specific religion that I am attached to, and in the last episode, I revealed that I had partial Native American ancestry, which I get from my father's side of the family. In terms of what I brought up, it can make sense when I say that no one should ever have their beliefs stripped away, unless they're downright malicious and delusional. Getting back to the issue itself, much like with the Black Lives Matter movement, it was a firestorm on social media. However, it was bound to be much worse for me than the year prior. There were photos I saw on Facebook of vandalism on churches. Yes, you heard me right. Vandalism. They mostly included bloody handprints to represent the dead indigenous children, and even some churches being set alight and burning to the ground. All I have to say is, what the actual hell? Whoever those people are, they are clearly sick in the head. Also, the main protesters, they were no better. They were wearing a certain colored shirt I honestly can never unsee that has symbolized the whole movement. Orange. The color orange. It was meant to represent an indigenous kid's shirt that they wore to a residential school during the time they were around, and it was taken away from them. Honestly, I really hate to be harsh, but after what happened last year with the Black Lives Matter movement, this was rubbing salt in the wound. I don't care if it was directed at me or not. First the black screens, now the orange shirts. Just what the actual That wasn't all though. Another caption that makes my blood boil to this day accompanied a post about this movement. This one was, "If you're not angry, you're not listening." Oh, I was angry, alright. You can bet on that. But I was not going to stand for any captions trying to sway me in that direction. Especially not when I've become so freaking vulnerable. But I stayed on, despite this new mess I was seeing. And I was on edge for a good majority of July. And when August rolled around, it did seem like everything calmed down. Yet it took one more post on an Instagram story from another high school classmate of mine, which I can't remember exactly what it said, but it did relate to what I mentioned earlier. At that rate, I snapped once again. And I decided I would take another break. However, it was going to be for an indefinite period of time. I wasn't going back until I felt for sure that I felt okay doing so. It didn't officially begin until August 17th, 2021, when I made posts of these drawings right here. Honestly, this at the time was the worst I felt about being on social media. And every day on there felt like all users were trying to brainwash me into believing all this nonsense that I saw on my feeds. It was not okay. It really wasn't. I had to escape from all the platforms I was using. All except one. The platform I'm talking about is Discord. For those of you who don't know what that platform is, it was originally created in May 2015 for the purpose of gaming chats through the creation of servers, mainly those focused on strategy games. But in June of 2020, its focus was shifted to all-purpose communication. So all types of servers, from video games, to sports, to music, to movies and comics, you name it. All servers of that purpose were on there. I actually didn't notice that it existed until around late 2020, when it was recommended by another online friend I made. But it wasn't until January 2021, when I was on a 3-week break from Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, that I joined and created my own server, fittingly named Lord Nicolina's Heavenly Palace. And when I took this new break in August 2021, I shifted my focus to Discord specifically, because I did want to keep in contact with some of my closer online friends, Kestrel and Ira included, though it would take some time for me to start talking to Ira on there. As for the break itself, it did start quite well, relieving even. But I was soon to realize that the chaos of social media was about to carry over to television, and it was reminiscent of what I faced against that hockey mom. It was advertisements for the 2021 Canadian federal election, with commercials for the respective political parties taking jabs at each other. There was absolutely no question that this rubbed further salt into my already fresh mental wound. And it was only gonna get bigger by the second. This led me to make a decision that I stand by to this day. I would never vote in any election. You heard me right. I chose not to vote in that election, nor any other election, for the rest of my life. Now, in reality, I was intrigued by politics since I was 14, and did vote the year I became eligible to do so. But after all the hell I went through up to that point, there was no way I was going to take that chance again. Absolutely no way. I wasn't going to be that easily persuaded. During all this, however, remember how I mentioned it would take time for me to see what really happened between Texic and I? Well, it was during a counseling appointment, talking about what I was going through, that I realized what happened was not as innocent as I originally thought. I was abused by him. That is right. This monster was using Nicolina for sexual gain. The events I mentioned all added up, and when I realized that, I was on the verge of tears. My instincts in December 2020 were right all along. This blue and teal Luigi OC was a freaking monster. And he slipped in between my fingertips. Even right from the beginning, I should have let my instincts lead me to say no to him. And firmly at that. Plus, the biggest red flag of the whole case was him calling me quite a few names. Names you probably wouldn't expect to come off as bad, but they were bad in my books. They include tight, hot, and worst of all, good girl. The good girl saying comes off as cruel to me. Maybe he knew Nicolino was a male-female mix when he first saw him, but completely ignoring that in favor of his feminine side, that honestly completely enrages me looking back on it. I also tried one time to prove to him that Nicolino was a male-female mix by showing that she did indeed have a male genitalia. But as you likely guessed, he wasn't buying it. I held back on telling anyone else about what happened for the next few weeks, partially because of the other social media issues I was having. It took a comic I made not only about my main social media issues, but also my abuse, that the truth got out. It was the second half of this comic that I revealed I was abused. While I was uploading it to my Discord server, more specifically my comics channel, it was after pages 4 to 6 were uploaded that I was gonna get my first response. And that would come from Kestrel. As I was about to upload pages 7 to 9, they started typing, and I was like, I haven't uploaded the full comic yet. Why are they typing? But after those pages were uploaded, that's when Kestrel's response popped up, saying that they knew something was off between Texic and I. I was confused at first. How did they know I was hurt by this monster? But there is no way I was hiding it now. I confirmed to them that it was true. Yet, I still had no clue how Kestrel knew something was wrong. Eventually, I would realize that why Kestrel felt something was amiss between Texic and I was because of, you guessed it, the godforsaken group chat. The way Texic and I talked was what concerned them, because they faced a similar thing in the past. But that is a story for another time and place. The word did gradually get out about my abuse among my closest family members and a few other online friends, Ira included. And it did actually result in what my 2021 Halloween comics were about. Me getting back at Texic for what he did, and even referencing what started my social media chaos. Getting back to what preluded the then indefinite break, the residential school grave discoveries, it was starting to look like it was about to fade into the back of my head. It was only getting started. 3 words then popped up to describe the whole ordeal. Every child matters. Now, some of you may think those 3 words aren't enough to cause such stress in me. But at this rate, there was no changing my mind. Yes, every child does matter, and they deserve to be safe. But if you attach it to something like that, in my books, it does become pointless. Then came what I can describe as the peak of my anger of the whole situation. Canada decided to create a holiday based on this that happens on September 30th. You want to know what that holiday is called? It's called National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. I'm not kidding with you all. Every time that pops up in my head, it pisses me off to no end. A holiday to recognize those affected by such events? If I didn't have any holidays to hate then, I certainly did now. Why not recognize it every day? If you all can tell by now, this was no doubt the biggest peak of my anger towards social media, the news, and IRL at the time. This is what made 2021 a terrible year for me, especially the first 8 months. Social media and the news, I felt, were becoming shells of what they were when I started on them. Peace was prominent throughout them, and now it was like a war had broken out. I was caught in the crossfire, mentally wounded, screaming, and wanting to cry every tear I could leak from my eyes. I had enough. My break lasted into the start of 2022. I still wasn't ready to go back. That was around the time I started this podcast. The midway point of January is where episode 3 was made. I thought after I made that episode, it would be the point where I could leave the stress behind and it would be over with. But I was wrong to think that. It was just bound to get worse. Remember that conspiracy theory I mentioned earlier about COVID-19? That was the first thing to come back to haunt me in 2022, in the form of the convoy protests starting near my 21st birthday. These took place near border cities in Canada and the US in response to vaccine mandates for truck drivers crossing over the border. The second I noticed them in the news, it was only a matter of time before I was shaking my head in disgust. Trucks blocking the border in Windsor and various other border cities. And I even saw a video of a crowd of these protesters singing the national anthem. I'm sorry, but hearing those particular protesters singing that is a clear insult to this beautiful country I live in. That is not the Canada I know and love. I'm not kidding. And one night when I was coming home from timekeeping a hockey game, I expressed to my mother how concerned I was with them. She did say people had the right to protest, but I knew these protesters were far from in their right mind to do so. People do have the right to express themselves. That is for sure. But at that rate, and I didn't truly realize until just this year, I was scared of protests. I'm not kidding. I'm actually scared of them. It started with an incident in April 2019 during my grade 12 year of high school, which was about a protest addressing education system changes. But it took until this whole mess for it to manifest into what it is now. Once that mess did die down, however. And honestly, thank God it did. I was no question relieved, but that was only brief. As the war-zone-like feel I felt towards social media and the news was literally about to show. It was near the end of February that war broke out between Russia and Ukraine, when Russia launched an invasion on Ukraine. I wasn't going to pay any mind to it. None. But then, the support Ukraine hashtag started popping up as a result of Russia not sitting well with other countries. Obvious political bias, if you ask me. Whether it's politics or war, you can tell I wasn't going to take any sides. Neutral was the way to go for me. Yet, I was still getting caught in this media crossfire. War had broke out in social media, news, and now real life. And I feel you can tell that I was feeling targeted, even if nothing was directed at me. But by mid-March, once again, things settled down. And by then, it was 7 months since I began my initial social media break. I started to contemplate returning to the platforms I was using, and I did think it was okay to go back at the time. So I decided that when April rolled around, I would take the chance and do so. After 8 months away, I was back on Instagram, Facebook, and Twitter, and I was determined to get back on track. I blocked all the male Mario OCs, Texic included, and limited how much I viewed stories on all those platforms. I wasn't going back unless my guard was up. Also, I tried a feature on Twitter called Hidden Words. This feature allows users to hide words or content containing any words they don't wish to see. And based on all I said, I was no doubt putting that to good use. For around a month, it really did seem like everything was going to be alright. I got rid of posts relating to Texic, any posts that were explicit looking, and shared videos from this channel. It definitely felt great to be back. However, like the update video to be made on June 5th, 2022 mentions, it would state otherwise. When May rolled around, the National Hockey League's Stanley Cup playoffs also came in, and my favorite team, the Toronto Maple Leafs, had qualified once again. This time, they were facing off in the first round against the Tampa Bay Lightning. Coming off their best season in franchise history in terms of wins and points. Up to that point, the Leafs have been eliminated in the first round 5 straight years, including losing a 3-1 series lead against the Montreal Canadiens the year prior. And I could tell the fans were not having it, which I wasn't happy about, considering how dedicated I am to the team. The Leafs are a Stanley Cup level team. All they needed was a giant push to get them over that hurdle. But it wasn't meant to be once again. Game 7 on May 14th was the deciding factor, and the Lightning got the best of the Leafs. I didn't watch. Instead, I followed along online, because I knew all too well how the fans would react if the Leafs lost. At that moment, it was only denial and grief that I felt. It really did take just this one hiccup for the last straw to break. I stepped away from those platforms again until I decided what I was gonna do. In other terms, I left for 8 months, came back for over a month, and then left again. All because of this. Were more restrictions in order? Did I have to block more accounts? What must be done? As the end of the month rolled around, I decided that enough was finally enough. I was going to quit all those platforms. I didn't want to do so, but I felt there was no other choice in the moment. My mentality was becoming exponentially fragile with every passing moment. So I told everyone I knew on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram that I was through with using them. After which, I deleted all accounts I had on each of those platforms. As for Discord, that was my new safe place. Over the course of my 8-month break and subsequent retirement from Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, it became my main source of contacting my online friends. I didn't know it, but it was the blessing I needed in such turmoil. My era with the big three was over. The Discord era had truly begun. Even though I had found my true serenity on Discord, the damage had been done. Even the news did their damage as well. Whenever something about civil rights, politics, or war came up on them, I either got really angry or didn't care at all. It even affected my behavior a couple times, notably at the end of September and mid-November of 2022. The day after my mother and I moved in with my grandparents on her side, it was National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. Yes, our moving day was September 29th, and September 30th was the day after. I never had expressed my distaste towards the holiday to anyone I was closely associated with. So on that day, I did tell my mother about it. She did take it well, and even expressed her distaste about a holiday she disliked as much as I disliked National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, which I won't share for the sake of privacy. I also got it out to my online friends in the form of me updating my Discord profile for Halloween, which was also accompanied by the status September 30th. They were just as understanding, with Ira even saying something like the residential school crisis should be recognized daily, something which I did bring up earlier. In case you didn't catch the hint, considering September 30th is the day before October begins, and around that time, Halloween recently just became my favorite holiday, that was the perfect add-up to start up my Halloween celebrations a little early. Looking back on this, if I didn't know how to cope with my despisal of National Day for Truth and Reconciliation, this was the way for me to do so. Something I'd give a name to in the future, but I'll cover that towards the end of the episode. For what happened in mid-November, November 19th to be exact, my mother and I were grocery shopping together, and she was buying items for a food drive that was taking place at the store. And what it was for, I'm still shaking my head about. It was for Ukrainian refugees from the Russia-Ukraine war. I really don't want to sound harmful or ignorant, and I'm all for food drives. But this one wasn't sitting right in my head. It really wasn't. I didn't want to partake in it. We did it anyways. Even as I was hoping we wouldn't. Now, please don't judge my mother, but she did ask me to give the groceries we bought to donate to the people running the food drive. And the second we approached the stand, I froze and started to shake. I was on the edge of screaming. No joke. I instead let my mother give the groceries to them, and we headed back to the car. Once on our way home, I burst into tears and apologized. My mother did comfort me, but did say that I should limit the chances of my emotions or beliefs stop me from doing any good. She is right, but what happened there? It really goes to show how badly affected I was by what I saw on social media and the news. I made a drawing when we got home discussing my distaste for the war itself, with Nikolina using a torch to burn both Russian and Ukrainian flags, further emphasizing my point that I was not picking a side. Please do keep in mind, my mother was and is still very understanding about the whole situation. But honestly, outside of those, nothing else major happened in the time after I initially quit. Other than me making videos for this channel based on my feelings about social media and society as a whole, notably the skit video Endless Trauma, alongside my drawings, comics, and OC lore. Like I mentioned earlier, this felt like an endless war. The posts and articles were like gunshots, hitting me in the head. This didn't feel right. The temptation to quit was there and I took it. I was done with social media. I was done with the news. I felt it was game, set, and match right there. And I had the incidents to prove it. However, in mid-December 2022, things were dying down once again. And it looked as though that finally the chaos was over once and for all. So I took the gamble, and with my guard up at an all-time high, I decided that I would return to social media. But there is only one platform I would choose to return to, and that was Instagram. I made that choice based on me wanting to have a more fun approach to social media, like I originally intended. Yet, how was I to do so without the same crap happening to me again? It was simple. Make the accounts private. Private accounts were something I saw during my original time on Instagram. And in the app's case, if you wanted to follow said private account, you had to request to follow. And once the account gets the request, they can accept or decline it. If they accept your request, you now follow them. Vice versa, if not. And much like Twitter, Instagram had the hidden words feature. So I put that to good use as well. However, my return didn't come into effect until 2023 started, more specifically, January 2nd. I created new accounts, but only my personal and Nicolina accounts. Though it did stink that I had to find accounts that I originally followed, I was more picky with who I wanted to follow. Nothing to do with politics, civil rights, or war. Sports, video games, art, and roleplay was the name of my game. I made it clear on the first posts I made for my new accounts that I was through with the past and wanted to start fresh. Most importantly, I wanted to do what I truly meant to do on social media. Have fun and be no one else but me. That's what I stuck by. I only posted whenever I had thought of a good prompt for roleplaying, whenever I stood up for my feelings, whenever I cosplayed, or if something special was going on in my life, like a day trip or a hockey game. Plus, I didn't look at stories as often, as like mentioned before, some were enough to make me step aside initially. Everything was going like clockwork as a result for the first little while. The hell I went through was in the rearview mirror, and the new era had begun. This approach towards social media was just what I needed to get back on track. Yet I did limit my time on Instagram because Discord, like I mentioned before, had become my main social media platform. And soon, I was to get into the Splatoon fandom, making my own roleplay account for my Inkling OC so keen in the process. I did find the majority of accounts I originally followed, some active, some not, along with reblocking the accounts I originally did in April 2022. I also did manage to find a few new accounts, notably a Shiver one, which further expanded my love of the Splatoon idol herself. I would frequently comment on their posts as Solakeen, whether it was a serious affair or roleplaying, and it felt like I found a new friend as opposed to just a new account. I also learned from this person that they were very adamant about players getting along in Splatfests, and that immediately reminded me of how I wanted my renewed social media experience, as well as my life in general, to work out. Especially during the Shiver Fry Big Man Splatfest. This person was very much doing their absolute best to spread their message, and them and I would frequently chat about said topic. I won't lie to you all, this person not only expanded my love for Shiver and the Splatoon franchise as a whole, but despite their own anger issues, they had the courage to spread the message of everybody getting along, just like I did. Little did I know, however, this serene feeling I had was not going to last long, and another war was going to erupt, both figuratively and literally. In early October of 2023, it was Israel and Palestine's turn to cause chaos. Tensions between those countries have been around for decades, as opposed to Russia and Ukraine. And like the Russia-Ukraine war, I completely shrugged it off at first. I wasn't surprised. I knew what to do. Not even the support Israel hashtags, nor the Free Palestine ones, were enough to sway me. But just 2 days before Halloween, I took a chance with viewing Instagram stories again, as I had been doing so pretty slowly with the people I followed. And there came the next one that made my stomach drop. And all the bad memories from my first stint started flowing back in. It was a post about art to support Palestine with the tagline, "If your artwork doesn't support Palestine, it serves no purpose." Wait, my artwork? Or others' artwork? It doesn't freaking matter. That post took a jab at artwork. Out of all things. I cannot put into enough words how pissed off that made me. And it still does. Artwork to support a country during a war? That to me is propaganda. Freaking propaganda. This is not the mid-1910s, not the early 1940s, no other era outside of the 2020s. Posts like that are what caused me to originally leave in the first place. It didn't set in until after Halloween, and I was back on my guard. So I did the one thing I never thought I would do again, and that was to step aside from Instagram for a few days. I thought I had escaped what had been haunting me for 3 years at that point. But my escape was only temporary. The break lasted from November 4th to 8th, and when I got back, I was ready to bring in my strictest measures to how I was going to work with social media. Absolutely no way I was going to view any stories unless they were from my own accounts, or if I viewed them on my Nicolina and Soakin accounts, since viewing them on my personal account was doing me no good. This worked for the next 2 months, and on the 1-year anniversary of my return, I just hoped nothing else bad would happen from there on out. Yet, I couldn't have been any more wrong to assume that. It was late January when the next hiccup happened, and it's one I deem to be on par with the residential school crisis as the worst of the worst. It was through a Twitter post shared by Kestrel depicting Insane Clown Posse's Violent J supposedly being a pedophile, but it was later found out to be a video made with AI. Originally, Kestrel, Ira, and I believed it to be true, and we immediately eliminated ICP songs from our Spotify playlists, and Kestrel changed up the face paint design of Kestrelina, and I did the same for their other OCs, notably removing the hearts from the nose area. We were convinced that the video was telling the truth. It was a few days later that it was proven to be an AI video. I was relieved at first. We all were. But as the reality set in, and we were talking about other musicians we listened to, my mind was boiling. So much to the point where I had to step aside from Discord for a moment. But it didn't help me calm down. I was preparing to erupt. How could some idiot accuse a famous rapper of something so vile? I made a drawing of Nicolina, which took just over an hour, with him giving the right middle finger and holding a sign saying, social media. I went back onto Discord, and I wasn't holding back any longer. All the anger of the last 4 years, I violently released. And by violently, I mean it. I swore on a level I never thought I would. Going off like Yellowstone, erupting 3 times in the span of 4 years. Surmised in the following words, which I began with. If I didn't want to rip social media to shreds in June 2020, I certainly want to do now. All of my anger was getting out not only towards that little idiot who made the AI video, but those who made the posts which have haunted me for so long. I even swore at my mother through text messaging, which she did find alarming, but knew what it meant. It was time for another break. No doubt about it. Didn't matter that I wasn't using Twitter. I was stepping aside from Instagram again. I won't lie to you all. This was genuinely the biggest breaking point I had with social media. 4 years, all colliding at once to form the biggest eruption I've ever had. My trust had all but faded. This break only lasted for the weekend, and after then, I severely limited my time on Instagram. It did work for a bit of time, but not for long. On Valentine's Day 2024, after a brief internet outage while playing Splatoon 3, that's when my faith in social media truly hit rock bottom. The mental wound, first made in May 2020, had grown to the point where it was no doubt going to be permanent. It felt more like a burden than a safe haven. I briefly vented on Discord about it. Then Kestrel chimed in on what I was saying, and I'm quoting them here. I really think you should delete Instagram. You haven't had anything good happen on there. Plus, if it's stressing you out this bad, I don't understand the point of being on there. They were absolutely right. What Kestrel said woke me up to how bad I was actually affected by Instagram. I badly underestimated how much damage the app did to me. I thought Facebook and Twitter damaged me the worst, but never did it cross my mind that Instagram was the main culprit. My abuse happened on there. The stories threw me out, like I was nothing. The civil rights movements trying to push me to do something I already knew. It started on Instagram. So it was. A week after that chat, on February 23rd, 2024, and after taking another break to decide what I wanted to do, I made the tough choice to quit Instagram for the second time. This time, for good. It was definitely tougher than last time, because I really felt things had improved. But they only got worse. This really was for my own good, even if it meant I had to leave my new social media friends behind, especially the Shiver user, whom I actually talked to about my social media struggles. And no doubt, they did feel bad that I had to go. Yet they were happy to have come across me, considering my kind nature. Unlike the last time though, I didn't delete my accounts. I left them up as they were, preserved like a monument. I only occasionally log in, but never again will I post on any social media platform other than Discord. After I made things official, things have definitely gotten better. Yet, like I mentioned earlier, the damage to my mind was done. My social media experience between May 2020 to February 2024 as a whole was honestly a terrible period in my life. It changed the way not only I viewed social media, but society as well. I believed from the get-go that mostly everybody I met was a good person in some capacity. But I knew afterwards that this wasn't true, and I had to know who to trust. With my abuse, it was a bunch of male Mario OCs looking for love, and my trust was falsely put in them, especially Toxic. All they really cared about was the sex in love. Nothing else to suggest that they truly even cared about my friends and I. It was Toxic who was the exclamation point that confirmed that those male Mario OCs were pure trouble. The colorful caps telling me black and white lies, with Toxics being the darkest of them all. In the case of all the civil rights movements, along with political and war movements, which were the main culprits behind this stress, I chose not to be part of any one of them, if I already knew to be kind. I've mentioned this before, both in and out of videos, and this was also said by famous YouTuber Markiplier in his video titled Respect. And this is a phrase I've stuck by for as long as I can remember. I will be honest with you all. I do not care about your race, skin color, religion, personal beliefs, or choices unless you use them for detrimental purposes. What matters is that you are human and you are to be respected, whether people, myself included, like you or not. That's the big issue I feel that's in the world nowadays. Even since May 2020, there's hardly any respect, kindness, and loyalty. That's the big reason why I've made videos on this channel surrounding these specific behavioral problems in the world. Videos like The Real Bigots, Poisoned Mind, Misunderstood, and Day of Mourning. The last of which is my response to National Day for Truth and Reconciliation. These weren't made because I wanted to make them. I wanted to spread the message that civil rights issues were really caused by us not getting along, respecting our values, and attempting to lure us into false senses of security. And that's the same I feel for social media. The way I witnessed it being used is further proof in my mind that behavior in many people, no matter the age or gender, has deteriorated beyond the point of reasoning. but in my case, this has really taught me that it doesn't have to take a movement of any kind, a vote in an election, or a relationship to prove that I'm a kind person, and that the screen can be a tool of destruction when in the wrong hands at the wrong time, both physically and especially mentally. So, to everybody watching, please watch out for yourself and others. Let no one control what you believe in. Stay true to yourself. Be careful of who you trust. Look at all sides of the equation. And most importantly, please stay safe online. Take measures if you have to. And never be afraid to step aside when the burden gets to be too much. There are people who do benefit from using social media, and I did for a time. But in the end, it was not for me. Hello once again, my angels. It's me, Lord Nicolina, and welcome to, at last, another episode of Angel Rise. It's been over 3 months since I've last made an episode of this series. And this one, it's one I've been meaning to make for a while. So I hope you all are just as excited as I am, as I'll be doing something that I did in a previous episode, only this time, it's on a bigger scale. Before we start, however, I would like to inform you all about why I haven't been making too much videos as of late. For the last few months, I have been busy with some family activities, as well as being sick, mainly with bronchitis. It's drained my motivation quite a bit, but I'm gradually getting it back. And I feel I'm at the point where I feel like resuming making content on here. I'm not going to specify too much about what I'm going to make for the next little while, but I will do my best to maintain the one video every 1 to 2 week timeline I have set. Maybe I'll do 2 videos in a week, but honestly, I just want to see where it goes. For now, it's really all about getting my motivation back, and getting video ideas I've had for quite some time off the ground. So with that being said, I hope you all are looking forward to what's to come. Now without further ado, let's get into this episode's topic. Dating back to the days of my earliest Halloween costumes that I can remember, I've been fascinated with the idea of cosplaying. But as some of my favorite characters, I still had quite a bit of time to go until that was realized. It was Halloween 2020 that it happened, with my first Nicolina cosplay. And looking back on it, that would lead to this new hobby that I thought I would never embrace. Combining the times I've painted my face for Spirit Days in high school, with my love for my favorite characters from video games and characters I've created myself, I've taken up cosplaying with amazing passion. While I loved all the cosplays I have done up to this point, there are 5 that stand out to me the most. Ones I feel which have challenged me in one way or another, and have impacted the way I've done cosplaying. So sit back, relax, and grab your favorite cosplay items, whether it's a costume, a wig, face paint, a prop, whichever suits you, and let's hop inside my cosplay wardrobe as I share with you all my 5 favorite cosplays that I have done up to this point. Nicolina, the one who started it all. I honestly feel this would be incomplete without him. And plus, She is the character / OC I've cosplayed the most as. Notable versions of him I've cosplayed as include Sleepover, Juggalo, and Summertime. But the most notable one in my books is his Saint version, which I donned for Halloween in 2022, as well on Christmas Eve the same year, and briefly in January 2024. For the costume, it was the first time I've ever made a cosplay costume myself, at least in terms of design, as the majority of cosplays I have, and still have to this day, were pre-made by various cosplay designers. It started with me getting an ancient Greek / Rome-styled rope costume from my local Spirit Halloween shop not long after my mother and I settled in with my grandparents. I cut off the top right shoulder and arm part, leading right close to the left shoulder, which I left because I needed the robe to be supported. But I did end up cutting off the left arm part as well. Afterwards, as Halloween was fast approaching, I got blue fabric paint off of Amazon, replicating the design of Nicolina's Saint dress. It did take a few days, and admittedly, it was frustrating with the amount of blue paint getting through the fabric, but I also decided to incorporate the leaked paint into the dress design itself. I painted a two-sided triangle on the left shoulder piece, much like an up arrow, expanded the waves on the bottom of the dress / robe, and some of the open spots that were caught, I painted holy crosses on. Makes the costume more godly, am I right? All jokes aside, the rest of the cosplay included angel wings, an angel headband, and blue leggings. The wig was a new one I also got from Amazon, as my old Nicolina wig I got from Spirit Halloween 2 years prior was getting a little frizzy and looked a little short in terms of hair length. The Holy Cross necklace around my neck is one my mother got for me for Christmas in 2021. Finally, the Saint look wouldn't be complete without the face paint. The white I used was a clown white light cream face paint made by Meron, which I got in late May of 2021. The blue I used is a water-activated face paint made by Maydeer, which I got as a birthday present in 2021 as well. When Halloween rolled around, I was ready to mark that as an angelic redemption. What I mean by that is that I was shedding the frightening identity I took on throughout the end of September and all of October as misunderstood Nicolina, and letting Saint Nicolina take the spotlight. From the photos I took, I'm honestly super proud of how the cosplay turned out. To date, it's my favorite Nicolina cosplay I've done. And all things considered, this is where my confidence in making cosplay costumes myself took off. I would go on to make a trend out of it in a few of the cosplays I would do in 2023. And like I mentioned earlier, that wasn't the only time I donned this specific cosplay. I would do so again on Christmas Eve of 2022, since Christmas does have its initial theming around Christianity, its link with angels of God, and of course, Saint Nick himself. I would do so again in January 2024 on the weekend of Splatoon 3 Frosty Fest. Though that time, it was without the face paint. It was with Nicolina's standard makeup. I wore it for only 2 hours, and it was an on-the-spot decision. But honestly, I think both versions are just as good. And will I don it again? Honestly, I certainly will. Whether it's for Christmas or just for fun / entertainment, you can bet $1,000,000 that it can happen. Honestly, a great cosplay to begin a new era of cosplaying Nicolina himself. Princess Peach. The first of my favorite characters to cosplay as. While Peach is not my favorite Mario character, she is very close to that mark. I've also done multiple cosplays of her, doing my own sleepover version of her in June 2021, in addition to her Mario movie version in December 2023. Speaking of the Mario movie version, my most favorite version of the cosplay has to be the remastered version. But first, let's talk about the cosplay look itself. The cosplay was Peach's Smash Bros. Dress, alongside the gloves. Those I got in May of 2021, the first time I cosplayed as her. The crown that originally came along had one of its prop gems come off, so for that time, to fit the remastered part, I wore a new crown I got for Christmas in 2022. The makeup was a foundation makeup in the color Vanilla Rose, which I also got in May 2021, and pink lip gloss, which my family has had for quite a few years, and at the time, the closest I had to Peach's actual lip color of pink. Not to mention the wig, also bought in May 2021, is a Princess Peach one. While it is messy, I personally don't mind it. In the case of this cosplay, the forehead part of the wig was partially covering both of my eyes, so I restyled it to the side. Now, onto the day itself. April 6th, 2023. It was the day after the Mario movie released. My mother, step-uncle, step-cousin, and I, after my shift at a past job I had, went to see the movie. It was the perfect time for me to break out my remastered Peach cosplay. Since we were going straight to the theater after I got off, however, I had to put my cosplay on in the car. It was a little tough, especially with the dress. But it was done, and that is something I'll vividly remember for as long as I live. It was an instant hit as soon as we walked into the theater. Immediately, we were greeted by a mother and their young daughter. The daughter was nervous, but I greeted her as best I could. She and her mother weren't the only ones to notice, though. Quite a few more young kids came up, including another mother and her 2 young daughters for a photo, during which my crown fell off twice. Thankfully not breaking. My favorite interaction, though, was with a young couple, both somewhere around my age at the time. I got a picture with the young woman of the couple, and while I don't have it myself, it certainly was a thrill. Afterwards, we saw the movie, and it was absolutely amazing. But that wasn't the end of my cosplaying night. Soon as we got home, I got to taking pictures, and mimic some of the poses Peach did in the movie. Let's just say, some of them are absolutely hilarious. Take a look. But at the end of the day, I really feel the highlight was the fact that I actually cosplayed in public for the first time outside of Halloween. I was nervous at first, considering I was a dude who only dressed up as female characters. Yet I knew I had the courage to make a name for myself that night. In the words of my mother, it really depended on the place I actually did so. In this case, it proved itself. which has certainly helped me with the possibility of doing more public cosplays in the future. Whether it's to go see a movie, to go to a convention, or even just be in a public space like a park. I'll take my remastered Princess Peach cosplay into account the next time I go into public outside of Halloween, dressed up as one of my favorite characters, or my OCs. Soa Keen, my Splatoon baby, front and center. The first Splatoon character / OC I cosplayed as. And looking back on it, I feel this was an eye-opening cosplay. For those who haven't watched Angel Rise episode 41 yet, Soa Keen is representative of my partial Native American / indigenous ancestry, which is a part of my family that has been rarely talked about. I have been curious about this side of my family, and Soa Keen, I feel, is the way to express it. For the cosplay itself, I did it on August 19th, 2023, 6 months after I officially created Soa Keen, compared to Nicolina, who had to wait 7.5 months. The costume was a navy blue sweater I got for Christmas in 2022 from my father, a dark blue indigenous styled poncho, a royal blue beanie, a blue wig which I styled to try and match Soa Keen's hairstyle, all of which I got from Amazon. Along with it came a homemade paper feather to stick on the beanie, track pants, the usual kind of pants I wear, and lastly, the Maydeer blue water-activated face paint for the eye mask and war paint stripes, and the clown white light for the outline of the eye mask, which is part of the war paint. By this point, I was just over 6 months into playing Splatoon 3, and have been planning this specific cosplay for 4 of them. It certainly was a massive peak in my love for the series, and the first time I've cosplayed outside an OC or character that was Super Mario based. However, 2 years before, I did already have my eyes set on doing non-Mario cosplays, more specifically The Legend of Zelda, Kid Icarus, and Fire Emblem. Sadly, those never came to fruition then, but with my newfound freedom to shop online, the chances of those cosplays have increased considerably. Getting back to my Soa Keen cosplay, I can say with absolute certainty that, while I have put it in the back of my mind, I thoroughly enjoyed it. At times, though, the wig didn't look perfect. However, I'm now imagining this would likely be how his hair would look if he was human. The face paint also reminds me a bit of some of the designs I've done in high school, where I didn't completely paint my face, but had the majority, or at least have half of it painted. But I feel the simplicity of this design translated super well into an actual makeup, especially considering I've never done a Native American style war paint on my face beforehand. Speaking of which, this was really more than just a Splatoon cosplay. This was my way of bringing a culture that's been part of my family into the spotlight after being in the dark for decades. I'm honestly very grateful and proud to have that chance to bring the partial Native American ancestry I have into view because of Soa Keen. While you may not tell by the skin tone I have, alongside my family and Soa Keen, that we are Native American, like the old saying goes, never judge a book by its cover. This cosplay also led me to cosplaying as my other main Splatoon OC, Carol, which I would cosplay just 2 weeks after Soa Keen, and then I would do so again 3 weeks after that in her Rebel C form. 2 more cosplays I thoroughly enjoyed as well. But I can't forget to acknowledge Soakeen, the one who started my love for Splatoon and got me more interested in Native American culture. Ira Lena. You may recognize the name of this one. This is the Rosalina OC of Kestrel's boyfriend Ira, aka Rome64. She was created in November 2021 by Kestrel himself. And while Ira Daisy is the most prominent in the eyes of the Blue and White Angel family lore, I can't exclude Irelena at all. However, the version of Irelena you see on the screen here is not the version of him I cosplayed as. It's a version of him I created called Ghost Irelena. Though in canon, Irelena and his sisters are meant to be aliens. Yet Ira's love of Luigi's Mansion is what makes me believe that they have some ghostly vibes to them. The look itself consists of a dirty gray hooded cloak with hints of green and purple to it, along with cracks on various portions. Along with it comes a face paint design that I consider a mix of neon and horror. The base is white. The eye detail wings off towards the temples in a purple to green gradient on both eyes, with 4 tear-like droplets coming down the eyes, 2 each of purple and green. The lips are half purple, half green, though not in a gradient. Finally, there are 2 gray cracks that come up from the jawline and just past the mouth. At the time I did this, I had considered long beforehand the possibility of cosplaying as either one of Kestrel or Ira's OCs. My most likely option before then was Kestrelina, but I was indecisive about which version of them I wanted to dress up as. After much thinking though, I decided on Irelena as being the first of my friend's OCs to cosplay as. The ghost version of him was the easiest choice in my books, since like I mentioned earlier, while I didn't create the OC himself, this version of him I did create. Thinking about this now, I do consider myself in charge of making face paints for all the OCs in our lore, whether it's Splatoon, Super Mario, or Storybook. Though a couple times, I let Kestrel take charge. Onto the cosplay outfit itself. It consisted of a ginger orange wig, which is almost identical to the color of my actual hair, but matching of Irelena's hair. Also, a white hooded robe, which I painted sporadically with green and purple fabric spray paint, with the cracks painted on with a black fabric paint. Underneath it, I wore a black t-shirt and track pants. I did consider wearing green and purple, but I think the black contrasts it quite a bit better. And last, but certainly not least, the face paint. It involved the same Maron Clown white light I described earlier, along with green, purple, and black water-activated face paints made by the brand Superstar, as opposed to the Maydeer brand. Application, however, was quite difficult. I was used to only using one color around my eye area, so putting green and purple there was most certainly a new road for me. The test I did the night before, however, was actually perfect, and honestly one of the best tests of face paint I have done. However, the day of the cosplay, I had to stop after my first try because I was very frustrated with how the colors were being applied and shaped. After around an hour, I got it rolling again. That time, it was more than perfect. While I didn't put the colors into a gradient like the original design, the end result honestly looked incredible. In terms of the robe, it looked just as good. It looked like a mix of a Northern Lights painting and an aged 19th century dress. And while not gray, it did have a bit of that aged element to it, with some of the color being darker than what was originally done. Plus, the white spots on some portions where I didn't quite get any paint on also really stood out. Kinda looks like the paint is weathered, now that I think of it. As for how Ira felt, there is no doubt he enjoyed it. Heck, he was even the first one to see it. I should make that routine whenever I cosplay any of my friends' favorite characters or OCs. So Kestrel and Ira, be prepared for that. All that aside, this cosplay taught me that with certain face paint / makeup designs, there was a degree of difficulty I'd have to master. Also, my ambition with cosplaying my friends' OCs increased dramatically, leading to one I did for Kestrel's birthday last year, which I'll share at the end of the episode. So, what were hauntings, get it? Turned out to be blessings to improve my makeup skills. Thank you, Irelina. And to cap off this list of my favorite cosplays, I have Shiver, the cold-blooded bandit herself. My favorite Splatoon idol. I don't really think she needs too much of an intro, though she is one for the dramatic. Referencing episode 37, this was my Halloween cosplay for 2023. Like my Soul Keen cosplay, I had been planning this one since April that year, though I decided that Shiver would be more suited for Halloween. No wonder Halloween is about sending shivers down anybody's spine. Anyways, on to the cosplay itself. My Shiver cosplay involved the poncho and octopus charm, which I got off of Amazon, a blue wig, which I styled as best I could to match Shiver's hairstyle, especially on the back, an over-the-head headband in which the texture nearly perfectly fitted the profile of Shiver's in-game headband, a white t-shirt in place of the Sriracha wrap Shiver has, though I did try it. Didn't work the best though. And continuing the trend, a pair of black track pants. The cosplay itself did come with the exact pants Shiver wears in-game, but they were a little tight for my taste. But then again, a lot of my cosplays involve black track pants, don't they? For the makeup, it also introduced something new to me, much like my Ghost Irelina cosplay. This time, it was eyeliner. Like seen in Splatoon 3, Shiver has a humanoid-style eyeliner as opposed to the other in-game Octowings. And also much like my Ghost Irelina cosplay, I did a makeup test for my Shiver cosplay. The eyeliner itself was an eyeliner pencil, cleverly named Baby Got Black. In the test, I made it a little too thick, cause I noticed whenever I raised my eyes or blinked, the eyeliner would smudge close to my actual eyebrows. It was pretty annoying looking back on it. And much like the Irelina face paint, I did struggle quite a bit with the shape of the eyeliner itself. But with how thick I made the eyeliner look in the test, it did look as though I did get it right. as with the rest of the makeup. Speaking of which, here's what I used for it. For the triangle eyebrows, I used a blue water-activated face paint, but it's not the Maydeer brand. It's the Superstar brand. And I applied it over my actual eyebrows to give off the illusion of having new ones. The foundation? A rose ivory foundation, which I got to upgrade the foundation which I've been using for 2 years at that point to try and match my own skin tone. And Shiver's for that matter too, now that I think of it. The eyeshadow underneath came from a Spirit Halloween makeup palette consisting of red, white, black, and orange. Finally, while in the game it's not shown too well, Shiver does have a light red lip gloss. I showed it off more prominently with a red matte lip cream I also got at Spirit Halloween. My personal favorite part about the cosplay, though, was the fan. Compared to Shiver's in-game fan, which looks a little too plain to me, I decided to make it a lot more detailed, as seen right here. The Ho-Ho Zero family crest and shark fins on each end I used custom-made stencils for, along with a wave stencil for the bottom part, and sprayed them with a light blue fabric paint. Because of the fan's shape, however, some of the color did drip a little bit around and got splattered. Thinking about it now, though, they could come off as water splashes, especially on the shark fins. After the paint was dry, I used a blue Sharpie marker to go over the paint to make it look like the blue seen on the original fan. To finish it off, I drew on 5 Japanese symbols, each representing a relevant trait for Shiver's character. The 3 symbols on the left mean as follows: trust, leader, and clan. As for the 2 symbols on the right, beauty and acceptance. When it came time for Halloween, I really had to take my time with the makeup, especially the eyeliner. Once I was done, I feel I can safely say that once I combined it with the wig, costume, and fan, the cosplay really came together. Apart from a little issue with the shirt, because I cut it a little too much, which did expose my chest a little bit when the left sleeve came down, that didn't stop me from rocking Shiver that Halloween night. Before it was time to hand out candy, I did take quite a few pics, and even performed a dance for my mother, which she really enjoyed. The dance was a combination of the in-game one during Splatfests, along with some of my own moves. And when it was time, though it was literally shivering at night and I had to wear a sweater underneath my poncho, I got quite a few trick-or-treaters, including getting compliments from a girl dressed up as a sailor, quite fittingly because of Splatoon's theming, and hilariously, in retrospect, a much younger girl who thought my hair was pink as opposed to blue. The vocabulary young kids have is quite something, I must say. Afterwards, I did take quite a few more cosplay pics, and looking back on them now, my replication of some of Shiver's poses and expressions in-game look almost dead on, much like how I did my remastered Peach cosplay one. Here's some side-by-side comparisons for a little context. Even to this day, I find these coincidentally hilarious. I think all that time I've spent on the web looking at Shiver images has made me inherit some of those expressions. Even this smug face right here. This shows how much fun I've had with cosplaying Shiver. I love her so much, but never did I think in the sense where I would inherit some of her expressions or traits. However, My Halloween cosplay wasn't the only time I cosplayed as Shiver. On May 15th, 2024, I did a cosplay of her with a face paint I created inspired by her shark mask. In the case of the eyeliner, I used the same black superstar face paint I used for my Ghost Irelina cosplay as opposed to the eyeliner pencil. I did so since I applied the white face paint ahead of time just to my eye area. The rest of the face paint involved the same blue superstar face paint for the eyebrows, wave, and shark fins on my forehead and chin, along with my lips. Lastly, the red face paint was also superstar branded, used for the detailing of Shiver's shark mask. Much like the Halloween cosplay, I replicated poses of Shiver, even some I had yet to do. So it was basically like how Shiver would look in-game if she were to have face paint as opposed to a mask. Personally, while I still have difficulty replicating shapes from one side to the other, I think it turned out great. And the most recent one I've done at the time of this recording was August 9th, 2024, for a Halloween promotion at one of my local dirt racing tracks. I was basically the only adult to dress up that night, but I wasn't letting that stop me. The track wanted people to dress in costume, and Shiver was the perfect one for me to break out. I did change up one thing, however. I got a new shirt to wear underneath my poncho, since I was getting bugged by the shirt I originally used. Only this time, I didn't cut it to mimic Shiver's Sarashi wrap. I left it as it was. But what I did take away from that time around, it was the best I've done the Shiver makeup up to this point. I kid you not. Looking at these photos I took just before my family and I headed out, I honestly don't have enough words to describe how proud of the effort I had. I even got a compliment from a fellow patron who was showing her dog to my family and I while we were having a bite to eat. There will be no doubts I'll be cosplaying as Shiver more frequently. While Nicolina has been the character I've cosplayed as the most, Shiver has boosted my confidence in cosplaying overall significantly. She may very well be my signature character to cosplay as. Before we wrap this up, here are photos of the other cosplays I mentioned during this episode. I can't deny it. Cosplaying, I never would have thought about as a hobby, or maybe even a career as a child, let alone doing so as female characters. But with inspiration from my two sisters, my time painting my face in high school for School of Spirit Days, it's something I can say I'm very proud to have done. While I may not be the best cosplayer by any stretch of the imagination, I'm honestly in this to have fun and express my favorite characters and my OCs, whether in my own way or how they're actually portrayed. So take a peek inside my ultimate wardrobe, and you'll be in for a treat only the rarest of eyes can see. Deepers Creepers, Splatoon 3. To kick things off, we've got a more recent one. It took some time for this to settle in, especially throughout this year. Like the title suggests, this tune comes from Splatoon 3, more specifically from Splatoween. It serves as the lobby theme while waiting for Splatfest battles during Splatoween itself. It has two variants, one for the first 24 hours, Day 1, and the other for the final 24 hours, Day 2. Listening to them in-game, the Day 1 version felt quite a bit unsettling. It was slow-moving, yet really the only part of the song I could hear was the laughter and slow bell-like chimes. Must have been a little too quiet for my taste, I suppose, at least in-game. The Day 2 version, however, was a lot more noticeable to me. The tempo of it is quite upbeat, which included a metal guitar riff. It made me feel like I was being hyped up for a legit Halloween night battle, or maybe even a costume party. Like mentioned before, this year was when I really got to grasp these tunes for myself outside of the game. It started with listening to the Day 2 version, and that's when I learned of the song's title. During the late spring and summer, it was a near non-stop play song. Even when I was thinking about my favorite non-horror related topics, including my Shiver cosplay I did back in August, this would serve as background noise whenever it came up in my head. Then, between late August and early September, my curiosity for the Day 1 version peaked, and decided to give it a listen to see what I missed in-game. Lo and behold, I wasn't disappointed one bit. It had the unsettling atmosphere that the Day 2 version made more hype. In retrospect, it became my preferred version of Jeepers Creepers. Also looking back, the beginning sounds like a piece from classic horror movies, more specifically, Gothic horror in the style of Tim Burton, like Beetlejuice and The Nightmare Before Christmas. Regardless of which version I like though, it's one of a few horror-themed tracks from video games I genuinely enjoy. Alongside Creepy Castle from Donkey Kong 64 and the Luigi's Mansion Stadium theme from Mario Super Sluggers. And next time I listen to it in-game, it'll be this Splatoween, since it's having a rerun just a few days away at the time of this recording. So Jeepers Creepers, as one of my new favorite horror tunes, I shall embrace your every beat. God of Thunder by Kiss. Prior to April 2020, I knew next to nothing about Kiss. I only knew about their one hit, Rock and Roll All Night. However, when I got the handle of them, boy did I ever. And this track stands out to me quite a bit. Originally coming from their 1976 album Destroyer, God of Thunder has been classified as the official band theme song from member Gene Simmons, aka The Demon. Whenever performed live, Gene does his bass solo accompanied by his famous blood-spitting act. The song includes reverbed vocals, along with the following sound effects: children screaming, which were the children of album producer Bob Ezrin speaking through walkie-talkies, explosions, crowd chatter that was overdubbed, clapping, and even zippers. Those are what make this a horror-themed track for me. While in the live versions of this song, none of these sound effects are present and isn't as intimidating as the original, certain versions of it make up for it a lot. My favorite one being the orchestral version, where Kiss collaborated with the Melbourne Symphony Orchestra in 2003. Rock music combined with an orchestra, I've honestly come to love so much, dating back to when my father first shared Metallica collaborating with the San Francisco Symphony. No Leaf Clover is my all-time favorite orchestral rock song, but God of Thunder with the MSO is definitely a close second. I thought of the original version as the theme song for Nick Helena not long after I created him. While I did eventually settle on Sad But True by Metallica, since those lyrics made more sense to his character, occasionally I do link this song to him. Credit comes where it's due, no doubt about it. Nowadays, I've been linking it to my Splatoon playstyle, which is a mix of aggression and strategic. It started that way in Splatoon 3 Grand Festival, where my play peaked with 35x battle wins, 26 10x's, 8 100x's, and a 333x. Also, I've linked it with my Halloween costume for this year, which I'll reveal in the next episode. And a little fun fact about this song: it was originally written by Paul Stanley, and he intended to sing it. Some of the lyrics, though, are much different to that of the final version, and the tempo was much quicker. The lyrics in the Paul Stanley version related more to love for the so-called daughter of the goddess Aphrodite, while the final version has lyrics more related to Gene Simmons' demon persona. It was even producer Ezrin's idea to have the song handed to Gene, and what we got is an absolute masterpiece. To think now that this song is nearly 50 years old, it shows that I feel it's aged like the best cheddar cheese in the world. No better song could describe the demon persona in Kiss, and in my books, a legendary horror-themed song that's guaranteed to go on my Halloween and horror music playlist. Autumn Witch by Derek Fiechter. Almost every time I think about witches, this piece pops up. And whenever I play it, a plethora of unforgettable memories pop up too. This piece was composed by self-educated composer Derek Fiechter and released just before Halloween in 2015. According to the description, this piece is about a mysterious witch who rarely receives any trick-or-treaters on Halloween night, since her house is located deep in a wooded area. Those who venture there return with either bundles of candy or are transformed into pumpkins if they disobey the witch's demands. I first discovered this piece of music in mid to late 2017 when I started drawing the Mario princesses as witches and wanted to have suitable background music when I did so. By then, I have become accustomed to a few other pieces by Fiechter, as well as his brother Brandon, whenever I made horror-themed drawings. Some notable pieces I enjoy include Vampire Wings, Flight of the Bats, and Ravensbrook. It did take me a bit to warm up to the song. By that I mean a couple listens to it. It soon became my go-to song to listen to whenever I made any witch-themed drawing, Mario princesses or not. As time progressed, this also became my favorite music piece done by any of the Fiechter brothers, and it screamed Halloween any time I put it to my ears. However, I did take a few years away from that music as the frequency of my horror drawings dropped off quite a bit. But back in the late summer of 2023, I revisited it, and no question that instant nostalgia hit my mind. So much, in fact, that it inspired me, along with an edit I made in August the year prior, to do a Witch Nicolina cosplay. I did so on October 8th, 2023, and even right then, Autumn Witch was in my head basically the entire time. Every time I listen to it now, I imagine myself in my Witch Nicolina cosplay casting spells to those who watch me. This also led me to get back into the Fechter music, which led me to listen to their other pieces that I feel describe my OCs. I've honestly been quite eager to get back to listening to them for quite some time. And if Autumn Witch was the way to do it, then who am I to digress? To Derek Fechter and his brother Brandon, if any of you two are watching this, I want you to know that you two are amazing composers, and I'd like to thank you for bringing Autumn Witch, along with many other amazing composed pieces of yours, to not only my ears, but to all those who listen to them. Keep up the amazing work, and I really look forward to listening to more of your pieces. And saving my favorite for last, Thriller by Michael Jackson. Honestly, what can I say about this song? All love, no quarrels whatsoever. Coming off Michael Jackson's 1982 album of the same name, this is without question a staple of Halloween and horror music since it was first played. The song was originally titled Starlight while in development. Written by British songwriter Rod Temperton with the idea of it being the title track. But the production team head, Quincy Jones, suggested a different title to match Jackson's ever-growing persona. That's when Thriller came into the picture. However, Temperton was worried that it wouldn't sound good as a title track. But when Jackson sung it into the mic a couple times, it was fully agreed upon, and a legend was born. The first time I listened to it, it wasn't the album version, but the version heard in the song's iconic music video when I was a kid. Admittedly, I was freaking terrified to the point where I didn't watch the full music video initially. It wasn't until I was between the ages of 11 and 13 that I braved it, and gave the music video a shot. Now I see why it's the most iconic music video ever created. At nearly 14 minutes long, it very well looks more like a short film than an actual music video. Even to Michael Jackson himself, all of his music videos felt like short films. But no doubt Thriller takes the cake. As I came to learn over time, the music video is a nod to some classic horror films, notably through the werecat transformation. And I do mean that as opposed to a werewolf. The sound effects of which came from the horror comedy film An American Werewolf in London, released the year prior to the album itself. The movie was directed by John Landis, whom Jackson actually reached out to help direct the music video as well. What really stands out to me the most with it, however, is the dance number with the zombies. Only in the wildest of dreams could this happen, and you can bet $1 billion that Jackson was going all in. It took me a couple watches, including the replication of the dance number in Michael Jackson The Experience, a 2010 video game, that I memorized every move. That is absolutely right. To this date, this is the only song I've memorized the dance moves to. By the time I was 6 months into my teenage years, I've also gotten used to the album version. Soon I felt I could actually accompany it with the dance from the music video and perform it for my loved ones. The first time I did so was at the celebration of life for my Nana in August 2014, which honestly was amazing. I bet she was smiling from above when I did so, even throughout the entire night too. The second and most notable time was at my older cousin's wedding just over a year later in October 2015, which I have talked about before all the way back in episode 15. Can't believe it's been that long. In that time, I did get a few of my other family members to dance along, including my older cousin who was getting married. Another one of my older cousins got a recording of it, but also due to potential copyright, I won't be showing it. Haven't watched it in a while, but I bet it'll be worth watching again. And just under 3 years later, at my older sister's wedding in August 2018, I took to dancing to it once again. You know I couldn't waste the opportunity there. And even my stepbrother joined in on the fun. In the moment, though, it felt like an intrusion. And thinking about it now, it serves as a classic case of photobombing. Presently, I always have the sudden urge to dance whenever I hear Thriller, but most of the time, I can only imagine myself doing so. Honestly, it's so tempting. I kid you not. And like with God of Thunder, I also link this with my Halloween costume for this year. I'm seriously thinking about doing the Thriller dance in it now, come Halloween night. My family links this song with me so much because of the notable times I have danced to it. And honestly, I can't argue with that at all. From the music video to the album version, Michael Jackson's Thriller is a staple of not only Halloween and horror music, but my favorite song from the King of Pop himself, and a permanent fixture in my music library. Overall, this is only a small part of my orchestra of screams, but a part that I'll never let go for as long as I embrace the horror genre. First off, where did this all begin? Well, the answer is quite simple. Thank my sisters. For those who are not familiar with them, my sisters were the reason I got into face paint, more specifically through their Halloween costumes. It started in 2008, when the older of my two sisters intended to dress up as a vampire, but in retrospect, looks more like a zombie with the sunken eyes and makeshift blood marks. She would go for a zombie the next year, which honestly, thinking about it now, she dressed up as a zombie 2 years in a row. In my opinion, at least. My younger sister would soon join in on the fun 2 years later, only she went as a goth person. Honestly, nothing wrong with that. And even thinking back to that, it was a partial inspiration to the angel face paint y'all are used to seeing. Plus, she even laid a bit of a scare on me when she revealed her costume to me. The next year is when she took the zombie route. And thinking about it now, it might very well be more scarier than my older sister's zombie makeup. My older sister coincidentally did her makeup that year. 3 years later, my younger sister would do so again, only this time as a zombie from the popular TV series The Walking Dead, which was a show she was strongly interested in at the time. Not sure if my older sister did her makeup that time too, but still, it was all in the cards, as they say. Outside of Halloween costumes, my sisters also took interest in The Nightmare Before Christmas, mainly my older one. And much like I explained in episode 38, it has become a family Christmas tradition where we only watch it once a year. Looking back on this, I wasn't actually too scared of the costumes my sisters donned, though back then, anything horror related I saw, mainly certain parts of movies, were the real things that scared me. Seeing them being into horror, even if it was just a tiny bit, that was enough to have me consider trying the horror genre for myself. And that's where my next point takes us. Starting 9 days before Halloween in 2016, I made drawings of the Mario princesses as zombies. While I didn't draw them to match the costumes my sisters once wore, zombies were the first thing that came to my mind when Halloween popped up. So really, I'm now thinking of those as homages to my sister's interest in the undead. When 2017 rolled around, I started considering other ideas for horror-themed drawings too. That's when the following drawing types started popping up between then and 2020. Nightmare, based on the FNAF 4 animatronics. Phantom, based on the FNAF 3 animatronics. Ghosts, vampires, haunted spirits, witches, like I mentioned in the last episode, jack-o'-lanterns, shadow queens, based on the character of the same name from Paper Mario: The Thousand-Year Door, devils, Panther Pride demons, based on my imagination of a haunted version of my high school, goths, and famous horror movie killers. Yeah, that is a giant list. The sky was the limit for me there. I did some more than others alongside the zombies, though. They were vampires, haunted spirits, nightmares, witches, and ghosts. The most notable to me of which were the haunted spirits. Let me tell you, those types of drawings were honestly the scariest ones I've ever done. And the drawing I'm going to share on screen is no doubt a strong example of it. Did I get you there? If so, my apologies. Anyways, there wasn't too much inspiration behind this, other than I felt just a simple ghost wasn't too scary for me. So I thought it would be a good idea to take that idea and multiply it by more than fittingly at least 13 times. I added all black eyes, mouths with pointed teeth, ghostly white skin, and most notably, the blood and scars. Even looking at them these days makes me whimper quite a bit. You could tell I was sparing no details to make these drawings as scary as possible. Eventually I got to making actual ghost drawings, so maybe the haunted spirit drawings could serve more as a sequel to the ghost drawings. That wasn't all from them, however. The creation of those drawings led me to don my first ever horror-themed costume for Halloween in 2017. Yes, every year up until then, I dressed up as something relating to sports or video games. So I decided to take that chance and embrace horror in costume for the first time. The costume was a simple white cloak with cracks that my mother got for me from Walmart, and the face paint I wore was all cream-based compared to the water-based face paints I use today. Looking back on it, it's not as scary as I thought it would have been. If I were to do it today, it would be a lot more weathered, with dusty specks and the scars and lip shape being more thin. Especially since I learned how to blend face paint colors. But that, of course, was just the beginning. The next year, I would do another horror-themed costume. This time, inspired by my Panther Pride demon drawings. And thinking about how I looked back then, I get serious Pennywise vibes. Though this is more meant to be a drawing representation of it, the original photo I took made it look like I was Pennywise. Even then, I am still very proud of how it turned out. The costume was simply my White Panther Pride t-shirt, my PDHS cap, and the same types of face paint as the year prior, along with some fake blood, which was the first time I actually used some. Applying it for the first time did feel like cold water was being put on my face, and even some of it did drip off, but I managed it quite well by applying some of it to my shirt. In my opinion, this felt that much more scarier than the Haunted Spirit costume I did the year prior. I think it had a lot more character and a theming to it, considering my love for PDHS and my increasing love for horror. Definitely one of my favorite Halloween costumes now, looking back on it. The next big development in my love for horror came on 2 occasions in 2020. EAS scenarios in April, and the creation of Nick Helena in June. I have done episodes on both of these before. I'll link them in the description below in case you want to see them. For the EAS scenarios, I first discovered them through the scenario EF6, made by MC Chap with a 4, originally known as Studio Q. The scenario depicts an extremely violent tornado targeting the Dallas-Fort Worth metropolitan area. The damage caused, as said in the scenario, is compared to a nuclear bomb going off in the city, or the city never being built at all, hence it being called an EF6 tornado compared to an EF5. The part where said tornado is revealed is the part that gets me the most. Especially the winds of it getting closer to the TV station and soon knocking it offline. Gives me the chills a little bit thinking about it now. Afterwards, that's when I found out that this was far from the only EAS scenario video out there. There have been ones made also based on other tornadoes, along with nuclear warfare, demons, zombies, and even mutating viruses. The most notable ones of which I enjoy include Cataclysmic Annihilation by SBC Hermitage 1258, Malevolence, and the Undead Prevalation Remastered by the Cat 627, The Entities by Scorpion Punch Productions, which scared the absolute living crap out of me, The Infection by Dew Point 8900, and It, the EAS scenario, by Electric Fanatic and EAS New York. The atmosphere and creativity behind these videos is quite vast, and even though some have better quality than others, they've honestly not only expanded what I can expect to see in horror, but also helped me to understand emergency alerts as a whole, even the one here in Canada, called Alert Ready. Admittedly, that does creep me out a little bit whenever it pops up on TV, but my understanding is clear as day. Even I create my own scenarios in my head, just not only for the fun of it, but to see what creeps me out more within the previously mentioned topics. I freaked myself out quite a few times, but again, I'm not afraid to scare myself every once in a while. As for Nick Helena, I created him 2 months after I got into EAS scenarios. More specifically, on June 11th, 2020. I simply created him at first to serve as Nicolena's evil clone, wielding a cleaver like the weapons of famous horror movie killers Michael Myers and Jason Voorhees. My earliest drawings of him made him a ruthless monster just like them, to actually the point of him being a cliché horror villain. Over time though, as through what I have portrayed in various videos, I gave him fangs and claws, made him a cannibalistic demon, and biggest of all, made him the representation of my anger and darkest thoughts, especially relating to physical harm. Like I mentioned before, I felt like Nick Helena was becoming just basically another generic serial killer. I wanted to tie his story to Nick Helena, much like a Heaven and Hell type scenario. That's where the names of the Blue and White Kingdom of Heaven and Dark Blue Kingdom of Hell come from. The story being portrayed in both my 2020 and 2021 Halloween comics speaks to how I shouldn't ignore such intrusive thoughts and get them out in a way that doesn't harm anyone. Also, they persuaded me to understand that not everything in the world is perfect, yet to stay on course to how I feel. Nick Helena's creation also inspired me to create sisters of his own like Nick Helena does in May and July of 2021 respectively. They are Nick Hell Daisy, storybook name Phoenix, and Nick Hell Peach, storybook name Viper. Nick Hell Daisy wields Hellfire, a type of fire I've portrayed as turning people into ashes within seconds of contact, inspired by the term, light the fire inside of you. She represents the arrogance and self-centered boastfulness I feel I sometimes show. Nick Hell Peach has venom as his weapon, ending people's lives in less than 5 minutes of biting them. Inspired by my love for snakes and the term, anger is a poison. She represents the inconsideration and manipulation I also feel I sometimes give off. The poem videos I made about them, which include Nobody Wins, Only Me, and Poisoned Mind, describe the feelings quite well, and also do serve as a message to those who watch them to be mindful of how outside influences can be detrimental to someone's mental well-being, alongside the Nick Helena poems. And that in my universe, those who act like sinners are destined for the Dark Blue Kingdom. Speaking of which, all 3 of the Dark Blue Demon Sisters have specific roles for their powers, which is a new feature I added for them last year. Nick Hell Peach takes charge of the low-risk sinners, by forcing them into manual labor and then biting them to kill them once they prove to be of no more use, Nick Helena seeks out the medium-risk sinners by torturing them with his knife and claws until they confess or bleed out. And Nick Daisy goes with the high-risk sinners, immediately executing them with this hellfire. Though from time to time, roles are shared. Using horror to represent my darkest feelings has honestly been pretty rewarding for me. Though every now and then, I use Nick Helena and his sisters. Every time I think of a certain extreme negative emotion that people have, I can link it to any one of them and imagine what the OC in question could do. And while I still struggle with my emotions sometimes, as long as I have the Dark Blue Demon sisters, there's always a reason to express what negativity overpowers my mind creatively. For the last development in my love for horror I would like to discuss, and this is the most recent one, is my Splatoon playstyle, which I did express a tiny bit in the last episode. In more context, my playstyle is quite aggressive. I use my Big Swig Roller Express and swing it quickly whenever there's a spot that's already been painted by the opponent or unpainted, which paints a lot of turf in the span of a few seconds. Which also leads me to the strategic side of the way I battle. Based on whether to engage an opponent or not, and which spots I should paint depending on how much time is left. Now you're probably wondering, what does that have to do with my love for horror? It goes back to a very specific Splatfest on the weekend of my mother's birthday in 2023. It was the Ice Cream Splatfest, vanilla versus strawberry versus mint chip. At the start of it, I was almost getting the lights knocked out of me by Team Strawberry, and admittedly, I was getting super frustrated. I still did pretty well though, getting a few 10x battle wins in there. The Saturday is where things came to a head. I ended up losing to Team Strawberry in a 100x battle, and I shouted how pathetic I thought they were. I really felt like they were being pests to me. After another loss, that's when I went from being pissed to laughing like a vintage horror villain. Team Strawberry drove me to absolute madness by then. And in my state of maniacal laughter, I went on a streak of 9 wins in 10 battles, which would end up as 10 wins in 12 battles. Fueled by pure adrenaline and insanity. My teammates, and I especially, didn't let up one bit. I did eventually settle down, but let me tell you, that was one of my most memorable memories playing Splatoon. And it stuck with me throughout the rest of the first half of the Splatfest. So much, in fact, I decided on playing a scary song to accompany how I played in the second half and to remember the insanity I went through. That being a FNAF fan song titled It's Me by Tryhard Ninja. A trend which I would continue with other horror-themed songs in future Splatfests. For that Splatfest, I listened to it the rest of the way. Even when I won my first ever 100x battle. Though it was against Mint Chip and not Strawberry, it was still a massive success to me. Even then, from what I can remember, my play did improve quite a bit against Team Strawberry in that span too. My team, Team Vanilla, did end up winning the Splatfest in the end, and Strawberry ended up with no points at all. Yet I did feel sympathetic for Kestrel and Ira, along with another online friend of theirs, who were part of the team, but I didn't face them. Honestly, y'all know I can't feel bad for those three, but for the rest of Team Strawberry, I can say otherwise. It felt like I became a legit serial killer in the second half of the Splatfest after my laughing fit. I felt unstoppable. I was realizing my true strength when it came to Splatfests and Splatoon Turf War in general. My aggressive nature became apparent, and while my strategic nature took its time to catch up too, it soon appeared as well. I started getting double kills more often, I started using my vertical swings on opponents more often as well, which fittingly for Soakeen's character, I called the Tomahawk, increased exponentially the amount of turf I painted, and even started getting triple kills. Though they are pretty rare when I play regardless. As for Soakeen's character, I translated my playstyle into him. Being a cute, loving inkling girl in the streets, but a serial killer-like figure in Turf War. And remember that rabid dog term that Kestrel used as Xena while we roleplayed in episode 41? I've taken that to heart quite well too. Especially one time when I saw a player during the end of the World Splatfest last May named Sit Down. My response to that? Don't tell me to sit down and be a good girl! I knew very well how dangerous in game I had become up to that point, and I went on a similar streak of wins like that in the Ice Cream Splatfest after that. It pretty much solidified the rabid dog persona I had taken on in Splatoon and added to Soakeen. In terms of the laughing fit I had, it carried over into various other Splatfests. And also whenever I listened to horror music, more specifically to Thriller and God of Thunder. Plus, even thinking about my Splatoween Shiver costume makes me go maniacal at times. So overall, while Splatoon isn't necessarily a scary game, the atmosphere I bring, I feel makes it scary, and with funny commentary to go along with it. Anytime you hear me laugh maniacally, it's either I'm causing chaos in game, or simply seeing funny moments play in front of my eyes. While at heart, I'm a very good person, and a happy one, who has a feel for comedy and lighthearted moments. When you put horror at the forefront towards me, there's a great chance I'll capitalize on it, and make you see that my variety has no bounds whatsoever. But really it came down to my sisters. If it weren't for them, this episode would likely never exist. So to my sisters, I do thank you very much for inspiring me to get into the horror genre and to tell the origin story and development of this spooky angel.